when I'm with you. I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for a day. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Not in the fast lane, I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. You catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you, like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose, each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season, not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind, like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories like you never fade.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the NECC. My name is Dia. I am joined by Rudude, and Rudude, I think, as is very common, we're pretty darn excited about what's going down at the NECC. I don't think there's been a single game that we've loaded in that we haven't been looking forward to, and I dare say it's part of our jobs. However, this with Week 8 on the horizon, or rather, coming to you right now, we've got Clark Red versus Mount Union as our very first matchup of the day.
Yeah, we have, and these two teams are fairly closely set in the standings coming into this one. We've got Clark Red at a 3-3 record. We've got Mount Union at a 4-2 record. So there's a possibility here that both these teams end up on the same scoreline come the close of this best of 3 after today. We will, of course, have to wait and find out. It is going to be Mount Union who are just slightly out further in front with their game record. And as such, they're going to be looking to stay there. They're going to want to have that lead and extend it by another game. Put that record up to for themselves a nice 4 or 5 rather, 2.
It'd be pretty exciting if they could round out their season in such a way. We will be popping into the draft pretty soon. Although, Rudude, I think it's worth noting, we talked about how we were going to talk about this during the game. I want to bring it up now. We've got some April Foolery going on. There's going to be some wild stuff on the Rift, and I won't say exactly what, but I'd get ready for it.
Okay, yeah. Well, everybody, just make sure that you're ready. Okay, there's some shenanigans afoot, right? I've pulled a prank and it worked, I think is the best way of saying this. But either way, coming into this, I actually want to point out that Mount Union haven't played for the last couple of weeks, so they've had themselves a little bit of a grace period, I will say. They've had a couple of games that they've not had to play, but they've got the wins for regardless. And their last match that they actually played was all the way back 3 weeks ago, I believe. And they did manage to take the win 2-1. So they are coming in a slightly better run of form. But they are going to be obviously a little bit out of practice potentially, and hopefully trying to put themselves a little bit further out in front once more. Whereas on the flip side, for Clark Red, they've been in it throughout the last couple of weeks. Wins, losses, thrown about here pretty much 50-50 as you would expect with a 3-3 game record. So looking to, at the minute, off the back of one win for both of these teams, they are going to be looking to string together a second as well.
Yeah, so if we could sort of draw together a picture, it would be Mount Union coming in, just having had a relaxing weekend at a
sunny
beach resort.
Vacation. Yeah,
one of the little umbrellas in the drink and everything. And then we've got Clark Red, who are coming in battered and bruised from their last match, but just going off of sheer will to keep advancing. And I'm going to enjoy seeing how these two teams play off each other after that, especially because there is something to be said for a break. It can revive
the G2
your
vacation.
mental. Exactly. But I think as the famous G2 vacation has showed us, sometimes it ends up impacting your next couple of performances, especially if Mount Union haven't been staying warm in what we'll call their miniature offseason.
Yeah. No, so let's go with that one. They've had a good time. Obviously back on the Rift now for these games. But at the end of the day, they've still got to take this game and take this win. We've only got a couple of weeks left now in the season, so all of these games really starting to stack on up and really have that impact. Can be the difference here, taking this game with some very real seeding standings implications going forward. Nevertheless, expecting both of these teams to be wanting to try their hardest, obviously, and make sure that everything is above for them and get themselves another win on the board. Happy to see that draft in just a couple seconds' time here. The players obviously going through this one at a nice little leisurely pace for us to keep us on our toes for this one. And before we get into this, quick PSA for the people at home. I'm currently riddled with the coronavirus, so if you see any slightly nasally voices, that'll be from me, and I can only apologise. But nevertheless, I'm here, and I'm bringing you all the action, regardless. So
As you can tell
endorse
on the
me.
screen, we're just jumping up and down with joy.
Yes.
We've just been jumping. Oh my lord, across the screen. I'm hyped to see that draft when it does eventually come through. Although we keep being faked out on when it's actually going to happen. Rudude, I wanted to ask you, because you tend to have a lot more insight as a color caster who's actually quite smart, as to where we should be prioritizing in these drafts. I know that last time that you and I cast together, we saw a lot of jungle priority, as well as that typical AD carry priority that's sort of kept with us throughout the entire season. Blank slate, no team, random players.
Mm-hmm.
What are the actual power picks on this patch?
Okay, now I'm gonna break the rule that we set about talking about it in game. We're gonna reveal what the bug is, and then I'm gonna tell you the power picks.
Okay.
In accordance with the bugs. Okay, so currently there's an April Fool's joke that isn't 100% consistent, I don't believe, but that getting kills grants you extra champion size or less champion size, aka your champion gets a lot smaller or a lot bigger. It's sort of akin to Zac when he gets health or Shogath when he gets feast stacks. In accordance with this, Teemo is going to be either incredibly broken or incredibly subdued.
Okay.
Based off of whether or not he gets the kills and gets bigger or gets smaller. Now, with a draft, you see all Yordles are affected by this, but only one of them's been hit the ban table. So with Clark Red not on the same wave, they have though, however, locked in a Yasuo Diana, a very strong combination.
I will say though, it's not playing around this specific patch strength. You know what? I'll give it though. I do like
It's
seeing
allowed.
a good old Yasuo Diana, right? Some wombo combo in the team fights, and something that will be difficult to execute against the team fight that's happening on the other side. If you can get a nice front line in front of this Jinx and Victor, UMU are going to be looking pretty darn happy.
They are. And they've got the Soraka as well. A little bit of Sriracha sauce behind them to spice up the picks and make sure that everything is going as planned. But now we've also got a really good addition to this diving composition that Clark Red have picked up. We've got Kai'Sa, who can start out the fights from 3,000 range, dealing 1k damage in every 4 seconds with her enhanced W, if we see that AP Kai'Sa build be the one of choice. However, you can still dive incredibly well with this champion, and if those CC effects do come through, the plasma stacks from a Yasuo Diana are not intangible, and they do exist, so you can be very, very scared of Kai'Sa jumping in and just going for a quick one-shot on somebody in a team fight as well. Expect to see Clark Red go for a lot more of that engage, of that dive. We've got things like Ornn still on the table, just as a blanket pick that they might want to take. It also could just be the top to bottom, and as we tend to see with the NECC drafts, we could expect to see another bot lane come out. Kai'Sa mid is something that we've seen, Yasuo top, something that does exist, so we'll have to find out.
Yeah, I dare say that in a Kai'Sa meta, I would hesitate at putting her bot. Mainly because of the level disparity that occurs there, and the fact that she's not going to have that much pressure into something like Jinx. Up against Victor, how are we feeling about the potential Kai'Sa matchup? And if not, where can we look to counter Victor?
We counter Victor with range. That's how we tend to want to play against him. Because he's a very mid-range battle mage style. Has to get in the midst of things in order to dish out his most damage. Of course, laser plus Chaos Storm, you can be dealing damage from, over 1,000 units. But of course, Kai'Sa usurps that with her own Void Seeker come late stages of the game. But with the Rel locked in at 4, I have to imagine that there's going to be a nice top laner to be picked up by Clark Red. As for UMU, they do round out their composition with a Zac and a Tom Kent Steer. You asked for a front line, and boy, did you get one.
I'm very happy with the champion that they've picked up, especially the Tom Kench, because Tom Kench is not only a front line, but he's a front line that also denies even further access to the back line. A Trundle is the last pick for Clark.
Okay.
Red does end up slotting that Kai'Sa into the bot lane, putting Yasuo mid, unless I'm missing something massive and we're getting a Yasuo bot.
It could be. Rel Yasuo doesn't seem like the worst lane in the world.
Really not bad.
I know. I mean, it seems doable. But then, I would say you're going to be missing out on the Yasuo Diana, but hey, still also just take the Diana bot lane forehead. That'd be pretty good. Nevertheless, they've rounded out all of their rosters. We've got everybody playing their traditional, typical roles outside of the Tom Kench, who is more of a support these days. And I really like this R5 counter pick, the Trundle going into the top lane. When we asked for 2 frontliners, Trundle as a generic answer is always going to do very well. You can ulti one of those targets, and the Subjugate, the ultimate from Trundle, does remove those tanky stats from the tanky champions, and also the squishy champions. There's just a lot less to be stealing in that regard. Steals a flat percentage of a armor and MR of a champion. So Tom Kent, Zac, 2 champions that are going to be looking to build up those statistics, going to be doing quite poorly into this Trundle the later the game goes. Can expect to see a distinct amount of split push efforts come through from this Trundle in the late game.
We get our summoner spells revealed to us in the draft as well, and a flash ignite for Zoom in the mid lane is very exciting. I'm expecting Pizza the Cat to pay some nice attention to this Yasuo early on. I don't really think of Diana as a ganking jungler, but I do think of Victor as relatively easily killable. So if they can even just burn a flash pretty early on, we could see some nice stuff up there. I like this as well. I haven't seen this graphic before.
We get the runes.
It's actually quite nice.
Lethal Tempo, gonna do well. Triumph, that's Tenacity. Okay, we have attack speed from Tom Kench. Interesting. Okay, so the yellow ones for Tom Kench are the attack speed plus Triumph, and then Trundle's gone for Triumph, Tenacity, and then Coup d'Éclat. And then the green ones all do different things, and green ones are a bit weird. What? Okay, you know at the start of every game, I always say inspiration's broken.
Yeah.
This time it's precision.
It looks like it. This is I
More
always
tenacity,
take precision.
more attacks,
Super nice. You want
more
Triumph.
attack speed. You do want Triumph. Triumph is very good.
Yeah.
Free boots.
I also think it's really funny that like I know that you know a lot about this game. Like
Yeah.
like we and we're looking at this and going, the green ones do different stuff.
They do. Can't just say all the green ones do the same thing. They don't. That's just a lie.
Yeah.
I just don't know the green ones by portrait, unfortunately.
I have
That's
a question for you.
Second wind, the Yasuo though.
Victor's Q. Do both parts of it count as a projectile, or just the first one?
The first one.
Okay.
You can block Yasuo the Victor auto attack from his enhanced Q with a wind wall. It does not get blocked. Okay. It goes straight through, right through the counter strike. He was in alpha, straight through the wind wall. All of the above. They all apply. I'm sorry. Cries in Yasuo player.
He's like, you know what? Despite that, I do imagine Yasuo's actually gonna have an okay time. Early game should be rough, but the biggest concern for Yasuo should be a ganking Zac, and even in that case, I think that we've got some nice 2v2s that can be thrown in once they hit level 6, both the Yasuo and the Diana respectively. There's basically zero counterplay, especially if Yasuo's actually been farming and has an item behind him. Diana, same thing. So
wait, are you saying no counterplay? Hello?
Zero,
Is a caster?
Not a
No. They can flash.
They can do that once every 5 minutes.
And you know what? If they play safe the rest of the time, mwah, chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Nothing to
You
be
probably
concerned
wanted
about.
Zonya's too, eh?
Oh, that sounds like a good item.
Yeah.
I would be okay with the Zonyas being built up. That's all I'll say.
Are you expecting Kai'Sa to go AP here?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm always expecting Kai'Sa to go AP. You know, I'm a firm advocate for whatever I play well in solo queue is broken. Because I'm an absolute meta slave and will play the best champions to the ends of the earth. Kai'Sa right now fits that brief to a T. And there's not a game that I've not gone full AP, and I don't even evolve E these days.
Okay.
I skip Nash's Tooth, skip Berserker Boots, straight up Muramana, full AP, Luden's Sork Shoes. Just, oh, amazing. I know all of the breakpoints for Kai'Sa now.
And you haven't found that that Kai'Sa feels any weaker in the bot lane. I remember I was talking about that experience thing.
The thing is, Kai'Sa's always weak in the bot lane. That's the issue. Is that the thing that balances Kai'Sa out is the fact that she's
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Oh my god. Oh my lord. What is that monstrosity?
They're about to take a ride on the little theme park rides where you get to go out on the water.
Yeah.
That's exactly
That's it.
that. It needs to get hired.
Can you hide inside of that? I feel like you can.
I feel like a Teemo could.
Yeah.
Minions have spawned.
Quick, zoom, go check it.
Yeah.
Zoom.
Again, even more
Zoom, go.
evidence for why we should have had a Teemo in this game.
Yeah. Okay. So to reaffirm for the people at home, we've had a confirmation slash. Oh, it's not a confirmation. I should not use that word. We've noticed throughout the day. There's been an April Fool's patch played on today, unfortunately, April the 1st, and getting kills and/or I'm not sure about assists, but getting kills has a chance of affecting your character model size. That's what we're gonna say. So you could either get a bit bigger or smaller, dependent on your luck of the draw.
Okay, so it's a 50-50. You want to hope that they get smaller, surely.
I think so. I think so.
Unfortunate engage in the bot lane. Demo doesn't quite land it. Means there's a lot of punish coming through from this Jinx. The Jinx Soraka lane is going to be so ridiculously happy into Kai'Sa Rel, who, like you already talked about, do not have a great time.
Yeah, you're always looking for a CC pairing in the bot lane. I know I got distracted by a massive duck in the river when we started talking about Kai'Sa. But she does have a fairly weak laning phase, but when you pair it with something like the Rel, Nautilus is another great example of something you can pair this champion with. The laning phase does tend to get a little bit better, and your all-in efforts are kind of your way to success. Think of it as a tank support matchup, or in that way. So they're going to be looking for either all-ins or to not get poked out, which is unfortunately appearing to be the case. They tried to go for that all-in at level 1, didn't quite pan out. Now they're going to have to reap the repercussions of that. Convicted, Sanctus heals. They've got long range in the bot lane, and they should be looking to exploit it early on.
Oh, Zoom missed the cannon minion going for the aggressive trade. What a tragedy. But honestly, for him, things are looking pretty darn good over here. Pizza the Cat feeling much the same. Almost completing that full clear. Don't let the blue buff reset. Thank you. All right. So we're fine. We're doing just fine in the jungle. Ooh, not a jungler myself. I can't see when they're calculating. It scares me every time.
This is also calculated Zac play, don't worry.
Yeah, I do really like it.
Okay, you think that speedy kill and injure is like risking their life? Incorrect. The way that Zac passive works, you get little blobs that spawn on the floor when you use an ability that hits a champion. And it obviously all of Zac's abilities cost a certain amount of health. They cost a percentage of his health to restore demo.
Heal gets burned. Level 3 just now ticked for the bot side of Clark University. But it's looking like Mount Union used their time off pretty darn well. Demo's 1 HP. No auto going to connect. Convicted does still have that exhaust to use if Pizza the Cat goes under the tower. And as he does, watch it happen. We still got heals that are going to come in from Sanctus as well. With all of these resources expended in a 3 versus 2, Clark University are the ones that come out perhaps looking a little worse for wear.
I'll agree with that. And you can also see on this top side that we've actually got Speedy Kill and Injure, who is already looking for that counter invade. Obviously, would have loved to have Pizza the Cat try and find a kill on that bot side or successfully get one. Now with these fights going on, Lethal Tempo is stacking, but remember, Zac is nearby.
Roofer Feeling pretty confident despite that. Does have a wave starting to stack to their advantage. With Pizza the Cat starting to roam up topside, you can look for the kill as soon as your jungler confirms that no one's in the area. Now with an assured 2v2 starting to come through, Uber actually gets a lot of space, and the Elastic Slingshot doesn't end up taking Speedy Killer Ninja over the wall. Greyhell surely going to come in. Hooper survives up until then. First blood goes to Pizza the Cat, and the second, well, we'll see who it ends up being given to, because you've got plenty of time for the Zac.
Pizza the Cat takes them both. I wanted to get that Zac kill. I think it was Red Buff that did the last little tick of damage over to the Zac there, but that may well have expired, so I'm not too sure. Maybe Minions got it. Either way, it's a 2-for-0 on the top side. Clark University doing a very good job picking themselves up those kills, but now Poofa could be in trouble. Jaden has got Jaden has got the tongue lash, goes wide.
Okay.
Some little fancy feet. Okay.
Hooper's escaped, but can I just appreciate that it's not only there's one massive duck, there are a lot more ducks.
Oh.
Have you noticed that?
I had it.
That next time we're in the river, there's an inordinate amount of ducks in these rivers.
What does inordinate mean?
More than 6.
Oh, there's a quantifiable value to this word. Okay.
Yeah.
Just a general inordinate.
Yeah.
I'm not Googling it, don't worry. Unusually or disproportionately large. Ooh,
More than 6. Look, there's even look at that. There's one near Pizza the Cat. Jumping in, picks it. There are more near the honey fruit.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
They are. Spice.
Land the W, but now we've hit level 6, and as illustrated earlier, no flash, no counterplay. Zoom ends up picking up the kill off the back of an already fed Diana. We get Clark University starting to stack up even more advantages. Gotta say, I'm liking the look if you're a Clark University fan.
Now this is where you have to be thinking as University of Mount Union. Okay, guys, the way they win this game. Oh, let's do front to back. I'll play. Scuffle.
This might be how they win this game. Ufafer starting to take off. Doesn't quite get that last tick of damage, but Flash is available, so you can't really step up too far as this Tom Kench. You're an auto away from death, and reset may just come in. We'll see if that pillar's off cooldown in time to interrupt it. And like, the answer is no, but ultimately not necessary either. This is surely a death sentence, right, Rude?
I agree. Auto Q auto from Poofa should be able to kill regardless of Grey Health, and that's provided that Grey Health comes through in time. There's a very dangerous game being played with both junglers pathing up to this top side as well. You can see, once again, probably going to get some action. And this is that type of situation where, yes, Speedy Killer Ninja is going to get a little bit of the jump. Oh, but Pizza sees him.
Yeah, Pizza's ready for this. Can dive the turret if he wants, but it's just making sure that Speedy Killer Ninja doesn't pull off the play. If we're thinking about it, we're instead trying to prox the wave. Nice ult comes in from Pizza the Cat. Not going to be able to get out from under the turret in time.
It's
a shutdown does go over to Speedy Killer Ninja, but Pooper hasn't taken turret aggro just yet. Instead, gets slapped together with the minions, and Speedy Killer Ninja picks up a double kill on the top side.
Okay, maybe I was a little over-aggressive. I'm sorry. I said go, 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 and then they all died. So I'll hold my hands up and say that was my fault. No holds barred, no flame over to the guys there. Good effort on the dive and a really good stymie, a good little, no, excuse me, that's an illegal maneuver from the top side of Mount Union. Really good to see Speedy Killer Ninja getting himself a double kill, keeping that Tom Kench not safe because they did go down, but at the end of the day, they were able to.
That's a small Soraka.
And now it's a normal sized Soraka as well.
Oh, so it like toggles.
It would appear so.
I'm getting scared, honestly, Rudy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to track what's going on with these champion sizes. Especially if it's on Soraka, who looks like she's going a lot faster, by the way, when she's small.
Yeah, it's good. Your move for speed doesn't get dropped, but obviously it's just a smaller portrait going the same distance, so yeah. You know how when Usain Bolt runs, it doesn't look like he's running too fast, but he's absolutely incredibly speedy compared to everybody else? It's because he's like 6'4" or whatever.
Yeah.
He's just taller than everyone else. It looks like he's jogging, but he's still running incredibly quickly.
That's insane. I wonder where he's at. I haven't seen him at this year's Olympics, did you?
No, he is high for the Olympics. Oh, that's dead Victor. Bye.
No
Nevertheless, Usain Bolt
No.
continues. What is Usain Bolt doing these days? We'll find out after this brief intermission.
Speed runs League of Legends games.
Well, clearly,
Yeah.
he signed to an organization in the UK.
Oh, is he?
I don't know, because it was a very troll post. It was a
Okay.
very troll post. It was, we're welcoming Usain Bolt as our chief of inspiration. I was like, well,
What does that mean?
it's a great role for Usain Bolt. I couldn't really think of a better one, but at the end of the day, is this real? You know? I'm extra doubting on that one.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I'm actually doubting on this play topside. Pizza the Cat's shown up for now the third time. Second time didn't go so well, and there's not really too much that you'll do against a Tom Kench. Even if you kill Tom Kench, best case scenario is that you're trying to get a little further ahead, and that's going to happen anyway. I feel like Pizza the Cat could be elsewhere.
I think that unlocking a Trundle to side lane split push with impunity is a very good way to win a match.
I think you're probably right.
They're going to do that again.
Given our experience of working together, probably correct. And at the very least, doesn't cost them too much. Hooper drops his ultimate, picks up the kill, and now we get what is likely going to be some more turret plates. Oh!
Okay.
Woo! Okay. A little bit of excitement down the rift.
You know, the realistic side of this is even if that hit, it's probably fine. But it's still fun to get excited.
Yeah. It
Which is something
like
that
it could've
Convicted
been
wouldn't know
close.
anything about. But hey. Okay.
We've got a Rel coming in. I don't know if Rel will be in time. No Immortal Shield Bow complete on Zoom just yet means that to fix a fight with people who are a little bit too, literally in this case, big for him. Rift Herald goes down here, which shouldn't take the tower, I don't imagine. We've got Pizza the Cat on the way. Surely you're able to at least deny first sprint.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Well, there's no Yasuo now, so Pizza the Cat actually ends up shooting
doesn't
him.
matter.
Never mind, we're actually fine. Pizza the Cat is going crazy right now. Chaos Storm doesn't take him down. We still got a little while left on Super Mega Death Rocket. Stun comes through. Pizza the Cat forced to flash. Speedy Killer Ninja still on their heels with the Magnet Storm stalling out the assists from the bot lane. Zoom is on the way, but there's no mobility left for Pizza the Cat, and the silence is going to not even be used to give Speedy Killer Ninja that extra 300, make it 400 gold.
A massive influx of gold into Speedy Killer Ninja right there. They get a lot of turret platings from the mid lane, and then they get 600 gold from the kill on the Diana. This is your Zac, not the champion who wants to get all of that gold. The champion that's going to be grateful for it nonetheless. If you have that massive front line, we talked about it from the draft, that buys the space for Convicted and for Spice Rack to dish out the damage later on. Having an extra load of health as well is always going to be helping out Sanctus heals as well. Bigger health pool to be healing from. Oh, nice sidestep once again.
Okay. That's a flash. Okay, that's another flash. Okay! Layden laying down the law in this top side, putting Prooper on the back foot. Does have to get away. Slow comes in, but we got a Tongue Lash ready for us.
Use
This
the
is
grub.
going to be a battle for the ages. That Layden looks like he might win. Tongue Lash again, going wide. One auto away, and the Trundle, the god of the top side, is slain.
Tom Kench mechanics, everybody. Walk up, lick, win. Easy clap by Jay Layden. Manages to take the Trundle under the turret as well with that nom. We talked about Cho'Gath being a potentially broken champion given the patch. Tom Kench eating nicely as well.
Oh no, the Soul did reposition him. Oh lord! Zoom again commits to the solo play and again goes down. For every death this Yasuo incurs, it isn't just delaying his power spikes. Let's not forget, this is giving a lot of gold over to Mount Union, who have recovered from what looked like a very tragic early game.
It's not just gold either, dear. It's those all-important Victor bucks. You're getting those stacks on your abilities nice and early with 103 CS. We can surmise that with those 2 kills as well. Probably halfway toward the second upgrade. Storm goes wide, and that's just going to be a quick disengage for the Mount Union bot lane. But getting those kills and assists onto Victor in the early stages does propel him, does accelerate the pace at which he's going to be getting to those full 3-stack evolution. Q, W, and E respectively. It's probably going to be the E first of all. Now they're looking for a dive on this bot side. Pizza warned away by this lowly ward of an out-of-mana Jinx. Nevertheless, good resistance. They can see that the mid laner is not in the lane. Well, Spy Strike, he's down on this bot side, just showing his face, flexing his muscles a little bit, going, hey, this is my bot lane, you back away.
Seeking play in the bot side. Mount Union bring 4. And end up finding Clark University have already evacuated, with Layden going aggressive in this top side. Again, we're going to get this 1v1 for the ages. Proofer's looking pretty darn good, though. The lethal tempo putting in a lot of work, and even with the wish, I think Layden might go down. The minions are too much. Proofer keeps attacking at the speed of light, and the Trundle makes it look easy. This is that unlocked Trundle that you talked about earlier.
Which is really good. I was hoping that this would be the case. I was looking at that 1v1 thinking, it's a little too close right now for me to say that this has worked out, but it does end up going through as a win. Pizza isn't spotted here just yet. They probably know that he's nearby, but 4 versus 3 effort on the bot side. No top laner. They can still dive this very quickly.
We got some silences that can go down underneath the tower, but Speedy Kill Ninja ends up getting his Soraka taken away. Demo does go down, though, and Convicted is excited. We got autos landing on the Kaisa with Zoom, trying to buy some time. Knockup is available, but no ultimate now left to follow up. Means that Convicted picks up another kill. Now, with the first kills of the game, Convicted starting to take off, joining the likes of the Victor and the Zac, and the team fight of UMU is coming together.
And a rare misstep there from Pizza the Cat. Doesn't fire the first dash into the midst of the enemy team there, and just moonfalls nothing. It means that Zoom's engage is based onto just 1 target as opposed to potentially 3 that were available to Pizza the Cat right there. It's going to cost them 3 kills. It's going to cost them the mid lane tier 1. And all of a sudden, we go top lane, observers. Top lane. Wait, look at the river. Look at the river. Look at the river. It went. What happened to the crab?
Oh my god!
Look at the crab!
Oh my god, this crab! What is happening right now? Cooper is like, hold on. There's a little bit too much excitement around this crab. Scuttle will go down. This gigantic of a lad.
326 gold!
That's crazy. I can't believe that happened.
Riot! What? He's got a kill!
I can't believe what's happening right now.
No,
I can't believe we just saw that.
Thank you, observers, by the way. Sorry, I know that
Yeah,
I kind of yelled. I did kind of just yell at you, and it was for the greater good. So thank you to our observing and production team behind the scenes. They are doing God's work, particularly on a patch when it's not as simple as it may seem, and they've already done a very good job at highlighting some nicheness to the patch. Look at the Rel, of course, takes honey fruit, gets incredibly small. We love that.
Yeah. I want to say Rel engage could be really big despite the size at the moment. I was hoping for a really small dragon as well, but the thing is, Clark U are winning this, and they're not winning it because they're taking the team fight. They're winning it specifically because they're not. And they're buying time for their Trundle to pop off in this side lane.
They are. And with enough time, that will happen. But currently just posturing, and, you know, a couple skill shots going here and there. We'll dodge ball in the river, we like that. Now, dear, there was a term coined, I think, I don't know if it's been coined, but it was a term that I heard from DJ. I think they're straight. I'll have to hold it. They're gonna fight.
Alright, Speedy Kill Ninja does commit. In the back line, though, Pizza the Cat who reverse cards it. Dragon does end up going down to the side of UMU. It looks like the fight's going their way as well. A little bit of a split engage from Clark University. Isolates the Diana and lets Convicted chew through you 1 by 1.
Really strong front line is the name of this game. Speedy Kill Ninja zoning 3 people away from the backline of UMU. They feel incredibly confident to take that fight, and it is all off the back of this Zac. He's got Thornmail picked up, that Frostfire Gauntlet as well, and it means that Shakespeare, Zoom, they can't cut through him with any real luck at all right now. Rift Herald is going to be the prize as a mid-tier 2, having gone down as well. And the slight issues that we're seeing from Clark Red now coming through into the team fights. We saw Pizza the Cat go forward, wasn't able to utilize the Yasuo engage, Zoom not in particular range for that one. And then afterwards, Demo goes in, gets a 3-man Magnet Storm. But again, Zoom not in range because of all of the work that Speedy Killer Ninja's doing. And then a third time goes round, Shakespeare even dives into all 3 of them, gets jumped in, but he's in a 1v3 situation, and quite simply put, can't deal the damage yet. One item with a Kraken Slayer picked up. He's an entire item behind his opponent ADC right now, who's got that full Lord Dominic's Regard collected as well. Things going from bad to worse for Clark, and they're going to have to decide a way to try and find something in this matchup, be it through playing slow and taking the top lane, or be it through playing a little bit faster but playing a little bit more together.
Convicted's been playing really well. The AD carry now farming up in the mid lane has already taken away the majority of the jungle. 191 CS, the most in the game. And with a completed Gale Force as well. You talked about how crucial this positioning was, and I remember calling back to it when we were thinking specifically about how Spice Rack was going to play, but Convicted has just been changing the game with their ability to constantly put out damage, no matter how negligible in the early game on Jinx, to be alive, to participate in these kills, and now to really have gotten going with 2 items and what is looking like a pretty daunting task to take down.
And particularly with Sanctus on the Soraka as well. Hopes and dreams of killing anybody on this squad is severely diminished just because of the healing that comes through. Now, Poofifer, this is not a 2v1 you can take. Yes, you've got the Black Cleaver, but they have got a lot of health between them.
Alright, well, he's going to go for it. CC does get laid down. Instant Devour as well. Pooper's already half HP. Pops the ult to try and get a little bit further ahead, but this time decides that he cannot take the fight, backing away. Speedy Killer Ninja swapped out, but Layden is the one to pick up the kill with that Sunfire Cape. No questions asked. You were right, Rooted. No hope of taking that one to 1v2.
Yeah, and that was without expending the wish as well. They've got so many tools for these cross-map plays. Things like Jinx Rocket as well could end up coming through in these closer situations, but it's just not the case. And right now, Clark University, they are struggling a little bit, and they're going to have to try just go for that miracle team fight. There's always that chance that you hit the 1%er where you find all 3 of the backline, this Victor, Jinx, Soraka lineup sort of stacked up nicely. You get Zoom plus Pizza the Cat all in a nice pretty little row, and you're able to knock them down, but that's going to be very hard to come by when you've got Speedy Killer Ninja, Jay Layden running interference on that separation and making sure that their life is in charge of just being massive disruptors.
Small reset for both sides. Only a small gold lead actually for Mount Union at the moment. Does give Clark Q the opportunity to pop up with a single team fight. Single, hopefully, I would say, stall out of a team fight, because I still want to see Poofifer take fights up and top. We got this jungle going for a reason. This 4th dragon may be the best time to do it. Ocean coming up in 45 seconds, and I like the vision game that's being played by Mount Union to set up their chance at contesting it.
Scrolling on the jungle, clearing out those wards. Now for easy to be caught. 1 zap is all that it takes to settle for a zap engage. It's not going to be called just yet. There we go.
Speedy Killer Ninja going to be able to find the dynamic duo. Careful with that Yasuo Dian ult, but with Pizza the Cat flashing away, not so much of a threat anymore. Blown up by Convicted. The side lane doesn't even go the way of Clark University. Layden is somehow turning around this matchup, and Clark U seem to have no ways to actually take fights in any lane.
I think that 90% of the fight that we just saw in the top lane was the fact that Poofifer tanked the turret for half of his health pool just to take it down. And at that point, you're taking such a disadvantaged fight. Sunfire Aegis as the mythic of choice for Jay Layden means that he can actually deal a fair whack of damage by utilising that Sunfire passive every time it procs. You're hitting like a truck. A champion with fairly high HP with that Black Cleaver as well. And they're just taking everything on the map. Speedy Killer Ninja takes the Drake, the rest of the team they're going to take the Baron, and Mount U. It's looking very good.
Yeah, I kept thinking that we would get the turnaround, especially with the gold gap as small as it was. But now that we've gotten 2 objectives taken, we're on both Soul Point and with Baron available for the next 3 minutes. Chances are that the base should be broken by Mount Union. It seems like the vacation has served them well, right? They've gotten a little bit more time to dial in their macro game, and hopefully that results in an excellent Baron power play.
With the objectives outside of the base, and when we say objectives, I of course mean turrets. There's no actual objective. More neutral out on the map for another 4 minutes. The demo is unfortunately being, well, baiting out Shakespeare. As well. Oh dear.
Yeah, he was expended. Nicely done. Convicted. Showing up on the Jinx once again. 5-0-4 now. That's the Jinx rocket we wanted.
And that's why we get excited when we see Jinx rockets flying across screens, because sometimes they hit the mark, and Convicted, he's found it. Really solid effort, gets the Kai'Sa down, and as for those objectives I was trying to allude to, it's these turrets that are outside the base. That's what we tend to tout as a good Baron push, with 2 kills on the bot lane and a Trundle in the top side. I think that potentially even breaking open the base is pretty feasible.
You can actually win the game right here, especially with Trundle not around. Speedy Kill and Ninja just needs to find 1 engage. The Cat definitely cannot find theirs. Still got Convicted in the backline, but Demo does disrupt it, if only for a moment. In comes the last breath. Convicted Gale Force is out. It's still alive. It's still dealing damage from the backline. And it's 1v1 up against this Yasuo. Now turning around, he shows up to a team fight that is already won, that is already dismantled. Triple kill, quadra kill, maybe even a penta, but Pooperfer gonna hang out in the base, not gonna give this one over. Convicted turns that team fight, stays alive, and with picture-perfect positioning is gonna be able to secure the win for Mount Union in Game 1.
Sanctus as well has to be given credit here. The Soraka doing an incredible amount of work for the team, but it is going to be a swift dub for Convicted and Mount U. Game number 1 goes off in their favor. What an absolute barn burner to start us off. Started out with a strong lead in the alternate direction, but boy oh boy did they manage to swing that one back.
I'm surprised. I'm very, very surprised at the way that game went, because I expected Clark University to have a much stronger mid game. But if I were to point to something rooted, it was definitely their disjointedness, and nothing demonstrated that more to me than the play around the mid lane tower. You remember that Rift Herald that Mount Union dropped?
Yeah.
Where they killed Yasuo alone, then Diana went alone. That felt symptomatic to me of what Clark University were going through.
I think that's something that should be fairly easy to diagnose by that notion as well. So the hope's of course going to be that they can pick that up, go, hey, this was bad. We've got 1 game to fix it. Let's hope that we can do so, because there are obviously a best of 3 series ahead for us, and there's still a chance for them to turn around, take us to that full 3 games, and maybe make a bit of a statement, a bit of a series from this game, from these matches still. But they are going to have to do it fairly soon, because that second game is going to be right around the corner.
Yeah, otherwise it's going to be Mount Union continuing their win streak, especially with all the buys that they've gotten. So we're going to take a short break, see if Mount Union can double down on their victories, or if Clark University end up coming back right after this.
Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know, and you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. I'm still Dia, I still got Rude Dude, and we still got the same series, Mount Union versus Clark University, going on, but something crucial has changed, Rude Dude. The crucial thing is that Clark University are one game away from losing now. Mount Union, one game away from winning, and it's off the back of a really impressive performance, specifically from their AD carry. Convicted popped off that game.
Yeah, I think that there was a really strong bot lane performance coming through. They were able to sort of weather the early game of what a Kai'Sa Rel may have been able to put out. But I think that we're kind of selling Speedy Kill Ninja a little bit short here. I think that Zac was the core linchpin piece to not necessarily dealing the damage, but doing exactly what was needed at the exact right times, creating that space, buying so much separation, so much time for the Jinx to pop off and to look so good. I think that wouldn't have been possible without such a coherent front line as Speedy Killer Ninja was able to provide.
Paid a lot of attention to the needs of his mid laner as well. I remember seeing Spice Rack protected by this Zac when, honestly, a Victor who had gone down pretty early on could have been left for dead. Could have allowed Pizza the Cat and Zoom to farm kills off their farm pressure. Instead, Speedy Killer Ninja turned that around, and I want to see how this draft gets turned around and whether Clark Red identify that Speedy Killer Ninja is somebody they want to shut down, or whether they direct those efforts at the bot lane. There's a lot to be questioned here, because Clark Red not only have to shut down what is very clearly a strength for UMU, but find a strength of their own.
Take away both the Jinx and the Zac, so those two pieces that we highlighted as being fairly strong do get banned away. It does mean now, though, that there's a couple extra things up on the board. And with the first pick from the last game, well, it doesn't matter what the first pick from the last game was. It's going to be the Kai'Sa this time round, and I'd be interested to see what Convicted or potentially Spice Rack thinks of this Kai'Sa build. I think that it does depend on the situation and the composition that you build up for yourselves. Like last time, Shakespeare did end up taking the full AD route, which I think was a bit of an oversight. We got to see pretty much firsthand that they were just stacking armor. The enemy team, that front line, was just stacking that armor, and there was nothing particularly to be said about anything in terms of killing those two. They felt very comfortable once those 4 males had come through. Whoa. Okay.
What?
Any gauntlets?
The Xin Zhao, I was like, all right, we're fine. Draven changes that. Pretty darn drastically, and if you think Shakespeare is where you're going to win the game, then I invite you to show us, because I am ready for a Draven game.
Would love to see this. This now requires the Xin Zhao to play a lot towards this bot side. Also requires what is hopefully going to be a fairly aggressive support style matchup. You probably want to save your counter pick for that bot lane to make sure that you've got a really strong winning 2 versus 2. Even to the point that I wouldn't be sad to see them take some blind picks in their solo lanes as well, just to ensure that.
Wow!
But they're not gonna have to.
Wow! Oh my!
We see Draven will raise you a Blitzcrank, and then they see a Blitzcrank and will go, we'll raise you a Fizz.
A Fizz, bro!
What
I haven't
about
seen
it?
a Fizz in so long. Honestly, if you're going up against Kai'Sa, then I'm not sure if you are, but if you're going up against Kai'Sa, I don't mind Fizz. Not the worst.
If you're playing AD carry, I don't mind Fizz. I think is the if you pick any ADC, I don't mind you taking Fizz. Like,
yeah.
This champion one-shot you, regardless. He can beat 07 as long as he's got his ult, and if he's not 07, it means he doesn't need his ult. That's the scary part. You press QW, half my health. You press Z, there's the other
Another half, yeah.
That's all my health. Oh no. Well, great. Thank you. Zoom though, locking in this Fizz. I'm actually really impressed by Pizza and Zoom. They always go for strong damage profiles in their 2 versus 2. They've got magic and physical damage once again. At this time, it's the other way around, but that doesn't matter. Oh, yes.
Okay,
yes, sir.
Okay. It's just the snowball continuing. Yeah, what's up?
Important interaction.
Okay.
Pyke, the best laning support to go with Draven, because both of them want cash, right? Both of them want the kills. Yep. If Pyke ults, the team gets kills, Draven gets the kill, he gets the gold. Pyke ult works with Draven passive.
Pike. Oh wait. So if
Pike
Pike
ults,
kills them, Draven gets
yes,
his
he
extra kills
cashes in
with ult.
anyway. He cashes in anyway.
Okay, that's interesting.
This is
Wow.
the best spot lane duo that you could hope to have with Draven with.
I am amazed. I am hyped. I am honestly scared, Rudude. And all right, Volibear to round out the composition. The least crazy thing we've seen today, it seems like our top lane matchup is actually where we can go for a little bit of stability, and we definitely couldn't do that last game with
No,
Trundle
that's
and
Tom
Tom
Kench.
Kench constantly at each other's throats. I do expect that we're going to be getting a lot of brawling, though. A Tristana picked up to go into that bot side. Lots of explosive potential. I don't even know where you focus if you're a jungler. I feel like this is both heaven and a nightmare.
Every lane wants ganks, right? This is a very volatile game state, just regardless. So you're quite right that everywhere wants to try and find a little bit of success and get some jungle attention. Unfortunately, that's just not going to be the case. Somebody's going to have to say, you know what, guys, I'll be the bigger player. I'll be the bigger teammate. You can have jungle prio and Pizza and Speedy Killer Ninja. They both did a very good job at making their moves out on Summoner's Rift, so we'll have to see where they go for it this time once again. I expect the top lane to be the area that gets a little bit sacrificed, because otherwise we could see some incredibly fed one way or the other solo lane carries or bot side carries.
I'm still in shock, dude. I'm still like I still can't actually physically believe what we're about to see.
Physically?
I no, I can't. I'm missing the pun. What am I missing?
No, you didn't. You hit it. Fizz. Come on, man. There's
so
literally
smart.
no pun. There's
You're
literally
so
no
smart.
pun.
Holy moly, you're so smart.
I'm
excited for some. I will say, Rudy, despite the fact that I'm excited about Fizz gameplay, I don't actually know what winning Fizz lane looks like. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't. Explain yourself.
Like outside of him taking people down, getting kills. I don't know what constitutes excellent Fizz play.
Oh, I can tell you
what
when we see excellent Fizz play, I can tell you. Or equally,
Okay.
if we maybe don't see excellent Fizz play, I will also I'll be a little bit more lenient, but I can lend a certain credence. Yeah, I can lend a certain amount of information to that aspect as well.
Yeah, it's a champion that you don't see too often. Dark Harvest on Echo, also not something I've seen in a while. That's a very confident pickup in the jungle, and mid lane actually is pretty standard.
Electrocute versus Hail of Blades. Boring. It's correct. You're quite right. It is correct, and it's what these players should have gone for. So as much as I berate them for boring, at the end of the day, they picked Fizz Kai'Sa mid lane, and I can't then ask for Aftershock versus Aftershock, can I? So we'll take it all the same. Good to see once again. We've got some nice yellow going on. The triumph comes through for both sides of the AD carry matchup for Fizz in the mid lane as well. So we got some good juice coming through. Gill's going to give that extra bonus health back on takedown. And okay. Bloodline, a savant in the bot lane. Thank you.
Yeah, this is interesting. The Tristana is obviously going to have the better of short trades, but I'm wondering with the Glacial Augment picked up by Blitzcrank. I like this as well. I'm wondering who's going to be the aggressor here. I feel like counterintuitively, Clark Red actually have a really pretty nice lane, given that as long as they don't get hit by Blitzhook, which is the huge caveat.
Wow. The analytical prowess is on fire today.
You know what I'm saying though? Like, what is it? If Blitzhook misses, but also Pike Q misses, Clark Red win. You know, like ability for ability. They've just got a lot more sustained damage. They've got a lot more ways to counterplay. I don't know. Are you feeling this?
Well, I don't entirely.
You don't entirely agree.
I don't entirely agree.
Okay.
I don't think that I disagree either, though, and I think that that's like at the end of the day, if both supports miss hook, they're just gonna stand there and be like, "Sup, bro? Cool. We both missed. Nice." And then the AD carries are gonna go, "Well, Now we can actually start auto-attacking, because the way that both these ADCs should be playing is I can't auto unless I have either 3 minions in front of me or I have a support in front of me to tank that hook. Because if they don't have that and they do get hooked, likelihood is that they're going to lose. What I want to point out, though, is that both of them did take exhaust, which is very, very clever, because both these ADCs, do very well when somebody dives on them, and then they just go, haha, I've pulled out my own trap card. I can 1v1 you myself. I'm not a typical hyper carry AD carry down on that bot side. But, okay, level 1 shenanigans afoot. Blitzcrank versus Pyke. It's kind of bound to happen. Let's see if Clark, you can respect this enough. They've put the ward down.
Okay. I think we're gaming. I don't think we're gonna end up finding any kills in this early game. As soon as that ward went down, I was like, all right, all bets are off.
But what if they go for the late invade?
Oh yeah, they could get a nice start for Speedy Killer Ninja. I don't know how Speedy Killer wants to play that. Doesn't have exactly the same utility enabling that the Zac does. A lot more superstar on the Echo.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that means earlier ganking for Speedy Killer Ninja.
I will say it does not.
Okay.
I think they're hitting level 6 on Echo. Certainly not the biggest power spike in terms of your ganks, but it does mean that you can get away with a lot more, right? It's one of those things that it doesn't directly impact the way you gank and the amount of damage that you can do, but it does impact the... okay, I'm going to take it back. It does impact the way you gank because of how you can play it, and how safely you can then just go, I've overextended a little too much. Let me bow out.
Mm-hmm. With the blue buff start on Vision, though, and no backup, there will be an advantage for Pizza the Cat. A lot faster of a clear, or demo force to flash on the bot side. Level 1 for the moment. And take the dash. Shakespeare now autoing back, though. Sanctus should be okay, actually, as they've got now level 2 advantage starting to stack up with the wave going on a push. Pizza the Cat, level 2 gank, forces the flash from Spice Rack, and looks like Clark are actually not feeling that bad in this early game.
A little bit BM. Level 2 ganking on a Xin Zhao. Oh, wow.
All right, Sanctus, that's a good look. Ignite goes down, explosion comes through. Sanctus picks up a very well-earned first blood.
And deservedly so, Convicted. You did your job, you auto-attacked, but that was all your support, Sanctus. Collecting on what was rightfully theirs, with the first blood coming through. Currently being the better of the 2 hook champions now. Not to say that it's Demo playing this game poorly, it's more so that Blitzcrank Hook just is the best hook in the game, right? Fundamentally, that's a fact. It's a statement that cannot be overrated. Fresh Hook doesn't pull you anywhere near as far. Pipe Hook pulls you halfway there. And yes, they can set up for their other skills. But as a one-and-done, point-done skill, Blitzcrank Hook does it the best.
This does not have the flash to escape this. Speedy Killer Ninja going to give him up for dead on that roam. Did get the Fizz Flash blown, but now with Raven being able to cash in, Shakespeare's on the roll, and we gotta wonder how it's going to play out. Zoom does end up trading 1-for-1 in the mid lane. Spice Rack picking up the kill in response, and Speedy Killer Ninja hopefully being able to shove out this wave and get a little bit of experience for his trouble.
But Pizza the Cat has got flash as well, could potentially try and close this gap and get the kill.
No dash on Speedy Killer Ninja anymore. Oh, I was going to say, we had Parallel Convergence up pretty darn soon. Pizza the Cat actually gets a very nice freeze off for his mid laner as well. I think this may end up crashing, but still, a lot of XP preserved for this Fizz.
Exactly. Really huge that he gets there and stops the wave from fully crashing into the turret, which gives that trade of kills undoubtedly over to the Fizz in this mid lane, who can now come back, collect on all those minions, keep himself at a nice sort of lead, really. In the mid lane, has gone for that Dark Seal as opposed to the Tear, so there's stacking on both sides, just of different stats.
Nice rack. Still no flash, but this time does get out underneath the tower. We've got 3 people in this mid lane. You can see why. Having to walk up so far just for XP on these minions. Spice Rack on this case is in a position to be pretty heavily punished, and it feels a lot like last game when they were on the Victor, but now you've got even less promise of somebody who can scale up if they're shut down.
Pound for pound, going through these lanes, it's going to be pretty hard for Mount U to do I'll say pretty much anything off the back of the plays that we've already seen. Andre Layden, a little bit fluid around on his top side. Just good short trades. For second W means he wins this if he can get it. If he doesn't, and therefore Jay Layden is the one who comes out on top. I'm interested by the lethal tempo volley there. It suggests a bit more magic damage style.
Came in. Sanctus still only level 3 right now, so even though he lays down the Ignite on Zoom, it isn't going to do that much damage. Spice Rack, not even level 6 just yet, unable to trade back. In a 2 versus 2 in the mid lane, keeps that wave frozen for Zoom, keeps putting Spice Rack behind, and takes down Sanctus. That means Shakespeare and Demo are getting ahead. It means Zoom is getting ahead. It means Pizza is getting ahead. It means, really, the sky's the limit for Clark right now.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job, and we saw this from them in game number 1, where their early game was very well played, very well thought out, methodical in their approach. It was when we started to reach that mid game, we started to reach a few difficulties. So we'll have to see if they can have found the solution to changing that. If they found the answers just yet, or if that is not the case.
Level 6 now on Zoom, making me sweat a bit.
Eating time!
Yeah, these fizzles would devastate Spice Rack right now. No flash, no ult, still. I'm waiting for that wave to crash as well. Could easily be Dove. He didn't dodge it! Spice Rack is dead. Underneath the tower. No counterplay here. No counterplay here. There we go. Ignite does the job. Zoom picks up the kill, and it's a worthwhile one because even though they've traded 1-for-1 again, look at the minions and look at Speedy Kill and Ninja who's picking a fight in the river. 1 versus 2 again. No ult on this Echo, but with Sanctus on the way up, we've got Blitzcrank hook available. Dodging means everything here, and Pizza the Cat just couldn't do it in time. Convicted picks up their first kill, and now we're starting to get that ball rolling for Mount Union.
I'm not sure quite what just happened. But Tristana just had Draven passive.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either.
I'm going to ignore it.
I think it was a visual bug.
You know, on any other day of the year, dear, so would I. There's a chance that they genuinely got Draven passive. I'm going to ignore it since I don't know, and otherwise I'll just sit here speculating and run up the worst ideas in my mind. But we can look at the gold leads, thank you observers for this. The Tristana, nicely ahead. Kai'Sa, a little bit behind, junglers as well. Pretty much dead even. The top laners, in fact, exactly dead even.
Why are we haymakering that? It's a pretty darn free trade, being able to walk up and lay down the hurt on a Volibear that really has nothing to worry about. Has ended up going, what's that, Frozen Heart? Am I thinking of that right?
You know what? Well, it's working toward Frozen Heart. That's what you mean.
There we go, yes.
That is not in itself a Frozen Heart.
Yes.
But it is working towards a Frozen Heart, yes.
Yeah, so having at least picked up this initial bit of armor, Seth's going to struggle to really do much into you. The minions will continue to BM in this bot side, and Sanctus, that hook. Oh, he gets it! Oh, he's too good! Exhaust does come down. The hop away from the stun, though, means that Convicted picks up another kill, and Demo is going to be unable to answer this back. No level 6 instead, just going to continue to feed kills into Convicted. 3-0 now on this Tristana, and looking unstoppable.
Thank you very much. Put me to shame. That was very good. And it pains me to say it, but that was very good.
I think it was the best play-up I call I've ever had.
Just making the noise of Earth. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. 2 kills. Here, take it. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. With 2 kills, I think what Rooted is meaning to say is that things are going pretty wild, and not just because Volibear is the size of an ant right now. It means that Convicted is starting to take off, and this was exactly the same thing that plagued Clark University in Game 1. Layden's still able to absorb the pressure, despite the fact that he's not able to put down any kill pressure onto Volibear. Giving you even more time. There's a big convergence up towards the top side, though. 4 people have shown up. Mount Union, they've only got 3, but they do have a lot of stall tactics underneath this tower. Parallel convergence does end up buying them time. Demo's going to back off, and in a position like this, I gotta say, I'm liking Mount Union because they committed less resources to a play that ultimately did nothing.
And my only question is, where was our invite? because we just saw 7 people out of possible 10 journey up to the top lane, and I'm getting FOMO because that would have been a really nice little interaction to find some kills with. Both of our supports have gone for mobility boots, which means, Steer, without being too strict or fundamental about it, they're full build. They've done they've done what they needed to.
You really took that all away.
Yeah,
Really
they're
not
good.
too strict or fundamental.
I mean, you were warned.
Yeah,
the
it's true.
disclaimer was there for this exact reason. Okay, now we get to talk about AP Kai'Sa, because this is an AP Kai'Sa build. Okay. And I get to do a little bit of braining potentially. The way you want to build this. Okay, so this tier, or not tier, the Sapphire Crystal, building into a Lost Chapter and a poke item as such, or a mythic item as such. You don't actually want to finish it straight away. You want to get the Lost Chapter, and if it is a Ludens, plus the Blasting Wand. But then before finishing it, you want to pick up an extra Amp Tome, because that gives you the W evolve for 400 gold.
Fight. Sanctus lays down the initial silence.
he's going
Convicted
in.
picks up the first kill, has the reset on the hop as well, gets
And he's
away
out.
with the jump and the Gale Force. He is just dodging everywhere. Pizza the Cat gonna go down as well. Convicted, maybe taken down by a nice
Outplayed.
flash from Zoom, but the play will cost him his life more than likely as a double kill goes over to Speedy, kill a ninja, and Demo is gonna fall as well. Kill not going over just yet. Somebody's got to go into the tower for that. Demo's going to get out alive, and he's the only one that lives to tell the tale.
Well, and on the top side as well, Poofa did find a solo kill up against the set that Frozen Heart, putting in overtime to collect a 1-for-0 on that top lane, which could well be the saving grace that Clark you need. Because they've had a really rough time of things down in that bot side. Yes, Demo does get away, and yes, Zoom picks up a kill in response. But overall, that's a play that is largely out in favour of Mountain University. They pick themselves up a few kills down in that bot lane and stifle the Draven's pushing and snowballing capabilities once again. It's Convicted this time. Really has been the star of this show for me. Going in with this Tristana, recognising outright what their capabilities are, finding push after push, play after play, and getting those kills in, out, resetting as well.
See if Convicted ends up deciding that he wants to fight around this dragon. Because if Convicted is there, the rest of the team will be. Speedy Killer Ninja shows up a little bit too late. Spice Rack does get tagged by the ultimate. No Zanya's here. He's going to end up going down. Now leaving Speedy Killer Ninja alone in a 1 versus 3. Does have the ultimate to reposition. However, Zoom being chased down at the moment. Speedy Killer Ninja ults to try and rejoin the team. Ends up being the one to take down Zoom in a 1 versus 2. And Demo's unable to catch back up to him. Mountain Union, by pushing everybody into their jungle, or rather by pulling them, continuing to collect kills, and Demo is going to be an unfortunate sacrifice for that.
Yeah, Convicted now 6-1-1. This Tristana fully unlocked and loaded for this game. Currently sat with a ton of gold in the bank as well. When they get to go back to base, it is going to be a scary, scary Tristana that is unleashed out onto the Rift. And credit to Zoom for trying to find the pick in the mid lane once again, slowing down the role of the Kai'Sa, who's going to be an absolute brutal force in the late stages. But for right now, it's currently this Tristana that needs to be shut down. There's a few picks, there's a few players that need to be on the Clark University radar, and at present, Convicted is top of the list.
It does scare me, though, that Convicted, for all that it's well and good that they're 6-1, feel like are still one good Fizzult away from going down. That's always the promise that Fizz does make. For should be fine. Got ultimate. He's actually going aggressive. We've got Piece of the Cat up on the way. We got a whole party once again that we've neglected to have been invited to. Clayton does continue the fight with Spice Rack now joining. Sanctus is going to be the first one to go down, however, and with no Convicted here, I'm genuinely uncertain who ends up winning this fight. Initial reset does go over to Demo, picks up the kill. Speedy and Kill a Ninja uses the ultimate to deny the reset off the second part of the ultimate, but I'm sure will go down eventually. What we've learned is that Mount Union, without Convicted, don't amount to much right now.
Plus 600 gold over
That's a
to
big Fizz.
Zoom. This is a juicy one. It is a fairly large fish coming through from the mid lane, and your queries regarding the... Wait. Large by name, large by nature. I don't know.
Yeah.
If it particularly fits, but hey, it adds credence and adds the likelihood, if one good fizzle hits onto Convicted, that you can be 6-1, you can be 1-6. You will most likely die to the fizz, which is always the concern. And my eyes then turn to Sanctus to say, what can you do as a Blitzcrank to peel this fizz away from your Tristana? Do you have any tools to do that, or is it just going to be a, well, good luck, buddy, you're on your own?
I think it feels a lot like that, and we'll see if they come up with any creative solutions. Right now, the creativity mostly being used instead to find picks on the bot side. Spectator client not even giving us the kill, recognizing that the real objective is going down up here. No chance for that Draven to survive. But this fight could go either way. Speedy Kill and Ninja gonna be able to take this Rift Herald down. We've got Poopifer on the way. Piece of the Cat ends up continuing with the initial leash, and now should be able to get the Rift Herald, maybe even push Speedy Kill and Ninja off of the blue buff. Ult's gonna come in a little bit early even. Blue's still not completed. Speedy Kill and Ninja has to smite for it, and Clark University find themselves a bit of tempo up top.
Better safe than sorry with that Echo ult. I'm quite happy to see it be expended just then. You don't want to get fully comboed out. Zoom's ulti goes wide, and now a bit of a reprieve here, and potentially Sanctus goes in.
Gotta find the hook on Pizza the Cat. He went for it, but Pizza the Cat didn't dodge. So.
Or did he dodge?
Oh, did you? Yeah. There we go. Mind games on mind games on mind games. Mount Union, though, pretty done with that. We're going to try and push here. Pizza the Cat on a very nice flank is spotted out. Sanctus's hook goes wide, so it is just waves traded back and forth. With Poopifer continuing the promise that he will win in the side lane, I have to say, Clark University, don't look bad if they continue.
There is still that side lane element, which this time doesn't go away as your tank gets more items. Now, they have to try and face check this Riven. Drake is up in 20 seconds. They've got Draven.
All right, well, Draven just won't be a part of this game anymore. Convicted, however, does have a, oh my lord, Gale Force to get away from both the Fizz and the Pike. Convicted is alive, and now the team fight continues with Layden laying down the herd, picking up the knocks, and an amazing hook to continue the kill onto Pizza the Cat. Leaves Mount Union as the clear victors in this dragon fight.
What a team fight from Mount U. They've forced the Stormbringer as well on the back end. It's going to be the Drake going over. Poopifer running for the hills here. Flash available, gets away. Can Sanctus still find it? Actually, is he out of mana for this? He might be.
I think they just killed this guy. Spice Rack going to be able to get away. Draven ult not doing nearly enough damage to claim a kill. And we keep getting that cash money sound go off.
Cash money. That's what is in the back pockets of Mount U right now.
What is happening right now?
They're all little golems. they're all little junglers. You never seen a Red Buff walk out of base?
I have not.
Oh, well.
That is wild. There's some serious April
Fools
tomfoolery going down. Yeah, exactly.
You know, I've been okay with it so far. Other than the Scuttle Crab, there's been nothing that's actually particularly game-breaking.
Yeah, that's
Scuttle Crab's being worth 300 gold is not okay. It shouldn't be in the game. The rest of it's been fun.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the large fish. Now we have a small fish. Look at the fish. So cute.
He's so tiny.
Oh my god, he's so cute. Oh
he made it.
My god.
Well done.
He's just like cheering on this little baby.
Go! I remember my first wall hop.
Oh, wow.
Okay, dear, we have Berserker Boots. Spice Right. I'm going to veto him and tell him bad. You're playing AP Kaiser and you're not going for a Nash's Tooth? Don't build the Berserker Boots, just go for Sorcerer's Shoes, okay? This is my notes to you. That without Nash's Tooth, you're not hitting your attacks. Oh, it's back. Okay. I'm ignoring it. I'm ignoring the crowd through personal hatred.
I want to see it die. Oh my god.
Observers now. Stop.
It's bigger than set. It's so terrifying. Definitely a reasonable amount of gold going into the pockets of Speedy Kill and Ninja. Sanctus looking to put a little bit more in there. Forces the flash out of Shakespeare. And uses his own to do it, I will say. So, yeah. Flash for flash.
That's a trade that you'll take every day as the support. That's one of those that you do at level 1 and you're like, aha! Where?
Yeah.
Oh, is there a skirmish? No, okay. Cheeky ult, couple cooldowns going awry, but no kills thus far just yet. So, for now, we've reached this mid-game point where there's a decided lead over to Mount Union, so there's no two ways about it. Now they're trying to collapse onto what is arguably one of the strongest points of the Clark U squad, but with very little response, this is just going to be a quick.
Yeah, this is tough. Convicted.
Ugh.
I have got to say,
a lot of damage.
it takes confidence to Gale Force aggressively when a Volibear is ulting at you, but it ends up working out. Convicted doesn't die. Demo almost does. Hit him with the W. Hit him with the W. There we go. Nicely done. Spice Rack. Absolutely gapping in the mid support match.
Yeah. This nice little 1v2 that he's down on this bot side, coming away with an extra kill. Now, the attack speed had value there. Oh, there's a Baron and a kill.
And here I was thinking that Fizzle was going to be the thing that we were looking out for. That is definitely a game changer, and one that changes this for the better for Mount Union, even more so than it did last game, because last game they went from like a 2,000 gold lead to a 3,000 gold lead with the Baron. Now it's just ridiculous. Now it's going to start. It's going to continue to be cyberbullying.
Yes, correct. Okay, I'm judging Kai'Sa build again. Do we have an amp tome? We do. Perfect. Okay, we have W evolved. We're in a good position as this Kai'Sa right now. Now is when we play what I like to call non-interactive League of Legends. We sit back at 2,000 units, we press W, and then we press W, and then we press W again, and the enemy team is already dead.
Before we do I'm going to hold the point just to watch the attack go down. Yeah. Before we do that, I wanted to know, you want to talk to me a little bit about this Volibear build?
Not especially.
Okay.
Okay, so Volibear has very good. Oh, I said not very good AP scalings. He'd be an AP champion if he did. It's deceptively good AP scalings for attack, and it means that you can get away with things like Riftmaker, particularly when you have second W, which gives you a lot of healing regardless, and then with Riftmaker on top of that, you get even more. Yeah. Now imagine if they had Sork shoes. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh.
Anyway.
Yeah, continue.
Now, these two daggers, you may query, what are they going into? It's in the Shore's Tooth.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it is.
Big time. Big time.
Very excited.
Unless it's a Blade of the Ruin King, in which case I'm reporting Poofa for after the game.
Yeah.
But it's Nash's Tooth. I hope.
I feel like topside has been pretty suspiciously quiet. Lated and Poofa, while they have shown up for the team fight, have not been killing each other nearly as much as they were last game. I guess that's because mostly killing. Yeah, it's been going on across the rest of the map, right?
Yeah. And it's a little bit odd since they're playing two champions now that are a little bit more adept at killing one another. But that's irrelevant because they got a kill in the bot lane. They took down who was the biggest threat on Clark U. Oh, and they've got an inhib and an extra kill.
Could win the game.
It would look like that's a very strong possibility. Here comes Blue Buff to defend the base.
Yeah. Might go for this. Does have the ultimate, but has to do it before the next tower goes down. Pizza the Cat goes aggressive, a little bit disjointed for Clark University, and now they're getting chased into their base. The Wolves not going to be able to do too much. Zoom would need to connect to be perfect with his ultimate. And he doesn't have ultimate. Instead, though, everybody jumps right on top of Sanctus, doesn't take him down. Convicted finally gets shut down, but with the base an auto away from going out, Mount Union pick up their second win. Send Clark University packing on a 2-0.
Nice 2-0 for them. Really well played once again. We saw a nice strong early game come out from Clark, but not quite able to snowball that and continue that through the remainder of the game. And Clark University, hey, nicely done. Just a little continue. We will deal with the game and pick themselves up another win. 2-0 on the day was maybe not the result I was expecting, but nevertheless, the one that comes out on to be the case.
I thought we were going to go 2-1 for sure. Clark University showed that they had grit, but Mount Union clearly got their refreshment in, and what was really refreshing to see was Convicted doing insane things. The rest of this roster also crazy, and I think they've done a really good job of being able to gel around a win condition, right? They all know exactly where their bread is buttered, especially Sanctus, who was able to... That's a saying. It's a saying.
No, it's not. Not
it
over here.
is.
It isn't.
All
They
right,
all know
well.
where their bread is buttered. Surely
it's where
it's
their bread's
on the
buttered.
bread. Hello.
Yeah. Well, the point.
I'm
the
so-
point being,
My bad. Let me butter the crust. No. Hello.
I'll explain it after. The point is, Convicted is really good at the game, and that was a pleasure to watch. Do you agree, Rudy? Do you have things to add?
I did, and also we know where his peanut is spread, and we know where the jam has been rolled, and the polies. Really good food metaphors for Convicted.
All right. Well, what I'm really coming away from this with is that.
Oh,
No, I got
one. I got one.
You got another one. What is it?
He doesn't have egg on his face.
It's true. He doesn't. We're just getting a whole breakfast meal up here for Mountain Union. It seems like the day's only getting better and better for them. So while we go make sure that they are catered to, and while they get their bread buttered, their jam
Roly-poly.
rolled, and I don't know, I assume they're getting an omelet off of this. We're also going to toss into a very short break before the next series of games where the League of Legends action will continue here on the NECC.
Message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic,
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. In the end, I want real love, real highs. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me.
I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, and just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out to love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting numb, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. too. Friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm, oh, I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss Boozeless cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss Boozeless cigarettes
feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher.
with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits and all the drive that I have. Well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread. Well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, I made our mistakes.
Hello and welcome to the NECC. I'm here alongside DJ for this one, Rome DMV here talking. This is going to be a great cast that we got for you all. How you feeling today, DJ?
I'm pretty excited. It's another start to a fun weekend in the NECC. Already had a series on our hands and now got, I believe, 3 more for you on the day, Rome. So excited to see what we've got coming out from these two squads. Very similar in name, not so similar, I believe, well, they're kind of close in record. 1-3-2 in MCU Esports, Marymount, California, and 2-2 right now for MACU, Mid America Christian University.
Okay, well, hey, listen, I mean, hearing those records, coming in, I'm expecting a pretty even matchup. But, I mean, overall, if we're looking at the individual ranks, I might be giving the overall edge to this MACU University. But, hey, MCU, they're going to be coming in looking to, make some waves happen. It's still early on. You got to do what you can, in the situations that you're in with the current record that you have. And, you just got to build off the losses that you've previously gotten and, just try to look for greener pastures.
Yeah, and unfortunately for MCU, as you mentioned, they are coming off of a loss, Rome, an 0-2-1 to UBC Amber, so they will be needing to bounce back. It's been kind of hit or miss here for this 3-2 record. It hasn't been, one streak or another. It has been very much win-loss for the squad. On the other side, and MACU is just kind of glad they can get a game in. It's been 2 straight weeks of rescheduled, which is why we do have this slight difference in record here in week 5. So they're just happy to finally be playing some League of Legends and showing what they can do on this very new patch now, Rome.
Yeah, exactly. New patch, and it is April Fool's Day. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just tuning in with us, there are a lot of tweaks going down on the Rift itself. I'm not going to be getting into all of them. I'm just going to be letting you guys enjoy all of the very interesting things that League of Legends forgot to take out of custom lobbies.
Yeah, I haven't been really watching Rome, so I still don't really believe that these are all going to happen, but I can run down the list here of effects that we're going to see. So I'll go as quick as possible. We got 8 major ones here. Champion kills will lead to an increase in champion size, and you'll inherit their size. Honey fruits will decrease your size. Respawning or backing results in transforming into a random creature for 3 seconds or until an ability is cast, so that's just kind of for you, I guess. Getting an ace or a minion being last in her tower will cause the minions to emote. Performing an emote will spawn a small rift creature that can be seen by both teams. So don't do that if you're a collie, because that will actually show them where you are. Scuttles will occasionally spawn with 3x health and an increase in size. So Blabber's worst nightmare will actually come true, Rome. Minions will emote at you, and players randomly will be swarmed by Poros.
Wait, randomly swarmed by Poros? Nah, that's okay.
That actually sounds awful.
How
dude.
strong are the
awesome.
Poros?
That sounds awesome.
Exactly.
No, they're so fluffy, dude. It's like getting attacked by plushies.
Listen, triple the health when it comes to those scuttles. That sounds absolutely abysmal. I know that I like playing a Mumu jungle. Scuttles already take long enough to get takedown. Now they're going to be even longer. I don't even know. Like, that is going to be rough. But looking at this draft, let's hop into it. So, I mean, we got the side of Mac U. I mean, the bands, they're there, but let's talk about the picks so far. All right. We've got Aurelia, Diana, and Yaz coming in. And then on the side of MCU, we're going to have Zach, Kane, and Trist. Now, what are your thoughts about Kane and Zach? Who is going to be taking that jungle spot, in your opinion?
Well, this is actually in order what we see on our screen here. This is client draft. So we are going to be seeing that Zach in the top lane room. We are going to see that Kane going into the jungle. And the reason we're a little confused is because in the actual draft order, Kane was taken in the 3rd slot in phase 1. And Zach is actually the R5 counter pick into a pick that is already on your screen here for a Special Z in this Aurelia, which was the B5 pick. So that's the answer to Aurelia. And I have to say, it's quite an interesting one from Keels for Fun, because that is a pick, as we know from the jungle clear, that is very easy to punish early on when it is not very healthy, when it does require a little bit of time for those W and passive procs to start healing enough. And Special Z is going to have the run of this lane in the early going, which will help this side of Mac U get to the critical moment, Rome. And of course, the critical moment for any comp featuring a Yasuo Diana is level 6.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that it's even more scary once that bot lane, gets to that level 6 as well. Leona, she gets those Moby boots if she wishes, and she starts flying around using her ult, ganking everybody in the world. I mean, honestly, those ganks coming in from the supports can be massive. We just got to wait and see exactly how effective this Leona is going to be. I mean, I love the Sivir pick into this composition right here. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, mid lane Tristana, okay, but a bot lane coming out, I don't know. Seraphine, Sona bot lane. Oof, against a Sivir Leona, you're going to have to prove it to me. I don't know. I like this Mac U draft a lot more than MCU. So I know there is the Zach pick that's a counter pick. Do you think that's going to pay off?
I don't know. It's really going to be decided by the first 5 levels, Rome, right? If this Zach pick gets to 1 item and gets a Sunfire Aegis and gets some armor in its back pocket, it's going to be way more useful than Aurelia later on in this game for setting up team fights, particularly when probably going to be going Shadow Assassin Kane, I would imagine, in this composition. Not really a lot of tanks to heal off of on the side of Mac U. And so you will be the kind of frontline and engage for follow-up. And you can be the disruptor of this combination from Mac U. So I do think that Zach pick's very important, which means it's going to need some attention in the early game. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to happen when you have Kane in the jungle, right? And that is why I think this Tristana is in mid lane for Karamatsu. It is looking for early pressure and potentially kills on Yasuo when he does have a range disadvantage. That can give you 1 lane of prio when you're going to lose the top lane of prio. Unfortunately, I'm a little sussy on the Tristana Yasuo matchup because I think it's very good in the first 3 levels. But once the wind wall is on, you actually have a really hard time as Tristana trading into this particular level 6 because you want to get up close and personal with your W, which is exactly where Yasuo wants you. Yes, the E will go through the wind wall, but your autos will not follow it. So you won't actually get the burst combo unless you follow up on that, meaning you're going to have to go into Yasuo's zone where he wants you to be. And I do think that's a little bit scary for a composition that really is going to rely, their win condition will be shutting down this Yasuo Diana combo, because otherwise, you look at these champions, how squishy they are, like you mentioned, the kind of champions they are, Sona Seraphine, you can just force onto these champions with Yasuo Diana. That is what the combo does. And so they need to be stifled in this game for MCU to succeed.
Big time. And I mean, looking at the bot lane, it's going to be a whole lot of poke coming out. I mean, this Sivir is going to be able to have a grand old time. I mean, if those Qs are landing, I mean, it's going to be very hard for this bot lane to farm on the side of MCU. But hey, listen, prove me wrong, make something happen, make some magic happen out on the Rift. That's all we can really expect. I mean, you talked about it, though, the mid lane matchup, Yaz versus Trist. I mean, this one can get out of hand quickly. I think we know that. As you stated, that Yaz, if it all depends on how confident the Yasuo is, because there's some Yaz that are level 1 and they're like, you know what, I'm all inning right now. And it's like, come on, man. It's like, are you really about that life right now? But just wait till you're level 3, wait till you get that win. Wait till you're good to go, and then get these trades out on this Trist. And honestly, this Trist might be having a very, very long day. We just got to wait and find out.
Yeah, it's going to get quite snowball as we actually see the matchup on your screen. You do see the press the attack coming out. That's a classic for the mid lane Tristana. If you do want to kind of, again, press the attack, usually we do see a hail of blades, but that can get interrupted by wind wall. I think as we've kind of both highlighted, Rome, it's a very snowbally matchup. If you do get ahead on the Trist, right, then even if you jump on Yas and he gets the combo off on you, you can kind of just burst him through it, right? Is kind of what happens. But again, if you are not ahead, if you're at even footing and you jump in and you get knocked up, you will die. You will just die. So it is a tricky one to play out. Again, I think it's much more important. The early laning phase is going to be critical, which is often not something we say here kind of in this kind of middle elo. A lot of players here in platinum, some in gold, couple in diamond. Usually you see a little more late game scaling, some team fighting. That's really only the case for MCU. MACU much more wants these small skirmishes. They want to use this combo in the mid jungle to absolutely annihilate people. And there are a lot of snowbally matchups, particularly on the top side of this rift. So I expect quite a bit of blood and a lot of action in the early game. And if there is no action, Rome, I think it very much favors MCU.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to be right about that. I mean, MCU are going to want to scale, not let this one get out of hand whatsoever. So, I mean, I'm going to be looking at the kill feed as you stated. I mean, if 10, 15 minutes roll by and there's already, 12 kills on the map, it's probably not going to be going in favor of MCU. So, I mean, as you stated, will this MACU squad be able to get out to an early lead? I like the Dark Harvest coming out on the Sivir. Personally, I feel like Dark Harvest is just absolutely, it's my favorite. Out of every single one, Dark Harvest got to be my favorite.
You're one of those, huh, Rob? Okay.
Listen, I'm a Teemo main. I hate to say it, but 1.25 million mastery on it. It is what it is. I love Dark Harvest. Sue me. It is what it is. So
you are really one of the, you are outing yourself right now. I mean, chat, I can't see chat right now, but they have got to be absolutely up in arms, Rome. What listen, you are setting a big target on your back right now.
Listen, we're not going to talk about the 2 million Kog'Maw mastery points that I have. Okay, that's another day.
Acceptable. That's a sunken hole at this point, unfortunately, as a force of nature exists. But hey, that would have been a fun champion for at least 4 seasons.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much when he had that 5.0 attack speed, that was when I got the 2 million mastery on him. Ever since then, I haven't really used Kog'Maw. It's been quite a few years, but hey, listen, either way, this matchup right here is going to be absolutely insane. Hoping that this Sivir is going to be able to really stack a lot of those Dark Harvests up early on. You want to try to have at least one stack every 2 minutes that goes by or so. So, if you have anything less than that, I would say it probably isn't worth going Dark Harvest at the end of the day. But, if you're able to keep these enemies low in your lane, get one proc off every 2 minutes or so, you're gonna be sitting pretty for the late game. Because, I mean, a Sivir late game with Dark Harvest is hitting hard if she's in there with 25, 26 plus stacks on that Dark Harvest.
Yeah, certainly agree. And if we do see the Dark Harvest, I think that means we can expect to see lethality Sivir. We'll see if that does occur, if they are just going to go kind of that late game insurance policy. Again, we mentioned MACU. They want to skirmish. They don't have much of a late game. So I actually do think that going lethality makes a lot more sense. Like, you're not going to get to like a 5-item like Sivir, team front to back win condition with this composition. So it makes much more sense to go lethality, pile on over the top damage for your already very easy to execute mid jungle combination. Makes a lot of sense to me. Think the Dark Harvest stacks will maybe be a little tricky with the amount of sustain in this bottom lane, but I still think it's the right rune to go when you are playing lethality regardless. And of course, however many stacks you have, that's just extra damage on top of your combination. I think it's a good combination. It's a good decision here from Adatarat.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, I'm looking at this squad, and I mean, overall, things are looking great.
Oh, it's Ada Tater Tot. My bad.
Ada Tater Tot. Shout out to Ada Tater Tot. That is a great name.
I see what we're doing here. I tried to do it quickly, and I was like, this is clearly a pun of something, and I couldn't get it fast enough.
Oh, man, it's all good. Player names is one thing that I think even the players understand that, sometimes they're a little bit wonky, and we just got to, make the most of what we see. Simple as that. All we can read is what's in front of us at the end of the day. So, mistakes do happen. It's all good, man. But listen, either way, we're going to be hopping into this game right here, right now. Doesn't look like there is going to be any trickery coming out to start things off. It is going to be a pretty neutral start overall. We are going to see Walmart and the specials be lurking a little bit for a deep ward.
See, that ward does go on the Raptors. Kane does often like to start Raptors solo. His reaping. That ward, so a little bit of an idea of where that pathing is going. And on the other side, you can see a similar ward placed on that Raptor camp. Will spot Johan. So they will both know that they are pathing towards opposite sides of the map. This makes a lot of sense to me for Johan. Again, Special Z is the lane that I think has the most priority, has the most power for them in these early levels. So you do want to be pathing up that way. Make sure you can freely be aggro in this lane.
We just got to wait and see, really. I mean, the pathing is definitely going to be very interesting for sure for both of these junglers. Looks like they are going to be taking the same path. So who knows exactly what route is going to be taken? Are we going to be seeing a mid gank from this Diana onto this Trist pretty soon? We just got to wait and find out because, I mean, you stated it. I think there are going to be some early gank opportunities. And I think these junglers are both going to be very, very hungry to find them.
Junglers could be looking. You see the pings coming down. Both of them do have a little bit of a conditional part of their engage, right? Of course, Diana without the Moonfall doesn't have quite as much stickiness as she does at level 6. And, you know, Kayn is, I hate to say it, but half a champion before he gets to that transform mark roam. So I do think that if anyone's going to look to be active, it will be Origins a little bit more. Johan going to want to shadow the top lane. Johan's, of course, wants to be active to get those scepters, get those orbs as quickly as possible. And I notice he has gone Conqueror, so he's not going that first strike technical on here. Top lane.
And a Specials is going to be going in with the flash, but guess what? The passive from the Zac. You can't forget about that one. It's very easy to forget about early on. And Aurelia, Special is going to be paying the price heavily now with no Summon.
Yeah, and that is just absolutely massive. And I think a little bit of a miscalculation from a Special Z roam because this is a teleport ignite Zac. Kind of clever from Keels for fun. Knowing he has that passive means he doesn't lose anything, right? He just loses his passiveness. He still has TP advantage, especially as he flashed ignited, didn't get anything for their summoner spells, and now is the vulnerable member in a top lane that she should be winning for Macu.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing is I feel like that was like a simple mistake. I feel like a lot of times, you know, you just don't account for things like that. And I mean, burn the ignite, burned everything. It's just not going to be worth it. I mean, now hard shoving, the Zac's going to be getting ahead. Already ahead in levels. Zac hasn't even TP'd back to lane yet. And now you're going to be getting Origins. Going to be getting this gank on his Specials. And I mean,
no mana on Keels.
Yeah, Keels is doing a great job keeping his Specials here. And there it is. The Specials went in at the wrong time, buddy. Keels going to be making you pay for this one with the help of Origins. And going into the turret aggro isn't going to be helping you out either. That's going to be 0-2 starting for this squad, and that is absolutely detrimental. MCU off to a great start.
Yeah, that is absolutely devastating. I mean, look at the buy here from his Specials. 2 daggers as he has to haul it back to lane. No TP for him whatsoever. I mean,
Yikes.
Didn't even have it on the first one, right? And just gets ganked again. You can see already a CS lead for Zac. That's not something you would expect. He is 600-ish gold up. And we talked about, right, there's going to be a break point at which the armor that the Zac builds up is just going to be way too much with the CC he provides for a special. Well, that's very much accelerated now, Rome.
Oh my goodness. Already has the Sunfire cape along with another cloth armor. And now you got the Yaz level 5 chunking the Tristan mid. Uh-oh, this is a bad situation. Tristan's, oh my goodness, going for the flash. What a play by Walmart. Almost tried to make it happen, but did force the flash out of the Trist. Either way, I mean, Trist did have her exhaust. So I don't know if she just decided not to use it or decided to save it for a later date. But I mean, I definitely think that could have been a situation where Trist maybe would have been able to win that with that exhaust.
Yeah, could have been. I'm not exactly sure what the calculus was, but clearly Karmatsu Girl not quite feeling like she could take that trade. Had to jump out. Did survive, of course, and was flash for flash, so it's not the worst thing to lose. You're already 10 CS up when you do come back to lane, but this is pretty fine for Walmart, right? You do drop your summoner spells, but again, this was a range versus melee matchup. You are pretty close in CS, all things considered, although this extra wave will be lost at the end of things. And you've now made it to level 6, so the weakest part of your game is now gone. You now have a gap closer onto this Tristana, and Kawamatsu Girl going to have to respect your engage a whole heck of a lot more for the rest of the game.
Oh, yeah, precisely. And I mean, this Zac, we talked about it, going to be having a jolly old time up top. Going to be getting a bunch of CS right now, and should be having a little bit of a lead after this gigantic wave does crash, and it looks like going to be dead even pretty much, 43 apiece. Just about. And yeah, right now, overall, drag is going to be up. I don't think anyone's going to be taking that anytime soon.
Yeah, if it was going to be anyone right now, it would be MacU, as they just saw MCU on a base timer for their bottom lane roam. But Doesn't look like that's going to be the focus of Johan. And I can't blame him. He's level 5. He's a little bit behind Origins in terms of CS. He needs to get to that level 6 mark. We highlighted this in draft, how important it is for MacU. As soon as that button ticks over, all of a sudden this composition has so much more power in its back pocket. And then they can start to look for something like a Dragon, like a Rift Herald that's coming up in 45 seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, if I'm this Zach, honestly, I might as well just be looking to fight. I mean, if I see 2 daggers on the side of this Aurelia, and I already got a Sunfire cape and a cloth, I mean, hey, listen, I'm going to be testing this Aurelia out, seeing exactly what she's made of, but...
You seem to be predicting something.
Yeah, maybe as this Kayn and Origins is going to be coming up. I mean, a Specials is 6, though. Might be able to get out. No, doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It's going to be an easy wipe. They don't have the Rift yet. But, I mean, this is still going to be good damage on this top tower. Going to get at least a couple of plates. Ooh, and now this Yaz thinking about going in. I mean, okay, that's a situation. Like, I feel like if Yaz went in there, they connect with the Diana as well, that's a kill. I'm not going to lie. I feel like they would have got that one.
Possibly, except for maybe one thing, Rome, and this is actually a little bit ironic. I think it's because Karamatsu Girl actually still has the exhaust. So if you do go in there, you're actually not going to do a whole lot of damage on the back end of that play. You will be under turret with the bomb still on your head, so would have been a little bit risky for that still being there.
They got 3 plates up top. Oh my goodness, what is he gonna get? Is he gonna get a full Thorn? Or is he gonna get, or not Thorn?
They should also get Rift Herald too, especially after they see this play, if they want to take it, because this dive could come through. Wave needs to be cleared though.
Yeah, you got to clear it, and on a cannon wave, I mean, this could be big. A lot of time being burned. You got to make this one count. The Seraphine and the Sona gonna be full HP and with a heal, both having flash under tower. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like this if I'm the side. I mean, if I'm MCU right now,
There they go.
I actually feel pretty comfortable. Let's see, as the Leona ult is going to be going out. That's going to be a lot of damage coming out. My goodness, everybody getting locked up. The flash is going to be coming out. Heal at the back end, and that's going to be a perfect dive executed. Absolutely amazing stuff as MCU have now fallen very, very quickly.
And this is exactly what we talked about with this combination, just how easy it is, right? You dash in, a little bit of CC just guarantees the 2-man knockup, and they get a ton off of this, right? Even though they spent so much time, they should take the Dragon, although they're not going to. So it will just be those 2 kills and the gold lost. And
I love these
Origins
fights
here.
The halfway
Wait, no way.
The halfway.
Wait, Specials,
Specials
you
gonna
have to
heal
see
up.
this.
Yeah, it's gonna heal up and then go in. Okay. Got to hit the smite. That's all you got to do. Just hit the smite and you're good. Boom. The smite has went over, but it is going to be heading over to Kayn and MCU. And now the fight's going to be coming out. That's going to be Origins on a killing spree. Now Yaz going to be trying to do more damage to this Triss before she hops over, but she is going to be getting out clean and free. Looks like this Diana, though, going to be hunting and might be able to come across a wild Tristana, and that's going to be a kill coming in. She's going to be dropping down 3-4 now, still in the favor of MCU.
Okay, so fortunately for MCU, at the end of all of this, they do get the Rift Herald, which I thought was the bare minimum they needed to take for this play to be evened out from the bot side dive. I was a little disappointed that Keels teleported into that bottom lane a little bit late, using a TP advantage he already had just to clean up a wave when they could have used it for Rift, but they do get the Rift anyway, so they can use this in the top turret if they want to take it down. They can use it in mid if they want to get extra plates, and try to put that gold lead they already have further over the top and continue to work towards the scaling that we highlighted in the draft, Rome.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you stated it. MCU doing a great job right now of have this game pretty much right where they want. I mean, if anyone's going to be having the kills on this team, you're going to want it to be the Kayn or the Triss. So the fact that the Kayn already going to be sitting at 3-0, I mean, that's going to be great for this MCU squad. Now, looks like they are going to be setting up to take this Dragon. And, I mean, with Diana all the way over by blue buff, okay. So they said no last second. Do you see a reasoning for that?
I'm not actually sure. Hold on though, Keels.
Gonna be getting up top. Yeah, Keel's gonna be getting out. Now is this passive gonna keep him long enough? I mean, Triss gonna be hopping over. Special's gonna be dropping. But guess what? That is gonna be Yaz right there. Zach did get on up. It is gonna get taken out by Walmart. Triss is gonna get out nice and safely. So, I mean, now it's gonna be some plates that should be going toward this side of MacU. But at least the Dragon finally is gonna be going over to MCU.
Yeah, we'll go over it. I gotta say, I am a little worried right now for Macu. I hope they have to know that this Kayn is on the Drake, because if they don't, he's coming straight bot lane, and it looks like they are gonna back off a little bit and try to get themselves to a safe place.
I mean, Kayn doing a great job of farming right now. Bunch of CS for 25. Ooh, and a great Rift Herald position going to be coming out, as I don't think this is going to be enough to take the turret, but still going to be enough to get a whole lot of damage on it. And yeah, not going to be enough, but there's going to be some great gold. It is going to be going over to Karamatsu and this Tristana.
That is gold needed. As you can see, there was actually a pretty good gold deficit for Walmart at the moment, just thanks to those 2 kills he got in the bottom lane dive. Karamatsu needs a waiver, so you can see here about 600 or so, but we look across the rest of the map, right? And the big thing of note is, okay, ultimate's coming down.
And that is going to be a big Leona ult going to be coming out.
Oh, you're dead.
He's going to be flashing out, but yeah, that ignite is going to be enough. And oh, Pony Boy. Yeah, definitely going to be falling. His Origin's going to get out. Should be able to. Nope. And that is going to be a big shutdown. Going to the Leona, so, I mean, hey, if you're going to give a shutdown to anyone, that's the perfect person to give it to.
Yep, absolutely is. So it's a bit of a sad. You can see Johan wanted that one as he used the rocket belt to try to pick it up. Unfortunately, does not quite get it. And we were just mentioning the gold differences as well. And Johan, he's going in.
Oh, yeah, big time. And it's going to be Pingo having to use that flash to get out. And, I mean, honestly, I'm really surprised that this bot lane in this Sona and this Seraphine are farming this well. I mean, 25 CS lead. I did not see that coming. First tower is going to be heading over toward this MCU roster. I mean, they're looking good right at that 14-minute mark. And overall, the squad not looking that bad.
No, things looking very good for MCU at the moment. They're about 1.5K gold up. Again, I think their scaling is very much in their favor. They did actually go red Kayn here for Origins. A little surprising to me. I think most of these members are pretty frail in the face of Assassin Kayn, but either way, having the transformation at this point, 14 minutes in, going to be feeling very, very good. He's already got an Eclipse to his name as well, so he is at a pretty powerful point. And we mentioned, of course, the scaling of this bottom lane that we highlighted kind of in draft and even in game has done very well for themselves, and they are a big scaling point because of the aura, because of the healing and shielding that will come out. It's very, very hard to deal with, and there aren't that many members on this side of Macu that really deal with it that well. They really kind of only have Ada Tater Tot here to build something like a Serpent's Fang to help cut that shield.
Exactly. His specials going to be in some trouble right now. Is Kayn going to be doing Kayn things, taking out one. Trist going to be coming in for the cleanup. Now a 9-5 kill advantage going to be coming in. And I mean, this Kayn bounty back on to his head, 300 gold. I mean, MCU are impressing me today.
Yeah, and I think we really start to see it now, right? Even with the only the Eclipse, not even a Gorge Rinker, already doing that much healing, that much damage for Origins. He's 6-1-1. This looks like a runaway Kayn game to me, particularly with all the utility that will come out of your bot lane later on in this one roam. So a lot of work to be done by Macu. They're going to need to find a couple of big picks around objectives, but unfortunately for them, they don't even have a dragon to their name, so they can't work towards scaling. They can't really work towards, like Rift Herald really, and oh boy, Ada Tater Tot, I think is gone.
Wow, and that is a lot of damage coming out, and that's going to be enough to lock down Ada Tater Tot. Unfortunate yet again, and now Pony Boy. I mean, I don't know, this Leona might not be long for this world, as it is going to be Kayn coming in, looking for the cleanup yet again, and now Origins is having a ball really anywhere on the map. This is ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, this is really starting to fall apart. They're going to try and defend this turret.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's going to be the best case scenario, as this turret is finally going to go down, and that means you got to win an outright 2v3, and that is going to be much easier said than done. That is going to be 1 dropping, 2 dropping like flies, and this fight up top is going to be massive. At the end of the day, it is going to be won by the Zac, who was very, very small. I have no idea. Okay, is this the April Fool's effect, I'm guessing?
He might have ate what were we talking about? What's the small
The
fruit?
the fruit.
Yeah. That might have been what it was.
Ah. Don't eat the melons. Become the size of a melon. Simple as that.
Simple as that, and simple as this for the Tristana to take turrets. Roma, this is falling apart now for MacU. We talked about the fact that they wanted this early game skirmishing. They wanted to be establishing leads and looking for picks. Well, really hard to do that when the map is falling apart around you. They now 4 turrets down. They are at a significant gold deficit at 6.5k against an outfit that should outscale them in most positions on the map, and it is really looking like an MCU victory here in game 1, barring some incredible combos from this mid-jungle duo. I mean, it would take 4 or 5 man combinations to knock this side down through the healing, the shielding, and the gold lead that they have.
Now, right now, I mean, this Kane definitely going to be testing his limits as this team fight is going to be coming in. TP is going to be coming in from the Zac as well, but Origins is going to be able to find the Diana. Big wind wall going to be coming out, and that's going to be a Yaz doing Yaz things, but ladies and gentlemen, Yaz can only do so much, as that was a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, MCU going to be cleaning this one up pretty handily, because guess who wasn't there? The Specials.
Yeah, Specials pushing in the top lane. I actually am kind of fine with this. You don't have TP. Yes, I know you could group with your team, but I'll be honest with you, Rome, at this point, I don't think 5v5 team fights are really what MacU should be looking for. I don't think they win them. I don't think they've won them for quite some time with how fed Origins is and how strong the rest of the side is getting. I mean, 5-1-5 now is Eugene on this Seraphine. I mean, try thinking about cutting through that healing and shielding with really nothing at the moment, right? There's no one that has any heal cut on the side of MacU. There's no one that has Serpent's Fang, so you're not really going to cut through these members. Your burst combination is largely going to get shut down. So I think looking for an open side lane, trying to give yourself an avenue into this game is exactly what MacU should be doing. Because again, anything 4v4 or greater to 5v5, you are just not going to be winning it, bar a miracle.
Listen, if my top laner is 0-7 on Aurelia at 19 minutes, listen, you're not splitting nothing. You're coming to help us fight. You're gonna be taking some of this damage in front of us so we can try to do something. I don't know.
I'll tell you that Aurelia's taken about 3 shots worth of damage. That's like a level 10 character. That's like a level 10 character in Elder Ring. You're getting one shot by every single boss.
And building Bork when really you're only going to be doing work against one character with that Bork. I mean, maybe the Kayn as well. But I mean, Kayn right now just going straight damage. So it's gonna be rough, very rough with the build that's coming out of this MacU roster. And I mean, I don't know, maybe MacU just got counterpicked with the Zac and things just went downhill from there. Who really knows?
Yeah, I mean, I do think the level 1 really did hurt MacU a little bit, not getting that lane ahead early on. But I look a little bit elsewhere, kind of at just the laning strength in general from the side. We talked about the kind of the scaling that would come through, particularly from these supportive champions in the bottom lane. And they laned so well into the double range, into the range melee combination. They were so far ahead in CS. And when you see a double kind of support bot lane like that, as we can see some of these effects here, here's some of those poros that we were talking about. When you have a lane like that get ahead, it is always so scary until you get Serpent's Fang, which you never want to build until your 3rd item roam, because you just can't kill anyone, right? When you have like a Fed Sirach or anything in your game, everyone's got an extra half a health bar, and your burst is just useless.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, looks like this Leona trying to set up for a little bit of a cheeky play, and I mean, at this point, that might be what you need to get back into this one. We got a minute 45 before this dragon is going to be coming up, and that could potentially be putting this MCU roster onto Soul Point if they're able to acquire it, which would be massive. Even though it's just an air, you know, I mean, just a Cloud Soul, that's fine. You know, that's fine. Still, I'll take a Soul.
Soul would be a nice prize. It is a little sad that it is Cloud Soul. If I'm thinking about who rolls pretty well with this one, probably Origins is the biggest winner coming out. Not too bad for Keels, but certainly not the Soul they would have hoped for. Fortunately for them, I don't think they really need it, Rome. I really don't. I think the big prize for them would be this Baron. They have already done so much work on the turrets across the map, and Baron would just be the golden ticket into getting in the enemy base and using the gold lead to kind of make up for that lack of soul if you don't get it.
Oh, yeah. Now Origin's going to be coming in, trying to make the play happen. The big Leona ult is going to be coming out, but that's not going to be able to do much as Leona is going to be dropping. That's going to be a double kill coming out as Aurelia drops as well. And now finally Origins is going to get taken out. Potato Tot coming up big. And I mean, now this Zac going to be dropping as well. So 2-for-2 situation. And 2-for-3, excuse me. As it looks like MacU did come out on top of that one overall.
Yeah, and what a massive blunder from MCU. I mean, what are they thinking here, right? We mentioned that they would win any 4v4 or 5v5. Well, you took a 3v5. Like, you only had 3 members on top side. Pango was literally on a recall timer, and Eugene without TP is on the bot side, and you're taking a skirmish around the Baron. This just throws everything for a loop unless Pango can be a hero.
And let's see if Pango can hit this steal right now. Doesn't look like that's going to be happening. It is going to be Johan. And there's Diana smiting that one away. So nice play is going to be coming out of this squad to get the Baron. And I mean, right now, I mean, they're doing a good job, a decent job of staying somewhat in this based off how they started the game. But I mean, at the end of the day, they are still drastically behind in many, many facets of the game. And now with this Dragon going to be going over to this MCU roster in Soul Point, they're going to be feeling very, very good.
Soul Point will be on the table. It is, that's, no.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate as Johan, I mean, tried to make the play, but it's not going to be able to save the day.
I have some thoughts about this, Rome.
Oh, yeah.
So you just cut the gold lead in half. You were down 6.5 to 7K. Took the Baron, cut the gold lead down to 3K. That's your go button with the Diana. And like, you need to destroy turrets to get back in this game. And instead, Johan has decided to flash in to try to steal away Soul Point. Not Soul, Soul Point. Oh, wait, I understand that Soul Point is like a big magnet to drag you to Soul to a fight you necessarily don't want to take. But when you're down 3K, you don't get to make decisions like that. You have to make tough choices. And where you're given a Baron a golden apple like that to get a bunch of standing gold from turrets back into your pockets, you cannot be heading over a wall like that to throw your body at a Soul Point steal.
Yeah, and I was going to say something analytical, but I forgot the name of it. The little circle right there next to the Dragon Pit that you use to jump over. What is that called?
The Blast Cone?
Blast Cone. There we go. The Blast Cone was up. So, flashing into it right next to the Blast Cone, I mean, walk 5 feet down, go in with the Blast Cone, and then flash out if you don't get the drag. I mean, I just feel like there's a little bit better options at attempting to steal that one. Leona's already going to be taking tower damage, but I mean, that aggro is not going to matter much.
Nice
now, I mean, yeah, great wind wall coming out. Now, oh man, Leona. Let's see if she can stun him up. She is doing a decent job for now. I mean, this Zac tanking what he can. Keel's trying to get out of there, doing a great job. Eating up a lot of this aggro coming out from MacU as flashes needed to be burned by the Yaz, and they're going to be backing on away from this one, taking what they can.
Yep, that whole time Karamatsu Girl was splitting in the bottom lane, so that is a good repel from MCU till now, Ponyboy.
Ponyboy going to get caught out. That's going to be the question, and yes, his Origin's going to be hunting him down. Keel's going to be looking for more, but guess what? Keel's, everyone's already gone away. Unless they try to make a play for Walmart down here, but it looks like that's not going to be the case for now. The squad is just going to keep on farming up, keep getting map control, and I mean, we're going back and forth. For a second, it felt like MacU was right back in this game, and I mean, now MCU, they kind of grabbed it right back.
Yeah, we look back up. It is a 5K gold lead for them, so they have earned themselves a bigger lead in this game. Soul Point coming up here in 2 minutes, 15 seconds. And of course, the Baron, big ticket item again, 2 minutes, 36 for this squad. They have been delayed, of course, by dropping that fight around the Baron last time around. Game could have probably been over by now, but again, everything really in the pockets of MCU if they want to close out this series. This game is completely in their hands at this point, Rome. They've got all the engage tools. They've got all the team fight. And again, it will take something like that fight in the bot side, an odd number fight, a miraculous engage, a combo from MacU to get themselves truly back on even pegging.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, we know what this squad can do if they're able, to execute it nicely in these team fights. They just haven't really been able to put it together. It's been a couple situations where, they land some nice stuns, they get some nice wind walls, but I mean, they can't just really make a ton out of it at the end of the day. And I mean, right now, this squad in MCU, they're just punishing them in every facet, and they're not getting over aggressive either. They're not sitting here giving away their lives in situations, trying to go for trades and things like that. So, I mean, I really like how this MCU squad has been playing overall. Just got to see if they're going to be able to keep it up. As I mean, this Kane right now doing a nice job of getting this vision and keeping it on their side. I mean, at the end of the day, they're being bullies.
Yep, they are doing the right things at the moment, Rome. This time around, I think they don't want to make the same mistake they made last time. They are trying to clear away vision, give themselves a nice line of shallow wards into the enemy jungle. Run head on into 3 members here, Pango. He's okay.
And I mean, right now, just waiting 35 seconds until this dragon is going to be coming up. This is going to be Soul, so I mean, realistically, it's not the most important soul, but at the end of the day, it's still a soul. So if they do lose this, it's going to be extremely hard to win the game from there. Oh, but that is going to be that Tater Tot going to be coming out. But oh my goodness, the combination's going to be coming out. It's not going to be enough. Guess what, MCU, they're going to be able to clean this fight up handily. They are still going to be having 4 alive. The only person dropping was Origins, and now Walmart going to be struggling to survive at this rate. My goodness. The wombos that just came out were absolutely insane. I mean, when you're talking about the Leona ult, you're talking about the Sona ult, you're talking about the Yasuo, everything. There were so many stuns that happened at the same time. I was trying to figure out which ones landed and which ones whiffed.
Well, it was nearly the miraculous turnaround that we were talking about for MacU, landing the Diana Yasuo combo onto 3 members. But again, Rome, we talked about it. The shielding and healing from these 2 members in the bot lane is just so good at removing burst from the equation. It was everything you wanted. And you were talking about those bottom lane ultimates. Neither of them actually landed in that fight. Eugene's ultimate was blocked by the wind wall, and Eugene's was not in range, and Pango's, I believe, got blocked by wind wall. So neither of those ultimates actually really landed on anyone, and still MCU came out on top in the fight. It's exactly what we were talking about when it came to the team fighting power of these 2 compositions. I feel like that fight was like a 4 out of 10 for MCU, and they still came away with 4 members remaining. That is how much stronger they are than MacU in these kind of engages. And now they have that Cloud Soul in their pocket. Baron's still on the map. They can regroup, reset, and get ready to take the Purple Worm.
And that's what I'm talking about, because like it looked like MacU were going to win that fight based off how things started. Like, as you said, they got the perfect combo. They got their wombo combo. It just wasn't enough against this Seraphine and Sona. And the fact that they can miss their ults and still come out victorious is just absolutely insane. But, I mean, let's see if MacU hiding in the bushes, see if they can make something happen. They're going to be walking into heals. It looks like no. That's going to be Diana going in, and that's going to be the combination that they were looking for. Now, can they find 2? They are going to be looking for Yuxin, and they are going to be able to find him. Question is, what else can they do off of that? As that is a big shutdown coming out. Kane, you might want to run for your life. That's a big Leona ultimate going to be coming out, and now Kane going to be in a world of hurt. Going to need to get out of here, but no, the stun going to be coming out. Leona, too much, as those stuns, you're not going to be able to run away from them whatsoever. Oh, no. Keels is going to be trying to head to the base and take out these towers. And I mean, hey, rightfully so. You got the middle, you got the supers heading in. You already got the inhib. Why not make them back? And they are finally going to be backing, but a lot of tower damage has been coming out, and that stun's not going to be doing anything. And Leona just flashed for that stun as well.
Baron going down here still for MacU. They could get a second one in their back pocket. The question is, can they get away?
And I mean, Zach going to be coming in with the cleanup, trying to at least. Right now, Karma is going to get taken out. Walmart is able to pick up the... Oh my gosh, he went so tiny. But no, Tristana going to be coming right on back. And I mean, now this squad having to run away. And this is where, I mean, honestly, oh man, big play going to be coming out of Johan. Going to be golden as well. Perfect timing, but no, it's not going to be enough, as that is going to be a couple of players dropping yet again for this MacU roster. And they do have the Baron buff, but I don't know how much that's going to matter, because, I mean, MCU, they are pressing the issue right now mid.
Yeah, I think this might just be the end of the game. 36 seconds on both the mid-jungle duo. It's really hard to clear this away from Keels, and I think MCU, despite being punished for their setup sins again at the second Baron, should win out on game 1 here.
Yeah, and at this point, all you got to do is focus the towers. If I'm Trish, just focus the towers. You're good to go. Get the kills. Everything else is great. You know, focus the end of the game. We'll worry about what matters. 33-16. This squad in MCU, an absolutely incredible job all around. I mean, more than doubled their kills. I mean, listen, this squad right here, they impressed me from start to finish. They got the early lead and really never let it up.
They did get the early lead, Rome. They never did lose the gold lead. I will say it was a bit of a messy mid game from them. They did drop 2 Barons to some very, very greedy setups. And the fact that I was talking about, you know, they did it once. They shouldn't commit the same sin again. They did commit the same sin again, but again, bailed out by their composition and the fact that they did get that early gold lead. All the scaling was online, right? At the kind of 2-item mark, they were just clearing away. Way easier to team fight for them. And you saw that play out even in these messy fights. They were somehow coming out, killing, scrapping. It didn't matter. Their champions were better in 4v4, 5v5. And the gold lead they did earn for themselves in the early game was enough to kind of roll over the finish line here in game 1.
Yeah, big time. You know, shout out to Marymount at the end of the day, showing out big time for the state of Cali. And you know, Mac, I don't know. You're going to have to go back to the drawing board, Mid-American University, Mid-American Christian University, excuse me. I mean, this squad, let's see what you have. You know, game 2 in this best of 3, going to need to come back swinging for sure. But hey, listen, that first one was action-packed. Got a little bit messy as you stayed in the middle. But hey, at the end of the day, some great League of Legends action for sure. Listen, we'll be right back with some more NECC action after this short break.
I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down. From the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below. And I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. change, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home.
take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's cold as December.
Hello and welcome back to the NECC Week 8 of League of Legends. I'm Rome DMV, joined alongside DJ. And hey, listen, that map 1, it was very, very interesting. So coming into map 2, I'm honestly expecting absolutely no different.
Yeah, it was quite the fascinating game, right? We had this kind of hard engage combination in the mid jungle coming out from MacU, and we had that kind of a scaling side from the MCU team. Unfortunately for MCU, they actually got the early leads, right? Keel's doing a great job in the counter matchup in top lane, taking that ignite pretty cleverly. He wins out on a lane that should be going in favor of MacU early on. Once he gets that armor, he's really hard to kill, and then the kills just start rolling in for Origins, and all of a sudden, right, you've got this MacU squad trying to figure out what can we even do, right? The healing and shielding is online. They're all an item ahead, and we need to burst them out. That's not a recipe for success. And despite some of the messes we saw around particularly the Baron for MCU, their comp was enough to get them over the finish line. So I imagine they'll be looking for something similar even on blue side this time around.
Yeah, exactly. We just got to see if they're going to be going for that same kind of situation where they're just going to be stalling things out till the late game, or if they're going to be, maybe coming up with something a little bit different. We just got to wait and find out. We'll see exactly what these bans and picks are as they're coming in. I mean, the Rengar are going to be banned yet again. So, I mean, it looks like MacU, they just don't want to deal with that no matter who they're playing against, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I can't blame them, especially after last patch. Those were some pretty big buffs for anyone that does play Rengar. I am actually banning that champion in solo queue. I do not want it anywhere near me. I do not want it one-shotting me. And it carried me to a couple wins when my random jungler was playing it the other night. So yeah, I mean, this champ should be strong from top to bottom on the ladder right now with the quality of life changes that got the buffs. So I like banning it away as well.
Then we got MCU going to be banning away the Yasuo as well. And, I mean, banning away the Yaz, anytime you ban away a Yaz, when they picked it last game and they lost with it, I mean, that should tell you that, they at least respect your Yaz play at the end of the day enough to ban it, even though you still lost with the Yaz in game 1.
Oh, wow. And no, I forgot. We're doing, this is the draft order again. So we do have the Zach coming in from Keels again this time. Especially going to go for a Garen actually into this. And on red side, I would imagine he got the counter pick this time around. Not 100% sure if he did, but that is quite an interesting adaptation going from Aurelia to Garen this time around to try to deal with Zach.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the case. It looks like it was a counter pick. So, I mean, hey, at the end of the day, I mean, listen, the Zach was working out for MCU. They're going to be trying it again. And yeah, that is a Master Yi locked in. And listen, anytime there's a Master Yi on the table, we all know that Master Yi can do pretty much what Kane does, gets really big and then gets really unstoppable. So, I mean, playing 2 hyper carries in a way in the jungler position back to back, things might be pretty good for Origins.
And now I'm taking a look here. I am seeing that Garen was indeed a counter pick this time around. And actually, I think I understand why MacU might have taken away that Sivir in game number 1, as we'll probably see it coming up here in just a second, Rome. Looks like it is a favored champion of Eugene who should be picking it up with this next pick after we see these bans come through. So I'm actually very intrigued by how this is going to work out. It looks like this is kind of a speed up support comp for once again Origins, who's picking kind of a hard carry champion. I'm actually interested. I would have loved to have an interview with Origins if he does win the series, because he actually built blue Kane items last game and went red Kane, and I'm wondering if that was a strategy or potentially a misclick. It does happen to the best of us sometimes, but those were perfect like lethality items for Assassin Kane. Either way, this man apparently knows how to carry on junglers, and he's playing another one here, the classic carry jungler in Master Yi. The interesting part, though, usually requires priority from your lanes, and right now, looking at this Kaisa versus Veigar and this Zac versus Garen, I'm not exactly sure if you're getting that.
Yeah, and I mean, also going with this triple ADC comp in a way with the Graves, the Kaisa, and the MF. I mean, this Kaisa is going to be having to pop off. Obviously, the Kaisa is going to be going AP. So, I mean, that is going to be your one little bit of AP on the map. But, I mean, hey, late game, we all know that Kaisa can do some serious damage. So, I mean, is it going to be the same situation where, this squad in Mac U is going to want to snowball and wait till late game? Or, I mean, honestly, I don't know if that's going to be good against this MCU squad. I mean, that Zillion, is going to be able to keep that Yi. Oh, man, this is going to be fun. And also the Sivir. That's a lot of shielding. So this Leona might be having a rough time. I don't know. I don't know which squad I like better. Honestly, I'm looking at this. It's kind of a toss-up to me.
Yeah, so I'm actually a little intrigued as well. I do think pure scaling wise, 5v5 team fighting, it does favor MCU just a little bit, Rome, because largely the Zillion will nullify part of the combination that Mackie wants to do here, which is the Leona engage into the Misfortune bullet time. We've seen it kind of rising back in priority. This time it'll be picked up by a Tater Tot. And then, of course, you can have the damage come on top from the Kaisa. So I think you can still get two members into that. But again, Zillion is largely a detractor from that kind of burst combination. However, I'm looking across at the MCU comp. And while they do have a lot of late game tools, this comp is clearly just set up to have Origins succeed. I mean, you have a Zillion, you have the speed up from the Sivir, who's not part of the meta whatsoever, right? That is there to speed him up. You have these laners who are there to kind of support him. And so if he does die in a fight, this could just go terribly for the side of MCU, particularly if he falls behind in the early game to any kind of roams, any invades. This Graves should win a duel with him in the early stages, even though Graves is kind of a farming jungler as well. So that's my concern for them, is that this comp is largely built around one member. If that member goes down, I don't know how well they actually survive the rest of the team fight. It would really have to be a heavy carry effort from the Veigar, from the mid laner here to try to save that situation if Origins did go down.
Yeah, and Zac, I don't know. Is that going to be the right? I don't know. Conquer on Zac. I've never seen that before.
It's the classic rune you take for top lane Zac.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to see it in action.
Whipple's actually busted this out a couple of times back in the LEC. It's kind of a favored pocket pick of his.
Okay, interesting.
Conquer's usually
did
what
he have
you
it
take.
Last game?
Yeah, so Keels was playing this last game. I believe he did have Conquer as well. Although last game it would have been a little more forgivable to go something else, just because usually what you're taking the Conqueror for is you're jumping into a bunch of members and you're actually applying hits every time you bounce with Let's Bounce. So you proc it up actually very quickly, and then you are healing throughout the fight. On top of the healing you're picking up from your passive bloblets and whatnot. So usually is a good rune for him, being kind of knowing he's going to throw himself into the bodies of the enemy team and having a lot of armor.
Well, I mean, if that's going to be the case, I mean, this squad in MCU is going to be looking pretty good when it comes to engaging. I mean, once they start a fight, I mean, it's going to be up to Mac U to peel, and I don't know if they're going to be having enough, because once this squad goes in, I mean, the cage comes out as well. Things could start to get really, really spooky for this squad, and I mean, you see it. Oh, man, this Veigar, whatever you want to call him, he's going to be a problem once it hits that mid-game situation. I mean, the Kaisa is going to be doing a lot of damage as well, but I don't know, man. That Veigar against this comp, I think that's just going to be really, really good.
I do think Veigar against this comp is pretty good. I think the way that fights will interact, and again, kind of why I slightly favor the MCU in team fights, is I do think it's a little easier for them to execute what they want, right? Macu wants this combination of Misfortune following up on CC and then Kaisa either dashing in or applying Ws. You have Zillion to slow it down. You also have Zac to potentially disrupt the bullet time, so they do have to place it with some care to make sure that Zac doesn't just elastic slingshot on top of them. And the Veigar cage will be a real deterrent for anyone that wants to dash straight, which is pretty much everyone on this comp. No one has a blink to get through this cage like, say, a Cassidin would, which is usually can be a counter into Veigar. Pick that one up for your solo queue games. Trust me, it'll go well. So I do think it's a little easier for MCU to press their buttons in a team fight and execute what they want. But again, The reason I would be concerned for them is it just looks like composition-wise, the way this game is going to play out, they are funneling a lot of their resources into Origins. So we saw him be the carry last game with 14 or so kills to finish it out. If he does die, if they funnel a lot of the resources into him and he dies, I am still concerned that they could drop a fight, even with some of the scaling options that they have available to them if he were to go down.
Listen, it looks like Origins is super, super confident. I mean, Origins isn't even going to be taking Flash. Going to be going with that Ignite. I mean, Origins is going to be looking to get into this back line, find these players. Wow. Yeah, like that's anytime you take Ignite with that Smite, you are going in for everything. So I mean, listen, Origins was selfish last game. I would expect him to do the exact same thing this game.
They have 3 Ignites. What is happening here? Can someone on MCU please remind them that Exhaust is the most broken summoner spell in the game?
I mean, no Flash on the Zac. Zac didn't have Flash last game as well. Maybe the Z is saying, you know what? If you don't need to run it, I don't need to either. But I don't know. That might come back to bite them, honestly, against this squad. We'll just have to wait and find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be loading up into the Rift right here, right now. Let's see who's going to be able to carry this game. Is it going to be the Master Yi on one side? Is it going to be the Kai'Sa on the other? Just going to have to wait and find out.
30 seconds until
We're talking about this Kai'Sa doing damage. This laning phase will be pretty interesting. Kai'Sa, very short range champion, can be bothered by the Veigar cage. And of course, Karmatsu Girl does have Predator, which can be a really big problem for Kai'Sa to dodge away from. That will be a little faster than I believe the E-dash should be. So gonna have to play this lane a little bit carefully, Walmart. He is going to be waiting for kind of that 2-item spike that's usually about the time when those 2 abilities come online, the Empowered Q and the Empowered W. And that's when you start to absolutely whop if you are a Kai'Sa player, something I'm quite familiar with. Ro?
Okay, Kai'Sa player. Okay, are there any other champions on the Rift right now that you main?
I'm an AD carry mostly, so I've been playing some Kai'Sa mid AD carry. I play Jhin quite a bit, and I play Jinx. And then if I'm playing support, I play Karma.
Okay, Karma's the person that I identify with the most in this map is Leona, so that's who I'm really going to be having my eye on is Ponyboy. And I mean, there was a Leona in the last game. I mean, it was all right, but, you know, just didn't end up doing too much at the end of the day. And let's see if, you know, switching sides might work out a little bit better for Ponyboy. We just got to wait and find out.
Yeah, we will see, of course, not as annoying a lane to play against this time around. The range a little bit less. You know, Zilean, one of the weakest laners in the game, but still a lot of wave clear available for Pengo and Yushin, which has been the name of the game for them so far. Level 6, of course, will be a scary, scary moment for them. They do not have cleanse. Neither one of them went cleanse, so it could be very easy for Ponyboy to get a full engage onto them.
Definitely might be, and I mean, right now, it's going to be some nice damage going to be coming out for this MCU squad onto this MF, and I mean, look at that. The MF already getting chunked down. This is the thing, I mean, it's so rough. When you start tier on Misfortune, I mean, you're really planning on being there for a while, and the way that she's getting chunked out right now, this is exactly what you want to see the Zilean and the Sivir doing. You want to see them, you know, really press the issue and not let her feel comfortable whatsoever. They're doing a great job of that.
Yeah, it is double ranged and 2 double into melee range, so they did have that advantage at level 1. Of course, they do have to respect engage from Ponyboy. Any threat from Ponyboy, one of them could easily die pre-level 6. I know the shield will be there for Eugene, but you still do kind of get closer to them when that shield is procced by the Zenith Blade. So still an option here. So, oh boy, Origins.
Yeah, and Origins is going to be paying the price as that exhaust comes out. And yeah, this is the problem. No flash. They can pick you off, and trying to turn the fight, that's not going to be the case. Is Johan.
Oh, what? Keels!
Oh, and Keels with no flash as well. That's a feat. Like, that's not even coming into avenge your teammate. That's just a feed. And Walmart gonna be feeling oh so good after that one. I mean, anytime you start a dagger and you're able to pick up an early kill like that, you're gonna be feeling great. And at the bottom, it doesn't show the kills, but I would assume Walmart got that one, and I'm not sure if Walmart got the second.
Oh boy, Special Z got the second.
Wow, Walmart didn't get either one. I thought Walmart last hit that one, but okay, Johan and the Special is going to be taking those kills. Flash is going to be coming out, and Tater Tot is going to try to get out. Ponyboy trying to do what he can is going to need to flash out, and that's going to be 3 sums down for this MACU roster as MCU doing a great job early on in this bot lane, burning those sums.
Yeah, Pango flashed in, but could not connect on the double bomb, meaning no stun came through. The tankiness of Ponyboy early on keeps him alive, and it's just Origin suffering on this play. He's not clearing camps. He's still got 2 available. He's going to have to get back to them now. It's just free time for Johan, who's already made a critical play to slow down again. My fear was, right, the focus of this composition for MCU. He's already got the beating of Origin so far.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I mean, when I'm looking at this squad right now, I mean, MCU, just a rough start right now. And they're punishing the the players that don't have flash. Anytime you don't have flash, I mean, you got to be wary of those situations like that. You got to be able to keep an eye on mid laners, and I mean, that was just a situation at the end of the day where MCU just has to be more aware of when roams like that can happen. And I mean, now Johan just going to be trying to take as many jungle camps as he possibly can, as the gank is going to be coming out onto Ponyboy. And oh man, Origin went in for that one. That's going to end up paying off. Origin's going to be picking up a big kill, and I mean, that was exactly what the Z needed.
Yep, that was absolutely massive, and there's the ignite that we know and love. And yeah, Ada, you need to leave. That's low health and mana to be staying. But yeah, that was really important for Origins. He needed something to go in his favor after getting set behind in the clear. You can see he's sacrificing camps for this to try and make this play. So he definitely needed the gold, and it will be an important kill for him to get back on his feet.
Yeah, and I mean, Tater Tot right now, down on 12 CS, not looking too great when it comes to the gold department overall. And I mean, right now, looks like this is going to be the Graves deciding to back on away. Great vision of this blue side of this MCU roster. So, I mean, right now, MacU, they're playing an overall solid game. They just got to keep this one up. Probably going to be going for the drag now that they have vision of this blue side. So once I confirm Yee's going to be over there, which they will be doing in about 10 seconds, this drag should be all in MacU's favor.
Ping out onto it. You can see Johan's running out. They've got the base timers. They should be able to pick this one up if they do want. I think it's totally fine for MCU to give this one up. Again, what you really need is Origins getting level 6, getting back on his feet. He's kind of the focus of this draft, and he and Karamatsu Girl are not feeling good in this game. And Macu will be feeling a lot better about their position. They should be the ones picking up this first rake without too much contest. So a very nice start, a much better start for them in Game 2 than we had in Game 1. Rome.
Oh, yeah, precisely. And I mean, right now, this squad, they're on the fast track to success for sure. They're going to be able to get this scaling going, and it looks like we are going to be getting a Cloud Soul or an Infernal Soul. So, I mean, hey, either way, I mean, one way or another, I mean, honestly, an Infernal would be huge for MacU, let's be honest. MCU on the other, I mean, shoot, an Infernal would be incredible for both sides. Let's be real. I mean, at the end of the day, looking at these comps, so... Oof, man, if it's a Cloud Soul, oh my goodness, the specials, what a solo gonna be coming out. That is a big play right there. That was absolutely huge.
Yep, the fadeaway ignite there. Solo Bolo goes over for a specials. He's looking a lot better in Game 2 on this Garen than he did on the Aurelia. Already 2-0 with a healthy CS advantage, and Heel's going to take some time as he has to expend the TP to get back to the state he was in Game 1. Should give a nice little angle for MacU as this game progresses. Garen can be a big split push threat, particularly when you haven't taken TP. That's usually what you want to end up trying to be. Try to be that solo lane threat. So far, going a lot better towards those ends for Especials.
Doing a great job right here, right now. I mean, anytime you're 2-0 on that Garen, as you stated, you could really start to punish in these side lanes. And you see the Kaisa trying to line these shots up. Not going to be able to, though. And, I mean, props to Karamatsu, because let me just go ahead and say this. Anytime that you go from a character like Tristana to a character like Vigar, I mean, that's a lot of patience you're going to have to all of a sudden have. You know, Tristana's the, I'm going to go get him right now kind of champion. You know, go into a Vigar where you got to wait, be patient, wait for your time. I mean, it's a completely different mindset.
Yeah, it's a very, very different mindset. So far, though, not too bad. Karamatsu Girl farming very, very nicely. Keels, though, trying to bait.
And, I mean, doing a nice job of baiting, but end of the day, not going to be able to get the kill. We're able to get the flash, though, and now Karamatsu going to need to get out, but that's going to be extremely difficult as Johan going to be ulting away. And, I mean, now this squad, 4-1, advantage in the kills department for this MACU roster. They're also taking the Rift. They've got the drag lead. Things are looking great right now for this MACU squad.
Yep, things are looking very, very good for them this time around. 2-0-1 is Johan in a much better position than they were last game. And of course, already on to 2 objectives this time around. First Drake and now first Rift Herald will go into the back of a Special Z. So you can see they want to get him out ahead. They want him to be a side lane threat. Make sure they get first brick on this top side, and they are well on their way, Rome.
And I mean, I don't blame him whatsoever. My goodness, just going to be getting a bunch of damage in. Is going to be using that ult. And I mean, hey, listen, if you're able to get... Ooh, wow, his Keel's going to back with no TP either. This is essentially giving up first tower, and that's exactly what Keels is going to do. So you got a 10-minute first tower going to be coming in for MACU. That's major.
Yep, the Rift goes down. Really nicely done here by MACU. Leaning into this win condition on the top side. They've already opened up 1 turret. That is going to be a Special Z in a heck of a good position here, nearing the mythic item, already with the boots. And oh boy, they're just diving tier 2.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, why not? They're making it happen. Keels is trying to do everything he can. Johan going to need to flash out. I mean, right now, this Garen, oh my goodness, almost costed severely. Almost paid for it with his life, but oh man, his Grave's going to get out. No, that's exactly why rune choice is important, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what a play.
Come on, here is, can he get away is the question. Trying to ult for the distance. I don't think he's getting out of this one. There's the flash pickup. It's a nice shutdown for Karamatsu Girl. But yeah, I mean, this map is just wide open on the top side. Keels is getting hard camped here in this game right now. And oh boy, Karamatsu. No ults. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if Walmart quite has the burst damage yet to take out a Veigar.
Yeah, not... well, looking at it, it's going to be close. But I mean, right now, 1v1... I mean, honestly, who knows? We'd really have to wait and see exactly how these players' mechanics would carry out in the fight. But and right now, as you stated, that Garen up top is going to be a problem to be dealt with. I mean, 20 CS lead, 2-0-1 versus 0-3-1. I mean, you get this second rift going at like the 15-minute mark. And, I mean, at that point, that's when things start to really get to a snowball level for this MACU roster. Now with this dragon coming up, you can see they're poised to try to take it.
Second Drake right on spawn. This will be a real threat for Dragon Soul this time around, Rome. This is super comfortable right now. Feels like for MACU. Work up to that 2-item spike for the Kai'Sa as well. Nearing the... Not that close to the upgrade on the Muramasa. Hold on, Karamatsu.
But yet again, a big stun going to be coming out, and that's going to be Karamatsu dropping. That is going to be a beautiful play coming out as that Leona ult is going to be landing. Able to chain together some nice damage. Now they're going to be looking to take this dragon. MACU going to be pulling it out. This is the thing, that bullet time is ready on this Misfortune. They're lined up pretty well. Going to be Keels going in. I mean, we talked about this. Keels going to be going in the front line. Sivir is going to be coming out as well. That's going to be the bullet time. Is going to get stopped, though. Guess what? That's going to be Yi going in, picking up 2. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a Yi on a mission. Oh, no. This is the last thing that you want to see if you're MACU. You were playing it perfect, and all of a sudden, a Yi doing Yi things, looking to chase down Walmart as well, but going to just turn and say, you know what? I'll take this dragon.
Oh, boy. Here comes the Yi online to stop the dragon stacking condition, to get 3 kills. He is just all of a sudden 5-1-1 with a special not there for the execute. Again, talked about it, right? How easy it was. Just press kind of the R button on Pengo and set up, and now Walmart might have gone a little too far. He's level 10, though. This feels like a bridge too far. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say Origins, might be trying to bite off a little bit more than he can chew, but hey, at the end of the day, this squad were able to get the drag. They got their jungler ahead massively, and the thing is that the person that you're looking to have carry for you, which is the Garen, they're now getting countered by this Yi with that Bork. So, I mean, this Yi is going to be a big factor on the map in these team fights.
Yeah, team fighting, we mentioned it was going to be strong for MCU. Well, definitely going to be strong now that Origins is kind of off and away here with 5 kills in his back pocket. So definitely their win condition still online. They've slowed down MACU in terms of dragon stacking now. And the big question of this game becomes, can you slow down a Special Z in that side lane. That seems to be the big strong point right now for Mac. If you can keep him out of your base and keep him from getting a split push win, a team fighting we mentioned in draft can very much become a reality for MCU.
Yeah, big time. And the thing that I'm looking at right now is this Sivir is currently 1-0-5. So, I mean, just playing passively, playing safe, just waiting for, the big moment this Sivir can really shine. I mean, we already saw it in one team fight coming out. That Yi was able to pick up a few kills pretty nicely. You can see Pony, it's like stable. Looks like getting ready to go in potentially. That's some nice damage going to be coming out, but not pulling the trigger yet is going to be this MacU roster. Going to go ahead and back on up. I mean, right now, a lot of respect being shown in this bot lane.
Respect indeed, and looks like the base will just come out of Johan. Gold lead still 1.8k in favor of Mac U. Trying to hold on to that lead, but Origins, he is still hovering around.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing is Origins, are they going to be able to sniff it out? That's going to be the big question. And I think that they realize that something's going on. They're not going to be getting that close. Now Pony is going to be able to take out that ward. They do have the pink in the river, so, I mean, that is going to be good for this squad for now, but Origin's going to say, you know what? Let me go ahead and back on away. Not worry about that whatsoever, as yet again, it does look like this Rift, is going to be going over to the Garen. So, I mean, that is rough because now this Garen is going to be able to get even more of this map control. My guess is that they're going to be dropping it mid.
Run, Karamatsu, run. Nice find.
Definitely should be good to go, as now it is going to be a specials that's going to need to get out. Finally able to walk away. Going to be heading back up toward the top lane, and things starting to reset. I mean, both squads can kind of take a breath as it's 8-7.
8-7 here. Gold lead still in favor of Mac U Rome. And again, we are just waiting for this game to break over. The big question still exists with specialty on the side. Like Johan trying to go deep here.
He is going to be getting Pingo very, very, very low. Pingo's going to be walking away with his life. Now Keels currently by his lonesome underneath this tower. Now the Sivir is here, so they should be able to clear this wave out pretty simply. And I mean, Johan is still here. Are they going to be going for this? It looks like they might decide to right now, at least. And there's Penny Boy coming in. I mean, you can see it's great wave clear that's coming out right now of Yuxin. But oh my goodness, in the top lane, there is a wild Rift Herald and an even wilder Garen that is just opened up their base. And now, I mean, in the bot lane, Misfortune going to be trying to stun these players up, and that ult right there was not the most ideal coming out of the Leona.
Nope, just trying to zone away, though. Multiple members for MCU had to be committed to the top side to deal with the Rift Herald and a Special Z, meaning they can just force this down bot lane, take a turret in trade, and that is an inhibitor turret and bot lane turret for a couple of kills. That feels very worth it for MacU. Keep the gold lead about the same, but again, we talked about the win condition through a Special Z that is very much online now with the base already open.
Yeah, 100%. The thing that I'm looking at, though, is that, I mean, what was it, like 7-3 or something like that at a time? So, I mean, MCU, they've clawed back. I mean, they now have the lead. They don't have the gold lead, but at least they've got the lead in the kill department. And, I mean, with this Yi being 5-1, might end up causing some problems for MacU for sure. As you can see, everyone is getting ready for this dragon that is just now up. And, I mean, now it's just going to be all about the waiting game.
Dragon coming up shortly. You can see everybody trying to posture for it. But you have to keep our eyes, of course, on Origins. He is the one that this comp has been drafted for. He got 3 kills last time around. His special's on this side of the map, so there is an execute. But boy, oh boy, will it be difficult to get through Origins and the Cillian ult. Fortunately for them, he still does not have his second item just yet.
Yeah, I mean, once Cillian does, that's going to be big problems. As Karamatsu Gonna be putting in some nice damage, but gonna need to get on out. No, baby. Heels is going to be going in, trying to make something happen, and they got the Yi. That's going to be massive, and the special's going big right now on this Garen. This Pony Boy is going to be dropping as well. Now it's Tater Tot going to be dropping. I mean, Bingo, you can flash, but I don't know how much that's exactly going to help you. Are you going to be able to get out? We kind of see right here. It's like they should be fine for now, unless Walmart lands something insane, and no. That's going to be a kill cleanup, going to be coming in from the Graves. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that fight overall.
Just nicely played by Macu. They recognize what they need to do. They bring their strong member to the fight, a Special Z. He's got a nice little thing in his queue called the Silence. Origins disrespects that. He gets taken down with the Execute, and now he is, yeah, buddy. That's a no. That's a no. That's a nah from me.
Definitely a big no for sure. Oh, man. That's going to be a double kill coming in for the Vigard. I mean, perfect timing as well because this dragon is up. Ladies and gentlemen, both junglers are now down. Question is, you start this one or do you let it be? I mean, you can see it's looking like a little bit of torn thoughts right now. What exactly should be the call? And right now, you can see it. Leona doing a great job. Ooh, but that Sivir is going to be chunking down Walmart, and that could be huge. Walmart's going to need to back. Wants to heal this one up.
And Walmart's still pretty far away from the 2-item mark, or from that kind of 2-item spike. I believe he does have his Q upgrade by now, but still not quite at the W, if I am not mistaken. And I think he still needs one more amplifying tome to get it. Which will be a big spike for him. But in the meantime, second Drake goes down for MCU. And what was once a win condition for Macu now feels like it could be the win condition of MCU thanks to that earlier fight around the second one.
It's honestly wild how fast things can change in a game like this. I mean, as you stated, Macu, they look like they had all the momentum, all the control. And I mean, now that's definitely going to be starting to change. Macu deciding to go in. But guess what? Karamatsu going to be getting the big pick onto Johan, and they're all going to be walking away with their lives. All it took was a little bit of a Zillion ult, a little bit of Zillion love, and we got ourselves a nice situation where MCU find themselves ahead now.
That was really well played by Karamatsu Girl. That means this turret will just go down. Good job, minions. Well played. Random minion caster smiling somewhere as that bot lane turret will go down. So a nice win for Karamatsu Girl, staying alive, getting a nice pick, and getting a turret down on the bot side. The gold lead practically the same as it was nearly 9 minutes ago, Rome. So Macu have not quite been able to stretch their lead as far as they would have liked. 2 dragons are on the table for MCU, and Karamatsu Girl, 6-3-0, has 2 items, really starting to scale up here alongside Origins. Mentioned it in the draft, right? I was afraid of team fights for MCU. If Origins does get picked like he did last time, Karamatsu Girl, though, can be that secondary carry that they need to win these fights around, which should be a Drake they will want in 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, if they get this one right here, man, that's just going to be absolutely huge. The specials trying to make something happen over with Keels at the bot side. Right now, I mean, it's only Keels down there, so I'm not exactly sure what this MCU roster is trying to accomplish right now, but they're definitely going to need to probably lock down some of their own jungle, because I mean, the fact that this entire jungle is pretty much unwarded on this dragon side for MCU, I mean, they just need better warding all around, better vision.
Speaking of that vision you wanted, you can see all those 3 wards around the Drake. 42 now on that one. Should have enough time to clear it away. MCU, that'll be the big prize for them. This Baron, it's 23 in. They could definitely take it. The Dragon seems to be what they have been spending their resources on. They're going to clear away the Baron vision at the moment, though. Shouldn't walk down probably in a minute or so if they refresh their wards. Try to work on that Dragon vision, because again, I don't think they want to scrap just yet. If they could wait for Zhonya's to be completed on Karamatsu Girl, that would be such a big spike for them going into the next fight.
Yeah, that would be a big one, but I mean, hey, listen, the big differences that I'm looking at is a 50 CS lead in the bot lane for MCU. 50 CS lead in the mid lane for CSU. But I mean, when you look at the top lane, a 60 CS lead going to be coming in for specials in MAC-U. So really, I mean, this game is still very much a toss-up in my opinion.
Oh boy, Walmart is dead.
Yeah, and he exhausted? He wasted his exhaust on the E as well. So I mean, that's definitely not going to be a great situation because you wanted that exhaust for later in the big team fight. But I mean, now, man, this is very interesting because his Yi can carry by his lonesome, literally, and I mean, with the team around him, it's going to be very, very difficult to take him out.
Yeah, it could certainly be the case. 6 kills once again on Origins, and instead of going for Baron, they're just going to press the advantage on the turrets. They got plenty of siege protection here. Kamatsu stunned up, has time, cage down.
And Leona is going to be going out, landing a couple stuns, but guess what? Might not be enough as that shutdown's going to be coming in. The bullet time is going to get stopped because, yeah, Zach's coming in, and Zach's causing some havoc, some major havoc, if you will.
And that's Baron.
Yeah, that should be Baron. That should be Dragon as well. I mean, they should be getting pretty much the entire map off of this.
Yeah, I mean, unless Walmart can be a hero here and land multiple W's, you can see Keel's just going to chase him off. There's plenty of tankiness at this point and sustain. I'm shocked they're not already on it, right? They're just like wasting a little bit of time. They are finally going to jump on it, but Yujin...
Yeah, Yujin going to flash out, already used the heal, and now going to ult out? Okay, interesting. Now Walmart going to be coming in. I mean, you said it. Walmart's going to have to go for a massive steal. He does have that Ludens completed, so...
Oh, boy!
He's going to be packing a punch, and yeah, that's going to be Zillion dropping. Going down to 3K. I mean, can he hit a smite? That's going to be the real question. Yes. Originals is going to be able to land that one, so that's going to be big, and now they need to convert this into a dragon as well.
Yep, need to hustle on back here, but they are going to be missing Pengo, meaning they're going to be missing a critical ultimate as this one does come up. It's already up, actually. I honestly feel like this might be a bridge too far for MCU. I think you just need to give this one up, use your Baron to its fullest, and work on the Drakes later. You have all these scaling options we mentioned. You don't necessarily need this one, and they are just going to give it.
Yeah, I mean, you called it right now. I mean, they're fine with that. And honestly, with this situation right now where they're up by 6 kills, I mean, you said it. They've got these players that are scaling so hard. I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to be feeling very confident in this situation. And I'm just really waiting for Origins to get the confidence to solo a Baron at this point. Because, I mean, it feels like we're getting to that place pretty quickly with this Yi.
It doesn't need much more. Working on the Rage Blade third. That would certainly probably do it. Kamatsu dodging the stun. It's a great double stun!
Beautiful one.
My
Absolutely.
goodness.
Going to be blowing up the bot lane of MAC-U. And, I mean, MCU, I mean, they've turned this game on its head completely. I mean, this one was really all in favor of MAC-U for so long. I mean, MCU just not going away whatsoever. The top lane wasn't looking good. Guess what? I mean, all the ambulance, but not for me, because MCU, they're going to be looking at in this one right here, right now. That might not be the best option because guess what? It's going to be a big shutdown onto Origins. Stun is going to be coming out, but they're going to need to dip on out of here. Oh, and that's going to be Kaisa getting that shutdown. She's got another one. Missed that one, though. It is going to be a while before she can do it again, but either way, I mean, that is the power of the Kaisa coming out late game.
Yeah, now we are sitting here in a very even state. 2K gold lead is all there is for MCU after that. They are going to give up this mid lane turret in all likelihood. Walmart coming up big to repel that siege on the base. And again, mentioned this in the team fights. Kamatsu, I think, is playing this game out phenomenally. But I mentioned I was afraid of Origins going down in these team fights. You can see a couple times he gets stretched a little bit too far. I'm just going to have to give up this rest of this Baron buff, reset on up. 3 minutes 10 till the next dragon should be the prize in their eyes.
Exactly, but it looks like they've got some other ideas right now. That's going to be a big kill coming out onto the Sivir. And now, I mean, the Vigar is going to be getting back up right now. But, I mean, there's nothing to fight for the next 3 minutes. I mean, there's no Baron, no Dragon for the next 3. So, really, it's probably going to be going back to a little bit of a stalemate state where these two teams find themselves very, very even.
dominate is the name of the game here. Less than a 1K gold lead at this point at 29 minutes basically means nothing. All that is important is the items on the members here, and we are at that big point for Walmart. He's on 3 items, will be absolutely pegging people with that W. Couple items in for Keel. 3 items will be the big spike for Origins as well. We're still waiting on that Rage Blade. He needs it just a little bit more. Finally gets to that point where he can start to kind of run rampant in the fights, and he needs to stay away from special in these fights. Who can silence him, who can CC him up, and then execute him down. That's the big goal for Origins when he heads into these fights coming up. The next one has to be in 2 minutes over this Drake.
Oh yeah, precisely. And I mean, if Karamatsu ends up getting caught, I mean, that can definitely be tragic as well. I mean, so many components to this team are necessary. I mean, we saw the Zillion go down early. They lost the fight because of it. We saw Karamatsu go down early. They lost a fight because of it. And I mean, if this squad in MACU can keep on finding these picks early on in these fights, they might be able to win this one out and bring it back. But I mean, honestly, MCU, I feel like this is theirs to lose right now.
Maybe. I was kind of on the fence about these 2 comps coming into the game, Rob, and I think we're kind of at a point where I'm very much on the fence about them. I highlighted scaling and team fighting tools for each of them. We've seen each of them use them to some degree in this game, so I very much think this is going to come down to execution in these fights. I think it's very hard for me to predict who is going to come up clutch, but in terms of gameplay, if there is one person I'm looking at to step up that has stepped up all game thus far, it is Karamatsu.
Yeah, and I mean, Karamatsu is going to be able to force out the flash from Johan. He did get a little bit aggressive, trying to get that vision, trying to steal away these jungle camps. And, I mean, in situations like this, I mean, you said it's going to be hard to call. It's going to be hard for me to call as well, and that's why I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's winning this game? Call it right now.
Oh, brother. Again, I think it's very hard to decide. I think it's going to come down to execution around this team fight. I'll say MCU. I think MCU will find a way. I think Karamatsu's played a really good game to this point, even with the 5 deaths. I think a lot of the plays have come down to some great cages, some great play. I mentioned I was afraid if Origins went down that there was no chance for MCU, and I think Karamatsu has stepped up. So I'll go for a Karamatsu play here. Again, I think it's just going to be plays at this point. The items are all online here. We have 3 items for Yi. We have 3 items in the back pocket for Johan. We have 3 for Walmart involved. Everyone that needs power has power at this point. It is going to come down to team fight execution here on this Drake.
Yeah, but I mean, this Vigar, 4 items. I mean, you talked about everybody having 3.
Hey, wait, specials in the base.
Yeah. Oh, man. The specials. Oh, how much is he going to be able to get? Is just going to be able to get this inhib, and yeah, that's going to be good, but this is sole point now that MCU are on, and I mean, this split pushing, it's cute and all, but I don't know how much it's actually going to be worth, as that is going to be Johan dropping as well, and I mean, now, even though they lost their top inhib, they can still poise up to go to this Baron.
Good. Jungler is down. The threat is the poke and the misfortune ult over the wall. Or MACU, we actually saw something similar to this in a Cloud9 game where Blabber did die to a misfortune ult, and that is why I believe they are staying away from this despite the pick. Big thing that did get picked up by especially did get an inhib. Someone's going to have to answer this, and they're going to start the Baron. They know they're going to need to answer super minions soon, so they want to preempt it by going for this Baron, but here comes the poke from Walmart.
Yeah, and that's the thing. All Walmart has to do is just keep on landing them, and all these players are going to keep on taking so much damage. But I mean, oh man, the chunk was coming down. A little bit of an early smite coming out from Origins, but they are going to be able to clean this one up. And I mean, now, like Walmart getting a little bit aggressive.
In trouble.
Oh no, Yuxin can't be getting caught like that.
Have to leave him.
So unfortunate.
Really, really clever from MACU. They leave specials in the bush, and you can see Walmart is just dishing the damage at this point from 1,000 range, 1,500 range, doesn't matter. That Baron buff that they picked up is essentially useless now, except for clearing away supers in the top wave, and they're going to lose more for it.
Yeah, they're going to be losing a bunch. I mean, you can see right now pressing the issue in the mid lane, and rightfully so. As 5, I mean, you don't have your Zac to sit here and engage and tank up a lot of this damage coming in, but as you stated, you do got the supers there, and I mean, that's going to really be their saving grace. Or not the supers, excuse me. You got the Baroned up minions, and I mean, that's really going to be their saving grace right here to not get their base pushed in. And, oh man, I don't even know. This Yi going for this Garen. Let's see a solo kill. You got the Bork. Oh my goodness. Really going to be chunking out his specials. Special's going to be hiding in the corner, was waiting for his team right there. And I mean, rightfully so, because, listen, you do not want to let Origin start to go crazy on this Yi at this state in the game. If Yi gets one of those triple kills, quadra kills, this game's over.
Certainly could be the case. Again, we've seen him get silenced in a couple fights. He didn't do that much damage just yet. Need a little more time on his special. Doesn't have his ultimate. The Highlander not available. I need to wait for that for sure. Next dragon in 2 minutes, 20 seconds. That would be Hextech Soul, and that would definitely put this one over the top for me in the kind of prediction department here. It is the highest win rate Soul at the moment. It's so strong. And oh my god, so much damage comes through from Karamatsu.
And I mean, right now they're going into the base, going to be able to get this mid inhib. And I mean, now MCU, they've tied up the situation where they lost one inhib, they gained one. All right. So now it's an even game in that aspect. But if you look at the rest of the map, MCU are ahead in almost every aspect. So I don't know. This is just not looking that great for MacU. I don't know if the split pushing is it's going to be all that effective.
It is doing some work right now. You can see, I mean, right now MC would love to not base, but they have to. They got supers streaming into their base. They have a bot wave pushing. They need to fix these wave states, or right, if they lose a fight, it's just TPs into the base and the game is over for them at this point. So they do have to respect this, meaning they are going to have to walk through wards for this Drake. We have a minute 15, and you can see MacU already trying to set up some traps. They don't really have any wards or vision, just one on the Raptor camp. Now they're setting it up, and they're going to have to use Keels as the body, walk in here slowly because they know a trap could be waiting.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Oh, man, Pingo taking a lot of damage. Ooh, that was close. Pingo having some nice trigger control, if you will, to not hit that ultimate. I mean, it was close. Decided not to use it, and that is going to be big. It's going to pay off massive dividends because now, I mean, that Zillion ult's still going to be there for this next massive team fight, which, I mean, should be coming up for this dragon. I don't see how they don't.
I mean, they do have to send members. I don't know if we get it, though, right? Especially, you can see he's already here in top lane. He doesn't have TP. I don't think he's interested at all in the Drake. He just wants to push this lane. He wants to try to end the game. They're going to hope for a steal or to stop the bases. This is going to be a backdoor attempt from a special on this wave.
I don't think this is worth it. You got Hullbreaker, but you're giving up Hextech Soul.
Karamatsu.
Oh, Karamatsu is able to get one, and now
someone needs to go back for MCU right now.
Yep, they can afford to send somebody back, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. You can see it channeling in right now is going to be Karamatsu. Yi just took out the jungler and Johan, and now this is going to be Soul. This is going to be a base secured.
Oh, he got her. He got her with Ignite.
Yeah, he got her with Ignite, but now, I mean, are you going to be able to get this drag? It looks like yes, you are.
Yes,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Be specials left, and they've got the Soul. They lost their inhib for it, but that's a win coming in for MCU.
Yes, it is. Question answered for MCU, right? They had to deal with this macro call. They had to deal with the split, and they handled it beautifully. And again, who was the one coming up with it? It's Karamatsu. TPs onto a flank ward, murders Ada Tater Tot from 100 to 0 instantaneously, gives him the time to head back as well and defend it while the rest of the team cleans up, picks up the Hextech Drake. All they've got to do is respect this top lane. Now, they can win fights 4v5 with Hextech Soul. They absolutely can. Someone just has to make sure they don't get backdoored, and this game should be theirs.
Pretty much. I mean, and now with this Baron up in 50 seconds, they just need to poise for it. They just need to push out, one more wave of supers. And, I mean, I don't see how this Baron is taken by Johan. Johan is going to have the steal of his life in order to secure this game, because, I mean, once this Baron comes through, I mean, that inhib down at the top lane isn't going to matter whatsoever for this MCU squad. They're just going to walk it down mid.
You're trying to do the same, just trying to get their waves in a decent spot. All three waves on the Rift right now, kind of stuck at halfway. Still supers in top side for MacU. Big thing coming up now, very, very shortly, is the Baron. 12 seconds. Origin's got to head over here. Don't think he's been spotted just yet. Boy, oh boy, MacU looks like they want to start it right away. They will respect multiple areas in the multiple members in the area for MCU. It's good enough if you are blue side.
Precisely, all 5 members are going to be very, very close-knit together for this MACU roster. I mean, right now, one Kaiseki, I mean, Walmart can do so much damage just by hitting the right target. And I mean, this is going to come down to one gigantic fight. And I love games like this because, I mean, even though Specials wants to split, I think Specials realizes that if you want to win this game, it's going to come down to a team fight. Now that they've got this Soul, though, I mean, I don't know. Hextech Soul is not anything to play with.
Hextech Soul is scary. So are the Kaisa Void Seekers. Chunking out Yushin. He's in a good spot right now for MACU, and they're headed towards the Baron. There's a lot of members in the base. Karamatsu, one of them, does not have TP either. Yushin has to run out. They're setting a trap. Let's see what they can get done.
Yeah, I mean, Origins, they do spot them. They've got the wards there, so that's the thing. At least this squad in MCU, they understand that it was going to be a bait attempt coming out from this MACU roster. And now, I mean, they've got 4 people here. They could turn this into a Baron themselves very quickly if they decide to. Right now, they're not going to. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. And this squad in MACU trying to keep them zoned out. And I mean, it seems like both of these squads right now are playing very, very coy.
We are just in such a delicate state in this game. 40 minutes in, right? Any big team fight win just means the end of the game. Special still trying to create this pressure on a sideline. Baron is on the map. Elder is up in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Everything on the line here, and particularly for MACU, who would sail out of this series in 0-2 fashion if they do go down.
I mean, that's the last thing that this MACU roster is going to be looking for. I mean, in their eyes, they should have no reason to lose this one. But
what is the flash for?
Yeah, a tater tot going to be very, very squishy, going down quicker than a tater tot goes down. And yeah, this is going to be a Baron coming out, and it is going to take a miracle coming in from this squad of MACU. They're going to be coming in.
Wait,
but guess what? That's going to be the turn. I mean, Yaz
resurrecting.
Doing a great job. Oh, man. Master Yi going to be going in and going to be doing so much damage. My goodness. I mean, you said it, the split.
That's it.
As well. It's not going to matter whatsoever. And that should be the game. That might be a triple kill coming out. Johan is going to
need to kill Johan
now. Yeah, they've got to take out Johan. They are going to be able to. That's going to be the ace. And Yi said, forget the Baron. I'm taking this one down mid. And what are the timers right now? I mean, 1 second remaining.
That is
I don't know. She's got a bullet time up. She might be able to stall this.
One shot.
They don't have. But they don't have. Oh.
She's going to get one shot here.
Got to be further back than that. Back up, back up, back up, or else you're going to get one shot. No, that's not going to work.
Yeah,
you got to be way further.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
I was giving her hope, man. I was giving her hope. You got to be further back than that, Miss Fortune. You know Yi's just going to go in there and delete you again. Unfortunate. Oh, man. Master Yi doing Master Yi things. I mean, DJ, I don't know what else to say. We've all seen Master Yi's get to that level in our solo queue games.
It wasn't as clean as I think they would have liked. Definitely a nail-biting game here at 43 minutes, Rome. But yes, the Master Yi did do Master Yi things, and I got to give some credit again to Karamatsu Girl. I was worried about the solo carry in that game. I was worried they were setting up for one carry, and it was Origins or bust. Karamatsu Girl was huge for the squad in this game, doing so much work, stopping pushes, getting kills. I think it was a critical performance from the mid laner to deliver this game and this series over to MCU.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, overall, this series right here, I mean, it was an interesting one for sure. It had its highs, it had its lows, but I mean, all around, what a great series. What a great 2 games from both of these rosters. I mean, hey, MCU, I mean, Marymount, they looked absolutely incredible. I mean, hey, Mid-American Christian University, I mean, just got to go back to the drawing board, learn from your mistakes, go watch the VOD and, figure out where you can come back better for your next match. That's all you really can do at the end of the day. So, I mean, hey, props to both of these squads for putting on a great show.
Certainly was a great show. Very, very nice performances all across the board. But yes, a disappointing end here for MACU. They will need to bounce back at their first loss in 3 weeks. They'll need to find a win for the first time after these rescheduled games. And Marymount can get back on that, that win-loss. They've got another W in the category. Thanks to, again, the great performance from, I'd say, Karamatsu and Origins really delivering on these carries, and the rest of the squad backing them up. So going to 4-2 should at least get them in a playoff spot, regardless of where they are. That feels pretty good for the squad, and they can go celebrate for the rest of the weekend.
Oh yeah, big time. Celebrations are in order. And listen, celebrations are in order because we're not done here yet on this stream. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back with another match after this short break. You guys aren't going to want to go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Keep up, no time to lay, to drift away. I fill my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on I sail. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes,
take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on I sail. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
welcome back in to the NECC. Fish and RMC getting ready to go here in the Challengers Yellow Division. RMC, we've got two teams on opposite sides of things this year. We've got Ottawa Gray. They're 5-1. They're defending champs in Challengers Yellow from the winner's semester. And then we've got the Queens Boo-Hoos, which is a fantastic name, named after the mascot of Queensland University, Boo-Hoo the Bear, who are sitting on the opposite side. They're 1-5. They have to win tonight, keep their playoff hopes alive. Not even to get into the playoffs. They're dead last. If they win, they can at least know they have a chance. These teams, opposite direction so far this season, RMC.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, Fish, here, for Queens Boo-Hoos here, even if they win tonight, they are not in control of their own fate. They need to win tonight and next week as well and pray that the right teams lose in order to still qualify. On the other hand, though, University of Ottawa Gray, they're currently sitting at second, but it's worth noting that they are the current reigning champions of Challengers Yellow, won the fall split back in 2021 here. So they are an incredibly strong team. So the Boo-Hoos tonight need to show up big, Fish.
I mean, honestly, a fantastic name. You and I were talking about it. The Boo-Hoos. We're like, wait, everyone else for Queensland, they have normal names, and then you have the Boo-Hoos. What happened again? It's Boo-Hoo the Bear is the Queensland's mascot, which is phenomenal. Maybe they'll pick Volibear. Of course, if you have been watching, we do have good news, RMC. All the April Fool stuff should be disabled, so we don't have to see any giant rubber duckies, any minions pointing out stealth champions. It was fun. But when you're in a more competitive setting, the last thing you want to see is a minion running you down while you're in stealth or in a bush and making sure you get emoted right in your face.
Yeah, and it's even worse too. Some of them were... anything that gave you away in terms of positioning in the bush was already bad enough, but those big scuttles, which were worth extra gold, that was nuts, man. I mean, yes, we joke about in NA, we fight over scuttles for no reason. We already do that when scuttles don't give us a reason. If you give us a reason, teams were just full 5-manning that thing. And while it was really fun to watch, like you said, in a competitive environment, not exactly ideal to be trying to play games, which is why NECC allowed reschedules if we didn't want to play in it. We'll have to see. I mean, the last game we saw didn't have any of these April Fool shenanigans going on here, Fish. So I'm hopeful that ours won't either, that these teams will have a chance to play their games out properly.
As we get ready to hop into the draft, we do get to see the Ottawa Gray lineup here. Some very talented players. RMC again, 5-1, the defending champions from last winter, fall, whatever semester, quarter system you run on. This is a very, very strong team. Queens Boo-Hoos, I mean, again, when you go 1-5, it's obviously not your semester, but when this is your elimination game, basically, this is not the team you wanted to play against.
No, but you got to play every team in your division anyway, so this was bound to happen. It's notable for you, Ottawa Gray, as well, that O'Kyler, their usual starting jungler and one of the biggest carries for the team, will not be starting their first game. Instead, You Are Light is coming in instead, and she hasn't played a single game here this season in the NECC, so curious to see what she brings to the table. And for Queens Boo-Hoos here, their roster feels like it's ever changing as well. So CamCom coming in, has played with them before here, but I believe is not their usual starter. So again, possible changes for these rosters. I wonder if the teams have had enough time to scout things out. Apparently drop is done as well here, Fish. We're kind of just right into it, and interesting drafts coming through. A lot of non-meta champions, things like Vi from Arcane, Lilia, Yone coming in as well here. And anytime I see this sort of non-meta picks, Fish, it tells me that these are comfort picks and these guys should be really, really good at them. I want to see some spicy action from these champions.
Yeah, I hope the Jinx Vi from Arcane, of course, maybe have a little bit of a synergy of a buff there. But I think the one thing that was very interesting that you and I were talking about is that Jinx versus Zeri matchup. Interesting to see that Ottawa Gray, they did first pick that Jinx, prioritized it for whatever reason. So I would assume Xiaoyang maybe prefers that a little bit more, but that'll probably be the matchup you want to keep your eyes on in this game. If that Zeri starts to get ahead, that's where everything I think will point is Ottawa Gray, you had first pick. Why did you pick the Jinx? I'd have to assume it has to be a comfort.
Yeah, I mean, generally right now, Zeri's considered the better AD carry. I think Zeri has a higher skill ceiling, but a lower skill floor. So a little bit harder to pilot, but if you can pilot her properly, she actually outranges the Jinx, scales better than the Jinx, has a lot more self-autonomy there, whereas the Jinx, a little bit easier, especially when you've got that nice beefy front line, and with that Nautilus, with that Ornn here, I can see why Xiao M might have chosen the Jinx here, and you just kind of need to stand at the back, pew pew with your rockets, blow people up. Also, worth noting, you Ottawa Gray right now, it shows a 1-0 scoreline. That is a mistake. We have not played a single game yet, so that should be 0-0. This is game 1 to come through. And for Boohoos, just touching that matchup as well, right? The Zeri, like we say, has more agency here, and when you've got the likes of a Yone, a Lilia, and even with the Mundo here, they're probably not peeling for you. So going to have to be able to self-peel for themselves here for Tony Psycho.
And that was actually the point that I wanted to bring up, is that you look at Ottawa Gray's draft, and I think the Ornn plus the Nautilus, I just favor that a lot more. I know the Lux is the support role. You kind of have that sneaky damage, but I think you want to have your AD carry as protected as possible, especially against the Vi. She could just ult on top of that Zeri if she gets caught out of position. As you said in your last statement there, obviously, I think that is a lot of positioning requirements on that Zeri. I don't think the Lux brings that much to the table with the final spark. I don't think you're going to get fed enough to where you're just one-shotting people.
Yeah, and on top of that, I'm looking at who is your Lux really going to be even trying to one-shot, right? You've got two squishies you came in for, Jinx or Ahri. And you should be able to hit that Ahri. If you're hitting that Ahri, she's Spirit Rush strong. The Jinx is pretty much the only real target you're going for here. And like you said, I don't think you've got enough burst to necessarily reach that Jinx. It needs to be sort of follow-up damage to maybe the Yone diving in or the Lilia somehow reaching that backline. And I'm not seeing very high chances of that with that Nautilus, with that Ornn to peel here in that setting. So I think compositionally, I agree. I like you Ottawa Gray's composition. But like we said, Queen's Boohoos, when you're picking things like the Yone, like the Lilia here, you're picking them for comfort. And they are strong team fighters as well here. Yone can scoop people up with that Fate Unsealed, or Fate Sealed, pardon me. And Lilia as well. 5-man sleep. It's not something we're seeing too much in the current meta, but she does scale incredibly well. So if you can survive the early game against Vi here and scale up, you've got pretty much all scaling champs on your side here. Even the Lux can be very nasty in the late game in terms of raw damage compared to that Nautilus.
And I think there's like this dream comp for the Boohoos, and you kind of alluded to it. It's probably Lilia goes in. I don't think it has to be a 5-man sleep, but if you land a sleep onto the Ahri or the Jinx that you're talking about, then you get the final spark because, yeah, you can hit an Ahri when she can't move. Then you get the Fate Unsealed from the Yone. It looks really, really good on paper. Can you execute it against a team as skilled as Ottawa Gray? That's going to be the question, but there is kind of this wombo combo. We go in, we burst everyone down, and if you kill the Ahri, you kill the Jinx, that fight looks a lot easier, but I would assume it's going to be impossible for that Lilia to go in unless you get a Swirl Seed that just kind of sneaks it way back onto somebody. It's a lot harder said than done, but man, it feels really good on paper, RMC, to kind of draw that up.
It does, and I think a lot of it will be coming down to their laning as well, Fish, because you of Ottawa Gray doesn't necessarily win through their team fighting a lot. They often smash their games with just raw power in their lanes, especially here. I mean, in the top side, Mr. Frosty is a rock. He's not the big carry of the team, and that's why they put him on something like the Ornn here. A metaphorical almost rock. Not quite the Malphite, but close enough. And you skill up, you give the masterwork items to various members of your teams. Now, the big question mark for me is UR Light, of course, because normally the starting jungler for them is Kyler 1, and Kyler is usually the big engine of the team. Crazy ganks everywhere. One of their most consistent players, win or lose as well, and often gets Fantasy and CLM off to a good start in this game. And if UR Light can do the same thing, oftentimes Fantasy and CLM, they just kind of pop off completely in the lanes, and then when they actually get to team fights, they're half an item to a full item ahead of their opponents, and then the team fights aren't fair. So the Boohoos here have to kind of figure that out. Can they match up to them? I'm not sure, Fish. I haven't had a chance to watch the Boohoos too much for their gameplay, and when I'm looking at their scoreboards here, I'm seeing roster swaps, position swaps. I'm not sure who's going where half the time. So they've got the right champions potentially to do it. I mean, Yone is very strong in lane once he gets a couple items in the 1v1 Zeri Lux. I think if you can dodge those hooks, have a lot of poke pressure on the likes of a Jinx. Nautilus here, and Mundo is a lane bully. You pick him to match or to win your lane early. So it does feel like Boohoos should have the advantages in most of their lanes.
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, that was kind of the other thing I was thinking about. What can the Lilia do early? Again, the Vi, as you put it out, not a meta pick, probably means with UR Light, not the typical jungler. This is more of a comfort pick. Vi kind of feels like a very, very poor man tech. You have sort of decent AoE clear, you have decent jungle mobility, but nowhere near as matching as Hecarim, who's seen a lot of play in high levels RFC. So I'm curious where this fight goes, and maybe Lilia can get ahead, get some early ganks. Probably in that mid lane, you want to get CamCom ahead on that Yone. That seems to be like the lane you can probably win through the hardest 1v5 because it is a Yone. And that may be where the small advantage will come. So I want to see how UR Light does very, very early versus that Lilia. Is Lilia getting more ganks off? Maybe the Boohoos can look for a way to pick up a win. And then you never know. Once you're up 1-0 in a best of 3 RMC, you feel a lot better about yourself if you're trying to fight back.
True, there's a huge mental benefit to that as well, where you know you've got that safety, that 1-game buffer. And oftentimes, the way you win as well is going to decide your mental for the NECC game. If you can absolutely smash them, you're going to feel very confident. But okay, there we go. There was a bit of a spectator bug for a second where I was looking at the items wondering, wait, did some people not buy items? But it's a spec bug. Everything's fine. And for now, both junglers starting on opposite sides here. And I love that UR Light is actually going to be starting that top side, because it means likely our first ganks will be coming in on that bot lane with that Nautilus. And we already said, if Zeri and Lux can survive the hooks, they're in a good position. So you want to punish them immediately. You want to get that Nautilus off to a good start where they can continue to play aggressively in lane.
Olarak probably going to have to hit 2 first, get that binding before the Nautilus does to kind of deny any of that early hook and just poke them down from that bot lane for Ottawa Gray. As you said, junglers on opposite sides of the map. It does concern me for Bingri unless he's going to go red to mid, because I think ganking an Ornn, even with the Mundo, even with that early bully, there's only so much damage you can do to an Ornn, and it really doesn't put you ahead much in the late game, though it does delay his masterwork items ever so slightly. So I'm curious what this Lilia will end up doing with a bot side start, because usually you want to go blue to red to top, but and I'm not a fan of ganking Ornn RMC. That is something that I'm just like, why? He's just going to live and he's just going to be annoying.
Fair enough, and I think the idea here with the Lilia is that you're not ganking, you're power farming. I mean, people joke that Lilia is the offspring of Hecarim and Nico, and if you've ever seen a Hecarim play, like, he just wants to power farm until that's 6, right? So Lilia kind of in that similar boat here, and I suspect that's Bingri's sort of plan for now, is just power farm to that level 6. When you get that Lilting Lullaby unlocked, that's when you kind of want to gank, and all lanes just play safe. We're seeing all of the Boohoos letting the lanes push into them. It's not like they can't shove out here. Mundo can always shove against the likes of an Ornn, and Lux as well can definitely assist Zeri in pushing out, but they're intentionally letting them push in so that they're safer and unlikely to get ganked. Never mind, Bingri's forced to be ganked.
Bingri is coming in, going to force the flash from Mr. Frosty, but he is going to get caught out. First blood, it goes over to chicken time. Maybe that pays off. A tank gets a kill, it makes your Mundo a little bit more scary, and I think at that point, Mr. Frosty is so far forward, his Feisty's gonna flash, but he gets caught by the minion wave, the tower going to assist him! That is the worst start Ottawa Gray could have dreamed of in the first 4 minutes.
Well, it's bad for Ottawa here, but Queen's gonna be very, very happy about this. The Boohoos, like we said, fighting for their playoff lives here, and that is a strong start to multiple lanes here, and both their solo lanes that can take over the game. You love to see it. And Fish, you're talking about, ganking that Ornn, it sits in behind. It doesn't feel that good here. But you know what? If you can get your Mundo ahead, you get full control of this top side as well. That's not bad. And even better if you get both the Yone and Mundo ahead for Boohoos here. You secure and lock down that Herald. There should be theoretically no way that you Ottawa can get that when both your solo lanes are winning.
Brilliant. I mean, CamCom didn't do anything to win that lane. He just kind of baited Fantasy in there, as we see. Here comes a gank from UR Light and Dark Utopia, though they are standing on a ward, so they will just channel it back. I think waiting for a miracle hook. Olarak and Rocky G are not going to allow that to happen. No, they flash forward. They're looking for the pass, and they're going to be able to land it onto that. Lux Ignite going to fall. Unfortunately, not any of the follow-up abilities are able to land from Ottawa Gray. They forced the issue just way too hard, RMC.
Yeah, and I was actually scared for a second that they would catch Alarak. Great flash away and great sidestep to make sure that UR Light did not land the follow-up knock up there. But if that Vault Breaker landed, that would have been terrible. And I think Boohoos have to be a little bit careful about that. The Nautilus can brute force ganks here. And I know they were trying to bait it a little bit, cancel the recalls, and they were successful in terms of slowing down UR Light. But yeah, very, very risky. Did bait out both the flash and the ignite from Dark Utopia though, so worth for now. And I want to see Bingri try and capitalize on that, maximize that flash resist.
Unfortunately, Alarak is going to go down. We do see a Fate sealed onto the Ari, onto the tower, but luckily, Fantasy is able to survive. Not quite sure what happened. Alarak did have that flash burn, so I'm guessing that trade ends up working out, right, RMC? They blew flash for flash. Nautilus probably landed a hook. That's an easy kill for a Jinx any day of the week.
Yeah, and considering the positioning we've seen from Alarak there, Alarak likes to play with danger when the flash is up. He's fine, but the moment the flash goes down, you can't afford to do that anymore. And this bot side is the one lane where we're really seeing you, Ottawa Grey, pop off here. And it's the most terrifying lane to me because we already said Jinx is a hyper carry here with ease of execution, and your tanks will naturally get tanky as we go along. Tank items generally cheaper as well in terms of stats, stat efficiency here. So Mr. Frosty and Dark Utopia don't need that much gold to come online.
I'm gonna try and jump in again as Fantasy really fell behind with that early death, just trying to fight back. And I think that bot lane we highlighted, as you pointed out, RMC, is the way that you Ottawa Grey is gonna stay in early game trades. Dragon is up. It looks like Vingri wants to force it early, at least based off their map positioning. They do have Dark Utopia around them, but I don't think they know. They're going to catch Alarak with the stun, but nobody's there. Now Dark Utopia's caught out. Here comes Xiao M. He's rotating up. Vingri's on from behind, but UR Light is right there as well. 3-on-3, flash forward. Gonna come slamming down. Dark Utopia will be the first to fall. Ball breaker into the backline. Gonna pick up one, and now with the Jinx excited, Alarak is probably dead meat. Here comes CamCom rotating down. Flash forward for Xiao M. Able to pick up. No, he's not. He auto-attacked the wrong one. UR Light luckily picks it up, but it ends up being a 2-for-2 trade. That could have been a triple kill for Xiao M, but he clicked the wrong target.
Yeah, if they had managed to refresh that get excited, they would have been able to run Kiji down as well here. But good move from CamCom here to go down bot and make sure that they answer equal. And that roam was facilitated by the fact that CamCom had pushed Fantasy out of lanes multiple times now. No teleport from Fantasy to try and bail out bot side now. Ronkiji has to be careful about overstaying here. You can see Dark Utopia going round for that flank here.
Dark Utopia is gonna catch the Zeri out. This should be an easy kill for Xiao M. And with the get excited, Alarak potentially could be dead, but Xiao M doesn't have the ult. Ronkiji's gonna live. That's 2 kills now that Xiao M has just not been able to connect on.
Yeah, that's really gonna sting there. Mid lane though, that kill will connect, and CamCom with his Yone right now absolutely popping off. It's huge to note as well that Vingri has not been focusing that mid lane. This is a lot of CamCom just forcing objectives, or forcing kills, pardon me, on his own here. And I think going into game 2, win or lose here, Fish, you Ottawa Grey is going to have to consider banning this Yone here.
This was a fantastic pick by CamCom. The Yone. Again, I want to see what he does late game. You can get a Yone ahead all you want early game, but it's how he's going to pick those Fate Seal targets. Again, we kind of pointed out, Fantasy and Xiao M are going to be the targets that you'll eventually have to land them on, but a 3-0 start, nothing to scoff at. And I think it really could be interesting to see if CamCom can kill Xiao M before Xiao M kills him, right? You look at the CS RMC, that kind of are going to be the 2 solo carries. Unfortunately, Xiao M just has those 2 assists that really should probably be killed.
And I will say this as well. That will not be a fair fight, because CamCom's never going to fight Xiao M in isolation. Or they shouldn't. If CamCom finds Xiao M alone, CamCom kills Xiao M. But there's so much CC on the side of you of Ottawa Grey. And for CamCom, you're diving in alone. You don't have a good dive buddy with you there. Mundo will want to join you, but he's not going to be able to keep up with that Fate Sealed. And Vingri, likewise, isn't going to want to prance in directly. The Lydia is often follow-up engage after that Lilting Lullaby lands here. Whereas Xiao M is going to have the whole team healing for him there. You know, the Dark Utopia should be with him. There's a lot of CC just with that Nautilus here. So I don't know if we'll get to see that one-on-one. I certainly hope we don't. And it's really down to CamCom to try and overwhelm, blitz his way through that front line as well to try and kill that Jinx.
Vingri is on the Rift Herald there. Should be able to pick up the first major objective, though. UR Light is right there. CamCom thinking about it, but he'll just hand it over. The Smite really not going to make that a fair contest, and luckily the Yone doesn't bite off more than they can chew. But I'd love to see this Rift Herald that gets picked up by Vingri go mid with it. Just put your Yone even further ahead with those extra plates. Get a kill onto Ari. I'm curious where you go with this Rift Herald. I love tracking the first Rift Herald. Can it get plates, and where do you put it, RMC? Because that tells me a lot about how your jungler feels about the rest of your team.
Yeah, and I fully agree with you there. I think mid is the ideal place. It's the first start that you want to break. It's just very rare that you get an opportunity to. But with the pressure CamCam is putting down, even if you don't kill Fantasy, and you really should if you land a single Lilting Lullaby, if you can force them out of lane with no TP, you drop Herald, and don't forget, Yone is a physical damage champion, so very, very good at taking these sort of turrets here.
Final Spark misses. Depth Charge going to come out onto Alarak. You are light, hanging out in a bush. Ben Gree is about to find out very soon that there is a buy in that bush, but you are light didn't see him. They Bolt Breaker away. Meanwhile, off screen, we do have a win for Mundo. Zalem going to throw out Super Mega Death Rocket. Will land. Exhaust will come out. Great halt there from You Are Light, but Zalem is the first one to go down. Lilting Lullaby will land. Dark Utopia able to pick up the kill before he's traded out, but I don't think You Are Light saw Ben Gree in that bush with them.
It was a little bit late when they tried to turn that. I mean, did manage to dodge out the scroll seed there, so I assume that they saw it, but the call was kill Ronkiji, kill Alarak there, and they didn't. They couldn't. Ronkiji survives with slivers of health again, Fish. How tilted must you be playing into this bot lane right now if you're CLM or Dark Utopia here? And after watching that engage, the question in my head right now is just, where has this Boohoo's team been all split long? No way a team plays like this and is bottom of the standings.
Especially with the solo kill we didn't even see with its chicken time pick up that one. I agree with you. This feels like, and as you pointed out, Queensland Boohoos, they've been roster swapping, they've been role swapping. Maybe they just finally figured out that this is the comp, and I'll say, at least they figured it out now. They have a chance to keep their playoff hopes alive. They didn't figure it out next week when they're potentially 1-6, and it's like, man, it's been nice to know 3 weeks ago, but this team looked incredibly strong as CamCam. Gonna throw out some damage onto Fantasy. He will just walk away as Yones do. As Ben Gree back up in the top lane. He's gonna jump onto Mr. Frosty, and this should be a dead or Chilling Smite is going to land. Mundo will throw briefcases at him, let him know he does not get the weekend off. You've got to come into the office, young man. Ben Gree picks up the kill. And that should be a Riptail top lane and free first tower as Fantasy potentially goes down as well. The Everfrost, all that barely keeps him alive is Fate Sealed, not quite able to finish him off.
I honestly don't think they even needed Herald to take that top side here. So I feel like if you're dropping Herald to take it, I want to see a second turret being taken mid side though. You Are Light actually came in to help out Fantasy, and in a 2v1 situation, CamCam still managed to turn around, get the kill there. And I believe the bounty that CamCam had goes over to Fantasy.
Yes, the bounty went over to the Ahri, which is at least good news for Fantasy. They get on the board. You Are Light's going to flash forward. Vault Breaker onto Ronkiji. Alarak going to throw out the final spark. One kill goes down. You are excited. Cease and desist under the turret. Ronkiji's not getting away this time.
Finally, if you're CLM and Dark Utopia right now, you are sweating for the fact that you could not kill Ronkiji. Finally, they kill the Zeri here. That's a big mental boost to this team. And as much as we're praising Boohoos here, Fish, I don't know that the Boohoos are necessarily guaranteed a win here in this game one. Yes, they are 2,500 gold up, but you Ottawa Grey, they are near the top of the table for a reason. They are defending champs for a reason here, and their composition will scale. They just need to buy time. They've lost topside turret, outer turret. They took a big beating on the topside inner turret, but look at mid and bot. They've only lost one plate apiece there, and considering how many kills have gone over, that's a really strong defense that they're mounting here in the early game.
And even at 0-3 or one of those sort of ticking time bomb champions, let those masterwork items come online, his impact on the game will be more than Mundo can dream of having, unless Mundo can get another solo turn and get maybe even super minions at some point because of how powerful those masterwork items are. So I agree with you completely. I think you've got to have them really, if you're Queensland, probably picking at the inhibitors once those masterwork items come online. As CamCam looking for a kill here, not able to find it. And I will say, You Are Light, kind of the player we talked about, haven't seen them. Their jungle debut. Early on, I don't think they played awful, had a couple of just missed calls. That was some phenomenal play. They get a kill mid, even though they didn't get traded out. And then they go 2 for 0 in the bot lane. I think she's starting to figure out this buy really well, and that's scary for Queensland, because their lead is not that large right now.
No, and it did come at the sacrifice of Mr. Frosty, though. So if you're playing so much to the bot side has to step up. Can they steal this here? No. There was an attempt.
You had the Vault Breaker, you had the Blast Clone, even without Flash. Maybe you think about it, but it will be a Cloud Soul for our game here. But with the teams tied at 1 dragon aside, we're not even dreaming of Elder Dragon at this point. I'm curious to see if we maybe get a second Rift Herald burn RMC, if the teams have that in mind to maybe try and really peck down. You see how low that top tier 2 is for Queensland with its chicken time to shoving in. You get that second Rift Herald, now you're looking at a 18, 19 minute inhibitor potentially. Is Fantasy, unfortunately, does land a charm, but he does not know Bingri is there, but the Swirl Seed misses. He has to flash for the Lilting Lullaby. The Spirit Rush puts him so far behind. Fate Sealed, and he'll jump back. Trigger the Immortal Shield Bow.
Yeah, that Fantasy making the right call there, Spirit rushing as far as possible. And now there is an opportunity to take advantage of that in the mid lane, but UR Light is nowhere nearby, still hovering in this bot lane. There's been so much invested here. You can obviously tell where they think their carries are, and once again, and they find it.
Lorak should be able to go down. Nice flash around the final spark. Zhao M is excited, and this time he's the one who lives with barely any HP. A double kill for the Jinx, and they played that perfectly. But as you said, that's at the expense of Mr. Frosty, who was just getting slapped down by its chicken time. He's going to pop the ult. The Ornhorn, can they save it? Spell immune on the knockup, but the tower does not care about Mundo. He is able to walk away. I don't know if anyone can deal with this Mundo, though, in the top lane, RMC.
Yeah, not until some healing cut comes through, I think. I mean, Chicken Time tanked, what was that, 3-4 turret shots? And Fantasy was coming in, could not finish him off right now. Xiao M probably has enough damage with the Kraken Slayer, especially if he's going to be turret diving that freely. But without the healing cut, Mundo is so strong. And for the side of Ottawa Grey here, when it comes to dealing with Chicken Time, it's not about killing him right now. It's just about pushing out that wave and making sure that he doesn't get alone time with that inhibitor turret. You're just waiting for Xiao M to continue scaling. You're almost at that 2-item power spike with this Jinx here. And likewise, you know, Fantasy, UR Light should just be looking for picks here. That top side is all just about stalling. Mundo will eventually fall off.
I'm interested that Mr. Frosty hasn't gone for the Warden's Mail yet. I mean, that should have just been a no-brainer. It's free healing cut. It really stops everything Mundo wants to do. The fact that we're almost 18 minutes in and he hasn't even really started towards that item is kind of an interesting one to be RMC, because, I mean, it won't shut down the Mundo, but he can't push nearly as far if every time he attacks you, he gets those grievous wounds. I'm shocked it hasn't even been thought of yet by Mr. Frosty.
I mean, Mr. Frosty doesn't even have his Mythic completed yet, right? Normally Orns want to go Mythic into Thimblewinter here, and the problem with Bramble Vest is that, sure, it cuts the regen somewhat here, but realistically, has Mr. Frosty even gotten Chicken Time low so far? No. If the answer is no there, then Mundo just kind of walks away, and the passive regen is going to be more than enough to overcome the benefits of that Bramble Vest, and the raw armor of Bramble Vest is not stat efficient. So I understand why it hasn't come through yet, and as long as it doesn't come through, I don't expect to see ganks being tossed at top side, other than maybe sending HC up there every once in a while for a faster wave clear, and then rotate right back mid to catch more waves.
It is a Rift Herald in Bingri's pocket. Pretty impressive to get into that top side of the map and pick up an inhibitor with how much you'd have to go down, but always something to keep an eye on here is Dark Utopia is going to flash in. Dredgeline is going to land. Alarak is dead. Zhao M is excited, and that is bad news for Rodkiji. Meanwhile, CamCom not even going to attempt to help out their jungler. Rodkiji will go down to the Super Mega Death Rocket plus the auto attack. Now the last two remaining members from Queensland have to rotate up. Can they defend this turret? They probably should just walk away at this point. UR Light looking to maybe run down the Mundo, and that is a fantastic trade for this bot side for Ottawa Grey, and they're right back in it now, tied and gold, basically only a minor difference.
Yeah, and if you're CamCom right now, you need to stay away from UR Light with the cease and desist, the Vi ultimate. I actually don't know when they changed it from a sound battery to cease and desist. But anyways, with cease and desist up, that's a point and click. And if CamCom gets locked down right now, Fantasy and Xiao M have more than enough burst damage to finish him off. So yeah, they just have to disengage completely, give up that turret. And now the big question is what happens with the dragons coming out in 15 seconds and you Ottawa Grey based on it. So there is a chance for Boohoos to try and rush this one down before Grey can come in and contest.
Like Grey rushing to the dragon, it will spawn, but I think there's enough time on the spawn timer that they can't reliably burn it down. Bingri's going to try and trump this Rift Herald in the mid lane, and UR Light has a deer in their headlights. They're going to go cease and desist right on top of Bingri. Here comes the rest of the team, but they are just dead. Final Spark will land. They are going to get 2 knocked up with the Ornor, and at least they're going to cancel the spell immune from It's Chicken Time. And now that Mundo, basically the only tank they have. CamCom will pick up the Rift Scuttle, so at least Queensland will have vision, but without Smite, that's basically irrelevant. This is a free dragon for Ottawa Grey.
Yeah, and you Ottawa burnt 3 ultimates to make that happen. Fantasy does not have Spirit Rush available. You do not want a contest here, but Fantasy's just trying to get back to the mid lane ASAP to make sure that they don't get pushed onto. And you Ottawa Grey get away with literal murder.
Utopia gets rooted, but it does not matter. I don't know why Bingri walked so far forwards. Rift Herald can walk down the lane. I guess he was trying to get it range for the auto charge, but that was wild. You don't have to drop it that close to the tower, my man.
Yeah, I agree. I think Bingri was just trying to get that turret down, and Herald by itself just wasn't enough damage, unfortunately. They had no allies nearby either, unfortunately. Ronkiji and Alarak, the only 2 ranged champions on the side of Boohoo's, was not, unfortunately, actually close enough to help out there. And as it stands, well, that mid-outer turret still stands, and they lost the dragon here. So it feels like a lot of the lead Queen's Boohoo's built up in the early game have largely been equalized, and this is where the real test starts for them here. They do have scaling champions to match what you Ottawa Grey have on the table. Their team fight is just more complex here, and now it's down to the skills of Queen's Boohoo. Can you find the engage with CamCom, or the flank with CamCom here? Can Ronkiji kite around and put out more damage than CRM in these team fights?
3 coming back for more. Swirl Seed is going to be able to land. Lullaby is up, but they will choose not to blow it on to Zhao M with Dark Utopia hanging out right there. And I think the big question for me is even as this game is, it feels like for Queen's Boohoo, it's really up to It's Chicken Time to see if he can get more pressure in the top lane. Can he drag more than just Mr. Frosty onto that top side of the map? Mr. Frosty has finished that Brambles Vest we were talking about, so the healing cut is now active for that Ornn, which is going to hurt that Mundo quite a bit, but the last few team fights, this Swirl Seed is going to land. That is a lilting lullaby. Nice cleanse. Dodges the final spark. Zhao M just walks away. It says nice ultimates. I'll just use one ability to get him out of all of them.
I can't believe the Chompers just stopped the entire engage from coming through. And CamCom trying to dash through. Okay, I understand that one kind of locking them down, but Bingri following up as well. That is a painful sight for Boohoos to see there, because if they found CLM, they get to win every fight after that. But one basic ability, like you said, stopping an ultimate from Bingri hurts.
I mean, they get CLM, that's Barrett most likely before Queen's Boohoo. And it's starting to feel like the team fights, as you said, they're more complex, and I don't know if the Boohoos are going to be able to execute them. They haven't been able to find these valuable targets that we talked about. Fantasy has not died since the early game. Yes, he started 0-3, but he played a lot better on that Ari. Xiao M is now 5-2-4. This feels like a split push win, and Mundo's not the best split pusher. There's only so much damage he's going to be able to do to turrets. I think he's become the lone win condition for Queen's Boohoo. CamCom hasn't gotten a kill in 13 minutes or so, RMC. They've just fallen off after a fast start.
Yeah, and the Mundo. If the Mundo is your win condition, you've got problems, because you don't actually pick Mundo for split push pressure. You pick him for lane dominance here, and then once you win that lane, you get your objectives. You bring him to those mid-game fights as that tanky, beefy meat shield in front of your team. If he's split pushing, you can see Frosty right now is comfortable matching that split push. Every time Chicken Time pushes up here, Frosty just sits under turret, and now Chicken Time can't fight you under turret. Now you've got that Sunfire Aegis as well. You can match push with that aura, and if Chicken Time's perma push like that, he is gankable. Bramble Vest has come through, so there is that healing cut, and while you are light and Fantasy maybe can't quite finish it, CLM certainly can.
Star's going to land. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to hit Alarak as well. Xiao M now on a killing spree, 6-2-4 on the Jinx. That is an easy kill. And they talked about Alarak has played aggressive all game. RMC usually has the flash to save him, but this is why the Nautilus, I think, is just better. There's so much more CC for a caught-out member than Lux, who just lands one Light's Binding and then says, okay, team, please, someone come help me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a high-risk, high-reward, and right now, high-risk isn't panning out. It did in the early game, but it's not panning out in the late game. And the problem is, we'll finish that, the later the game goes, the higher the risk as well as the reward. And if the next time Alarak gets caught out like that, I could potentially see the Baron call coming down. The Jinx is online. 3 items completed. Lord Dominic's rapid fire cannon as well. That's more than enough to blitz down this Baron here. And without that Lux as well, Boohoos are going to struggle to really have that safety to engage from afar. You've got one lilting Lullaby, and if that doesn't hit the prime targets, if Frosty just face tanks it, if Dark Utopia just face tanks it here, suddenly you don't have a way to walk in without coming under fire the entire way.
And even if you get a Swirl Seed and you look for the Lullaby onto Zhao M, he has Cleanse up now. Your next Lullaby is basically wasted onto Zhao M with that Cleanse, so you have to find another way of CC, and I don't think he's cleansing Alliance Binding, and there's no other CC really on this team as the Dragon will start up here. We'll see if the Queen's Boohoos can finally pick up a kill. They were up 12-7 at one point. It's 7 straight kills. The Ornhorn is going to come in. You are lights to jump right on top.
Oh my
a huge
goodness.
super mega death rocket from Zhao M. He picks up the first kill, and there is blood in the water. A second one will be picked up before he does go down to CamCom. Unfortunately, Mr. Frosty cannot run down Alarak. A2C still barely alive. Dark Utopia trying to kite its chicken time as far as possible. You are light. Can go over the wall potentially onto CamCom as there is no smite available. But I think CamCom has realized that the Jinx gonna play Ring Around the Rosie here, get some healing off this Dragon. CamCom starting to take a bit of damage from this Cloud Drake. Potentially maybe a pick. Great dodge with the blast cone. Unfortunately, they're gonna run right in the Mundo, but the briefcase will miss. You are light, staying alive, gonna get behind Nautilus. There is a nice body block. I think this Vi is home free, though they will lose the Dragon. Final Spark not able to land. The Comet can't quite pick up the kill either.
Fantasy?
Fantasy's back alive. He teleported back in with full life. You are light's gonna go over the wall and slice the Dragon. Oh my gosh, though they will go down. So Mega Death Rocket is gonna pick up a first kill. Zhao M can't get there in time. This fight's not even over yet, RMC, but please try and tell the viewers at home what the heck we just saw.
We are watching 2 teams refusing to give up here, and the mechanics coming out right now from you, Ottawa Grey. They were breaking ankles left and right, but Queen's Boohoo, with the higher execution composition, played it simpler. They just had more numbers faster at the Dragon to be able to recover that, but they did lose the Dragon, and now they are trying for the Baron here to take it, and unfortunately, Xiao M, without a front line, can't contest this, and Bingri has smite. There is none available for you of Ottawa.
Alan's gonna walk over, but I think he's gonna quickly realize, yep, Aaron has gone down. There's nothing he can do. And I will say the best thing about that previous fight before the Dragon, before everything else transpired, RMC, the other conditions for Queen's Boohoo is they just baited Ottawa Grey into a very small corridor. Yes, Zhao M started that fight off, you remember, with a double kill, but he walks into a Final Spark, he walks into a Fate Sealed because it's that tiny little window, there's nowhere else he can walk. Sometimes the best way is just say, you just have to walk into our abilities, we don't care how many tanks you kill, you just can't survive all of that burst, and that's exactly what happened.
100%. And the sick part about Fate Seal is that there's no way to stop it. All the CC in the world can't stop it once it actually goes off there. And that's what happened. You can't cleanse away from it either, because it is a knock-up coming through. So really well played from Queen's Boohoos, and that's that skill ceiling we're talking about here. You have so many tools to try and counterplay. Now the question though is, can you do it again? Look at the Baron push here. It's not actually that effective. The wave clear from Xiao at this point is really, really strong. What is effective is that Mundo, which they can't quite match. And while Mr. Frosty could do it before the Baron buff, with Baron buff up right now, those super minions, or these Baroned up minions, pardon me, are difficult. Actually, Chicken Time doesn't have the Baron buff.
Oh, he did not get it. That is huge. That is a huge loss for Queen's Boohoo. It's going to make that pushing just I mean, he's still just running down Mr. Frosty, who does finally have those Masterwork items online and can start handing out some helpful upgrades to his team. And I want to say, you were talking about the Fate Unsealed. Correct me if I'm wrong, RMC. I believe Final Spark, as long as the cast starts, is also uninterruptible, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, unless you kill the Lux, which is what we're kind of seeing in these fights right now. Alarak's just getting burst down so quickly that the Final Sparks aren't actually coming through. We're seeing the animation begin, but she's dropping just because of those rockets here. So But that is true. If you're in a choke point, and because of the range of that final spark as well, as long as CamCom lands that bait sealed, theoretically the final spark should land as well. And the burst damage from that could kill CLM. There's no defensive items coming through for this Jinx whatsoever.
Finally, the rest of the team will rotate down bot side to help its chicken time with those Baron buff minions. The Ornhorn is going to call Mr. Frosty. Going to get a double knockout and force a stopwatch. Final spark is going to hit Zhao M. Has to flash away from the Lux ability as well, Lucent Singularity. But he will pick up another kill. And they kind of tried the same thing and they nearly got it, but they didn't have the Fate Seal. And that's why Zhao M is alive right now.
Yeah, you saw the burst that the final spark did alone to CLM. That's almost half the entire health bar there. If there was any follow-up whatsoever, kill goes down. Bingri tried his best to get in there, but there's just too much damage. And while that fight did go poorly for them, and you of Ottawa Grey should be happy that, hey, we can still win team fights. Our Jinx is still very, very strong. It is troubling that CamCom, the big assassin, the big diver, wasn't present. And more importantly, Queen's Boohoos did still manage to secure both inner turrets in bot and mid.
I assume if Alarak plays on the standard keybind and says ET has broken, because there was a Lucent Singularity down that Zhao M had to flash out of. He was probably praying that ability went off, but as we talked about, the Lux is so squishy, she just fell over, wasn't able to reactivate it, and Zhao M did have to build a flash. He did have to cleanse and flash, so now, I will say, the cleanse is saved him multiple times, and of course, with the Fate Seal and a final spark, Zhao M's positioning has to be basically perfect, RMC. That is the one concern if you're Ottawa Grey. Zhao M is a great player. He cannot afford to make a single mistake if you want to win this next team fight, as Mr. Frosty is going to get caught. Luckily, he is tanky enough to just walk away as UR Light rotates up. This is potentially Cloud Soul, thanks to a fantastic steal by UR Light last Dragon. So it's a big fight for Queen's Boohoo, but this is a fight you could give up if you're Ottawa Grey if you don't get a perfect engage.
Yeah, and going back to what you're mentioning about perfect positioning from Xiao M here, Fish, the problem is Xiao M has to dodge everything, whereas the side of Queens just needs to land one sort of CC. The fight might kick off. Your Ornhorn doesn't land.
Misses on everybody. They already landed a charm. Bingri dropped down very low. Final spark going to come out, not able to land, and Bingri's the first one to fall. Zhao M picks up one, but he's barely hanging on.
No.
Flash forward. Runkiji going to pick up the kill. UR Light is running down. Alarak will pick up the kill. But it is going to be a 4-for-3 in favor of Queen's Boohoo. But again, we've seen this story before, RMC. UR Light up against a team without a smite. They've got to burn this down very quickly. Here comes the buy. Not even going to get close this time, luckily, for Queen's Boohoo.
Yeah, Ronkiji right now, so strong, so quick at taking these objectives. And this is why we're saying, Fish, Zeri versus Jinx. Why we're even pondering whether the Jinx should have been the first pick or whether you, Ottawa Grey, should have actually prioritized that Zeri. Because right now, Ronkiji is outranging Xiao M in a lot of these fights, and you can see that CamCom doesn't even have to land the Fate Seal. Fate Seal did not actually catch Xiao M, but the gap close was sufficient, and the damage from this Yone is just too high right now. Locket of Iron Solari, Knight's Vow, both of those were provided for Xiao M, and Xiao M still went down in that fight. So at this point, it's no longer about positioning for this Jinx, it's about who else can carry for you, Ottawa Grey. The one carry composition is not working against the amount of damage Queens has. Somebody else has to step up, whether it be Fantasy or UR Light here.
UR Light or a tanky build after that Divine Sunder, even went ahead and picked up a QSS as well. And it feels like if you're Ottawa Grey, they might try and burn down this Baron potentially, as they have all of the vision. You basically have a fight whenever Zhao M has a summoner up. They're going to start up this Baron. There is no idea for Queen's Boohoo. They actually have no idea. It's chicken time.
It's gone.
We'll be able to give them vision, but Baron is basically dead unless Mundo gets the steal of the century. He does not. Now he has to run away. Ult already has to be blown. Fantasy gonna go in. The charm will be immune and blew the Spirit Rush as well. Ottawa Grey commits quite a lot for a Mundo who just simply did not care, but that is a free Baron and they'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, the moment Bingri completed that recall, you kind of knew that Queen's Boohoo's here just had no clue it was going to happen, because you cannot have your jungler recall like that. And the vision lapse that they had, there was so much focus on that dragon that the Boohoo's kind of just forgot about making sure they had at least that one ward in the Baron pit there. And now you, Ottawa Grey, you've got an opportunity once again to try and push in, but even with the Baron buff, it's less about pushing right now than it is about being able to win or survive these team fights, because Boohoos can just pull the trigger on you in a siege situation.
Engage here. You look at that top side of the map, Mr. Frosty. I don't even know if he's done a point of damage to that tier 1 top tower. That's how dominant its Chicken Time has been. And finally, I mean, you talked about what Or's going to do with just mythic item into Thimble Winner. That Thimble Winner just got completed at 35 minutes, RC. Mr. Frosty has not had a great game. Final Spark is going to go up. They will force a stopwatch out from You Are Light, but that Final Spark cooldown is so low. That's a good trade if you're Queen's Boohoo. Final Spark's going to be up in 20 seconds. Now that stopwatch has to be upgraded if you want another way, probably into a Guardian's Angel for it to be usable again.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not sure Guardian's Angel has more utility right now than a good stopwatch or a Zonia's for this next big fight, especially the way You Are Light has been playing, where you're aggressively going to the back line, you're trying to lock down important targets and cause chaos here. Alarak, oh, they're just repeating that every time the cooldown's there. Oh, Alarak.
Oh, he does dodge the Super Mega Death Rocket, but yeah, literally the exact same thing, RMC. The only difference was there's no stopwatch this time, and the stopwatch is permanently broken. Alarak can walk back in 10 seconds and do it all over again. And I'm starting to wonder, you talked about, yes, with the Fate Seals going out, Yone is immune to CC. But if you're UR Light, do you hold Cease and Desist until after the Fate Seal goes off to try and give Zhao M some more space? Because I feel like even though you want to CC Ronkichi, it's CamCom who's doing all the damage to your Jinx.
Agreed. And that's the rough problem for you of Ottawa Grey right now, is that if you don't use Cease and Desist on Ronkichi, you can't catch Ronkichi in any of these fights. Fantasy has not been able to find backline access in a lot of these choke points. The Ahri needs the flank, and unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. Fantasy has been trying to rush in that front door through all that damage, and more often than not, he's not coming out the other end alive here. So it's a tough choice, and I would say for now, though, focus down CamCom, because if Xiao M is alive, at least you have a chance of being able to fight that Zeri. But the moment Xiao M is down right now, if you don't have a backup carry, there's no one else to do damage, and then CamCom survives, and Ronkichi isn't the issue at all. CamCom's the one ripping your entire team apart. So maybe don't even wait for the Fate Seal. Just go right in to CamCom right away. You have more than enough damage to burst down this Yone right now.
Frosty is going to have to burn the teleport just to get away from the Mundo and actually join the fight that's going on at the Dragon Pit. Chicken Time will come in as well. Great lights biting into Final Spark, though. Mr. Frosty will be able to take that damage, but he does not have a way back in anymore, RMC. He got caught out. This top lane has gone disastrous to the side of Ottawa Grey. But keep your eye on Fantasy. He is going to get revealed trying to clear out that minion wave. 4 members of Queen's Boohoo are going to run him down. Ornn, as the dragon spawns, is going to channel the back. This, to me, says Ottawa Grey might be considering conceding. He will cancel it, conceding the dragon, of course, not the game. But I think you just give it to him again. You have a dragon to play with. Zhao M barely dodges the final spark. You just have to walk away. Ornhorn's going to come in. Has to be huge. Only lands onto Alarak. Zhao M is just getting burned down by the Mundo.
He
finally survived, but had to flash to stay alive. On the back line, Cease and Desist. Plus the Super Mega Death Rocket, but doesn't quite land. Ronkichi over the wall. Alarak is the next target, and they are dead. A huge pickup there for Ottawa Grey. They do lose the dragon, however, but they might be able to clean up. CamCom forced to walk away. Fate Seal gonna whip as well. And that is just a dead Yone. Zhao M can keep pushing, life stealing off the minions. I have no idea how Ottawa Grey came alive. Zhao M was out 10 HP, and they somehow won that fight.
As insane as it sounds right here, Fish, I think Chicken Time actually just saved you, Ottawa Grey, there, because Xiao M was zoned out so far. Nobody else on the side of Queen's Boohoo could follow up, and that meant no CamCom to threaten Xiao M. Xiao M gets the free fire, still has that GA as well, and then continues pushing on to this base. Inhibitor goes down, and while the Boohoos did pick up the Cloud Drake here, it's only a Cloud Drake. It's not even so, and even with Soul, I think really only Ronkichi and Bingri are truly benefiting from that Cloud Soul.
Ottawa Grey probably very happy it's a Cloud Dragon. I think universally considered one of the weaker dragons. Because as you said, there's not really a lot of benefit for either team. I mean, I guess You Are Light would probably like it. Maybe Mr. Frosty, but that's about it. It's not a very impactful dragon. But Baron's up in 30 seconds. I am concerned. As you said, I agree with you. I think Chicken Time probably kind of won that fight for Queen's Boohoo. But to me, it's very concerning that your lone solo carry basically nearly died 1v2, even maybe 1v3 to It's Chicken Time. This Mundo, I mean, as classically said, can go where he pleases. I don't know if anyone can do a dang thing to stop him.
Hey, but if Chicken Time is that far out here, the important part is that Xiao M won that trade, right? And if you get any sort of lifesteal into this build, which unfortunately we should note it is live patch 12.6, so most of the lifesteal items and runes all got nerfed across the board. But if there was any lifesteal in, Xiao M could easily rejoin the fight. Even with that GA right now, it's allowing Xiao M to play a little bit more aggressively. And as I look at that GA here, CamCom has one of his own here, so things are kind of spicy. Chicken Time.
Chicken Time's gonna get caught out. Vital Spark is just going to annihilate.
Oh.
Wait to see who will get caught out by the Fate Sealed. CamCom does go back.
Free
GA
firing.
is in green. The first one to fall for Queen's Boo, who is a freaking Death Rocket. Picks up a second one. Xiao M is excited, and that feels like it is game. Jinx from Arcane says it is show over.
I'm
Looking
slow.
for the Penta. Ronkiji
You
goes
get it?
down. It's a Penta for Xiao M, and it's game 1 to Ottawa Gray.
University of Ottawa Gray here, second place team. We said it before, they refused to die, and Xiao M at the critical moment here stepped up clutch. GA not popped full health here. They're just waiting for minions. 30 seconds, they can just end it. Dark Utopia stepping up, gonna be willing to tank this one.
Utopia taking a lot of damage, will survive. Here comes the minion wave that UR Light was able to kite up. There's 10 seconds on Bingri and Alarak. It's not going to matter. Xiao M is going to take down the Nexus. Game 1 to Ottawa Gray, though, I think closer than, I'll be honest, closer than maybe we expected, closer than a lot of people probably expected if you just looked on paper. So that is a huge shout out to Queen's Boo. But you could be the best early game team, RMC. It does not matter. It's about how you end the game. And Xiao M played that final fight to perfection.
I mean, props to Queen's Boohoos. This wasn't just an early game team. The Boohoos look like the complete package. Even in the late game there, massive props to CamCom, to Ronkiji as well. The way they're kiting the fights, pushing in the fights, Chicken Time with that Mundo. Those early leads didn't fall off on that Mundo. He was an absolute menace and monster. But one name, Fish, one name above all really stole the show, and that was Xiao M here. Pentakill at the end. And to be fair, it's not like Xiao M 1v5. The entire team was in there to peel and create that space for that Jinx here. But what was the final score there? 17 and I can't remember what. All I remember is 17 kills on that Jinx at the end. The pentakill to end the game here. And it's scary to me, Fish, because even if you take away the Jinx, there are picks like the Zeri, like the Aphelios, potentially even things like the Ezreal or Lucian that Xiao M could always default back to here. Even the Vayne that we saw banned there. There's just so many things that Xiao M can carry on.
Yeah, and I would expect if the Jinx gets banned away, Ottawa Gray will probably just ban away the Zeri and take that out, because I will say I thought Ronkiji played that Zeri incredibly well. And unfortunately, it came down to they just picked the wrong target to burn, right? We talked about, okay, you got to either kill Xiao M or you got to kill Fantasy. They blew up Fantasy. Final Spark into Fate Sealed. It was perfect. Problem is, neither of those hit Xiao M, so it was just free damage for the Jinx. So the single carry strat worked out, I will say. That top lane matchup, I'm very concerned about. Chicken Time played that really well. Mr. Frosty, if that was anything but an Ornn, they'd probably lose. Those Masterwork items make that much of a difference. The Ornn felt like he had an impact. So I'm curious how the top lane draft will go in game 2, RMC. That is my concern. But we will take a quick break. We'll see what comes of it. Queen's Boohoo, again, they have to now win game 2 and game 3, or they officially eliminated from the playoffs. Ottawa Gray, defending champs. They're sweating a little bit, but they're feeling good. We'll be back with game 2 in this Champions Yellow Division right after this.
Holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat can you? For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you got nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. last December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
Welcome back into the NECC here. Challengers Yellow Game and RMC alongside Fish. There's a lot of stakes on the line. Ottawa Gray taking on Queens Boohoo, and you, Ottawa Gray, won game one, which is whatever for them in a sense. RMC, they're 5-1. They're second in the division. They're not playing for much more besides seeding. Why I say it's whatever is because you look at Queens Boohoo, 1-5. If they lose, they are out. Playoffs are done. Next week, you're just playing for fun. This is a huge game with huge implications if you're a Queens Boohoo fan.
I mean, Fish, yes, stakes-wise, there wasn't a lot on the line here for the side of University of Ottawa Grey, but my goodness, when they played the game, it got way closer than I think they feel comfortable with. And everybody wants to go into the playoffs, with wins, with momentum under their belt. You don't want to be faltering at the end of season, going in playoffs, questioning yourself. So into game two here. And this time it is accurate that University of Ottawa Grey have that one win here, and they've kept the same side. So they will still be blue side here. The bans have not changed for you, Ottawa Grey, whatsoever here. Boohoos, though, switching it up. They're banning the Jinx, letting through that Victor instead.
Yeah, they'll end up drafting it in LCS order, so not quite the order they picked it in here. So, but I think that Jinx baiting, we talked about it a lot in that break, RMC, because again, the Zeri felt like it should be, and usually should beat the Jinx. I think Zhao M just absolutely popped off. There's nothing you could blame about that. I'm curious now what the Boohoo's plan is, because since you gave blue side to Ottawa Grey, we'll get the spoiler here in a little bit when Zhao M locks in the AD carry. They just said, fine, we'll take Zeri. I don't know if the Boohoos really thought that idea through of banning Jinx on red side.
Yeah, and granted, Zeri did get nerfed along with Jinx, and Aphelios and other AD carries did get some buffs to try and push up the others, but we're talking about late game scaling champions, and last game certainly did go late. I think it was a 6-item Jinx that we were looking at there. Zeri is still queen of the crop right now, so definitely an issue to try and consider here. And for the side of Queen Boohoos, they ultimately end up going with the Twitch to try and match a little bit. And I like the idea conceptually. Twitch does get the range needed from Spray and Pray to actually outrange that Zeri in a lot of team fights early on in the lane as well. If you're going AP Twitch, your burst will be able to actually burst down that Zeri as well in lane if you can sneak up on her. But my problem is Zeri eventually gets so much health as well that sure, you might outrange her, but she's going to wreck your front line. She's going to chase you down as well. And as a Twitch, if you're running, you're not doing damage, whereas Zeri can kite very effectively with her Qs.
There's a couple of very spicy picks that we'll get to for sure. But the one thing I do want to say that I think was a little bit of a problem, though there were some great final sparks from Alarak, is at the end of that game, that Lux just lost the support value that you need because she's, of course, not traditionally a support. She's kind of been forced down there from the power creep in the mid lane. I like this Karma pick from Alarak because it does a lot of what they needed last game. You have the Mantra E for the shields. You have sort of the same amount of burst pick potential, or at least chip potential with the Mantra Q if you want to, but I like that you have a bit more support for Ronkiji because there were times that Lux just died and Ronkiji's out there 1v3 being run down.
Yeah, and I think last game, the composition coming through from Queen's Boohoos was vastly different, right? They had the Lux, they had the Lydia. They were fishing for picks with that composition. And to Alarak's credit, sure, Alarak did misposition a little bit towards the end of the game, but likewise, he found some really good picks with the light bindings as well to set up for some of those fights, some of those kills. This time, just vastly different concept, right? The Karma, you're not using it for picks because there is no pick potential on this team. You picked the Kled, you picked an Amumu. You're all about the all-in here. You want to force these team fights, and Karma's just going to speed people up, make sure the rest of the team get in there. The Twitch is just going to open fire here, and then it's going to come down to this Kassadin to try and clean up here for the side of Ronkiji. And pardon me, not Ronkiji here. Then it was CamCom, pardon me. So I like the idea from Queen's Boohoos, and I like the idea even more that they kind of went, okay, game one was close, but forget it, guys. Throw it all out the window. We're going to try something completely new here because we need a win, right? If we're out, if we lose, we're out. Backs are up against the wall. And for you, Ottawa Grey, while the champions have changed up a lot, I don't think they have a single champion repeating from game one here. The concept is still the same. You've got a Hecarim, you've got a Victor, you've got a Zeri. You still want to fight front to back as clean as possible. And into an engaged comp like that, it's very, very strong. You just lay down that gravity field, drop the Chaos Storm here. And sure, Kled's good, Amumu's good, but trying to fight into that is going to be very, very painful.
It does feel like, well, I think the big one for maybe Queen's Boo who's throwing the paper out the window was the fact that they didn't pick up the Yone that wasn't banned that you and I were kind of rooting for. I do think the one thing they took from game one is they believe It's Chicken Time can win that top lane matchup. And I like the Kled split pushing potentially a lot more than the Mundo. Kled is a lot scarier of a split pusher. And if he gets as far ahead, because remember, Mr. Frosty did not have a good game at all. I think he even had, 0-6 by the end of that game. Of course, on an Orin, you're not expected to get kills, but he really wasn't a threat. I do like the fact that they got a bit more aggressive in the top lane. Kled opens up an alternate win condition. At the 28-ish minute mark, I remember you and I were talking, RFC, we're like, or at least I was like, hey, Mundo split pushing is your only win condition. And then you immediately shot it down with, if Mundo's your win condition, you're in a world of hurt. Kled at least feels more capable of split pushing. So I do like they kind of kept something similar from game one, because that was the only lane they really dominated in after the while, because I think there was a couple of cheesy kills in the mid lane where Feasty got caught on a minion wave, kind of put him behind.
For sure. Yeah. No, I'm with you there, Fish. And the other nasty thing about Kled as well is Kled actually team fights very, very well. The ultimate, of course, charge leading your team in is a big tool for engage, like we talked about. But the other nasty thing about the Kled is that you can kind of dash right into the back line. And as fast as you're going, it's kind of like a Hecarim. It's very difficult to lock you down. And when I'm running down you Ottawa Grey here, the way their team's going to function, there's two shots to stop it. Either one is with the set showstopper, you grab that Kled and slam him right back into the back line, which, sure, that's helpful, but it's not going to do maximal damage into the enemy team. And you might want to reserve that for the Amumu, who's Curse with the Sad Mummy there is going to have much more team fight impact. Or you're relying on the Lulu. And with the Lulu, even though it's point and click, it can be difficult to actually nail that Kled in the chaos of the madness. So this Kled is going to have a lot of backline threat. And I actually don't think it's going to be on the Zeri. Zeri's very mobile, as we saw last game with Ronkiji piloting it, especially in the jungle with all those walls. I'm more worried right now for Fantasy on this Victor. He already struggled a lot on the Ari, who is a mobile champion. Victor is not mobile, and if Kled can kill him before he can get the Chaos Storm off here, well, the front doors are open, and suddenly Queen's Boohoos can just follow up, chasing behind with that Amumu, and dive into that back line.
I do like that Dark Utopia has a bit of a way either to help out Xiao M or maybe Fantasy with that wild growth that would give you that big shield. For the Boohoos for Bingri, I am a bit concerned though, because I thought he played fantastic on the Lilia, and Amumu kind of has a very similar playstyle. Instead of the Lullaby, it's the Curse of the Sad Mummy. But it isn't just a point and click sleep as long as you hit them with ability. You've got to either bandage toss or flash your way in. Maybe you follow up the Kled charge. Can he get in range of Xiao M? Or is it Fantasy? Because again, talking about that showstopper, Mr. Frosty can of course just grab the Amumu, take him away from the team, and then that Curse of the Sad Mummy is a very sad mummy because he just has set. So I'm curious how Bingri is going to play that, and of course, a little bit harder. But I'm excited to see it again. Queen's Boohoo has to win this game. They have to win this game to stay alive. Then they have to do it again in game 3. It's not just win one, we're good, we get to take the next week to focus. They have to win 2 in a row. Ottawa Grey are defending champions in this Champion Yellow division from last winter. They are feeling good. They're 1-0 right now in the series as we get ready to hop into game 2 here, RFC. I'm excited because you and I were both blown away by Queen's Boohoo for 35 minutes in game 1. That did not look like a team who, not to spoiler alert, they hadn't won a map all season, but they look phenomenal. Can they finish the deal, though, is the question as we hop into game 2.
And hopefully, Fish, our questions will be answered soon. No level 1 shenanigans. Everybody's, kind of just going with that defensive start here. And when I see a Hecarim and a Mumu, both of these junglers are power farming junglers. They want to hit 6 ASAP here. You can gank with them, and I actually like early Amumu ganks because with the change that happened earlier this season, beginning of the season or end of last season there, with the double bandage tosses, you can actually really run down squishy targets here. So I'd like to see Bingri try and take advantage of that. And you are light on the Hecarim. We've seen Hecarim ganks before. Of course, you charge in with that Ghost, and you can try and pick off a single target, especially in this bot lane. I feel like this Twitch, this Karma, they have a lot of poke potential coming through, but they don't have a lot of escape potential. So I would love to see ganks from either side going into the spot lane early.
The one thing I am concerned about, unless Alarak gets very aggressive, which he played very aggressive last time, is that cleanse from Xiao M. can kind of shut down Bingri's Curse of the Sad Bumpy. If you're able to get it off fast enough and you flash away, you just shut down the entire ultimate. And we saw that happen where a Lullaby landed. They even threw out a Final Spark. He just cleansed, walked away, had some help from the Chompers as well. So I'm very curious if Queen's Boohoos will be able to track that cleanse cooldown. The more they can fight when it's on cooldown, I think the more successful they'll be. So maybe you land a bandage toss, you force a cleanse, you disengage. That might be a strategy you have to play around, as we actually had a bit of a lane swap. Fantasy's going to go up in the top lane against this clan, while Mr. Frosty will go to the mid lane against that Cassidy to kind of take away that anti-mage gameplay that Cassidy usually brings to the table.
Oh my goodness, I absolutely love this particular change up here because, as you can see, Fantasy is outranging the Kled and can actually trade quite comfortably. Anytime the bear trap lands, you just Q, the shield negates most of that trade, and Chicken Time has to either all win or lose that sort of poke war, the chip war here. And in the mid lane, Cassidy is a melee champion. Yes, we often think of him as, you know, that annoying guy who just hops over walls and that, but for all of that, his damage is primarily melee. And as a set here, you destroy most melee champions, much less a non-squishy like the Cassidy. And if Cassidy's trying to poke you down with Q, your base regeneration alone is going to be able to keep up with that, and he will run out of mana long before you run out of health.
Alarak on PG just being spammed down by the early game Lulu. And the other thing is, the way It's Chicken Time got ahead so well last game, RMC, is because Bingri came up early on that Lilia. You're not ganking early on an Amumu. You are very slow to move through the jungle, plus It's Chicken Time is pushing. This Amumu now doesn't have anywhere to go to try and put his lanes ahead, because I think It's Chicken Time in a more even matchup, as you said, also in that melee versus range, he's not going to get to go anywhere or have any fun at all. And I think this is exactly what Ottawa Grey wants to do. You pointed out in our opener, RMC, they have usually won by just smashing lanes. They can do that in game 2 without worrying about dying in mid or top now.
Yeah, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, I do think Chicken Time is a very, very good player, so I don't expect him to really lose out this. Wait, Bingri? How did he? Bingri managed to sneak into the alcove here. We said that it's going to be difficult to gank, but the gank is happening.
Did land a bandage toss, it looks like. Both flashes expelled by Chicken Time and Fantasy. He's going to try and run away. The turret will break Scarl. Now UR Light is coming in too. Low health members. Who will he go after? He's going to pick It's Chicken Time. Can that courage build up in time for Scarl to come back? UR Light quickly realizing that she is not in a good fight and will disengage. Bingri getting a little tricky, unfortunately. Fantasy somehow lived that engagement.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing out of that. Sure, you didn't find any kills, but more importantly, you weren't killed in exchange there, and that was a great survival. Flashes traded between Fantasy and Chicken Time, and while all this is happening as well, it's important to note that Mr. Frosty is continuing to power through that mid lane, and bot side, Xiao M is crushing that 2v2 matchup alongside Dark Utopia.
Damn, trying to get away. Oh, Mr. Frosty tried to predict the flag. A fantastic job by CamCom. He takes the unconventional route away from his tower, and he's able to dodge the haymaker. Really, both players made fantastic plays. It's just unfortunately Mr. Frosty guessed wrong.
And the joke is, if Mr. Frosty didn't flash, the tip of that haymaker would still have killed CamCom. Even with that flash. So that's gonna really sting that they didn't find it. But hey, if Mr. Frosty could do that once, you can do that again here. And for all that, you know, that looks kind of close, CamCom's still really gonna struggle to lane into this set. At most, when you hit level 6, Cassin's a little bit safer and you shouldn't get hit by that haymaker again. But it's a battle between health and mana. And unfortunately for CamCom here, yes, you have the tier, but Mr. Frosty's health regeneration is still going to wildly outstrip the mana regeneration of the Cassidy.
Frosty's going to get it back. He'll get a free teleport as well. Once the Rift Vault comes online, he'll have a little bit more escapability to get away from haymakers if he is low health. But yeah, that mana versus no mana argument usually always favors the health champion, though Bingri is rotating down. Bottom side of your map, going to go down, look for a gank. Bandage toss is going to land onto Xiao M, but they will simply pop that cleanse, and they will get out of it. And there's that cleanse on cooldown. Now, Bingri, you have to come back in the next 180 seconds to make that gank worth it.
Speaking of reganks, though, topside, your Light's looking up here, but no level 6 yet means it's a little bit risky and difficult. Fantasy does have 6, does have the Chaos Storm, and I think they were trying to take advantage of that level mismatch a little bit doesn't quite come through, unfortunately.
Plus, with the Scarl, outside of the Showstopper, it's so hard to dive on top of the lead. Everyone's seen multiple teams, even your own team, sometimes throw 3-4 kills away because, like, oh, he doesn't have much health. Oh, that's right, he just bounced off Scarl, and then there's that second of invulnerability. Speaking of mid lane, though, CamCom just blows up Mr. Frosty. I guess that level 6 was all he needed, RMC.
Yeah, and I think Frosty, too, just hadn't backed for a while, so didn't have the items to quite match that, disrespecting a little bit there because of that CS lead, because he had been winning so hard before that, and that is risky to give away. You never want to give free kills to a Kassadin. After all, there's a reason why we jokingly refer to him as Kassa Win. You know, that level 16 power spike when he gets that third level of that Rift Walk. And to me, I'm not even looking at level 16 either. I'm looking more at items for that Kassadin. Once you hit that 2-3 item power spike, Kassadin is going to absolutely rip through your squishies here.
Yeah, we thought Fate Sealed was an easy way to get on the down. How about a Rift Walk on a 2-second cooldown? That Zeri is going to have nowhere to go. I will say a lot slower game. I mean, we see Dragons up, Rift Heralds up. No teams even really look that direction, as we're going to get backs from the bot lane for Ottawa Grey, which I think is a great thing for really probably the fight of Bingri and Mumu a bit slower than that Hecarim. Usually Hecarim, with that power farming, can maybe get a bit of an advantage, as now might get a challenge around that blue buff. Ends up UR Light will just back, and maybe now we'll hop onto that dragon. The Alarak will rotate down and spoil any fun we were going to have RMC around objectives early on here.
Yeah, and I was hoping your Light was actually just going to push that level 6 advantage, because like you mentioned, Hecarim does farm quicker, but now Mumu has level 6 as well. It's a lot dicier.
Double Curse of the Sad Mummy's going to come through, going to try and get away. That is a dead set there as Mr. Frosty will go down. We see the power of the level 6 of Mumu. Alarak getting very aggressive. That's exactly how they drew it up. I don't think they wanted to kill the two tankiest targets, but Curse of Sad Mummy into the spray and pray. Absolutely perfect play for Queen's Boohoo there. That's going to get him the first dragon. Unless UR Light doesn't have the flash, but they have something in mind here. Come on, pull the dragon out. Pull the dragon out. Never mind, they're going to stay in. They're going to get re-engaged here. Bandit Toss will go out. UR Light devastating charge will land onto Bindri. Alarak dropping low. Polymorph and Exhaust on Ronkiji. They will go down, but here comes Kassadin. Going to jump right onto Zaweb over the wall, but Rift Walk, here I am.
No way.
For UR Light. And somehow Ottawa Grey is staying in this. Bindri should go down here potentially.
Blue buff.
CamCom's still alive, though. This is not a free dragon by any means. Dragon. It's an April Fool's joke. The dragon pit has relocated to the center of the river now.
Apparently there, the Inferno Dragon doesn't want to go home. It's just sitting, chilling out there. I hope that's a spectator bug. If not, it might actually screw up the way dragons leash and the sort of angles you can come in on. But Fish, let's talk a little bit about what that last fight means. Oh, never mind, no time.
Well, here's the Chaos Storm. Will the tower be enough? Yes, it will. That's a 1-for-1 trade, RMC. They knew you were trying to talk. That's why they decided to fight here. Is this dragon, he's finally gone back home.
Okay, I think it was just a spec bug, and it probably was just sitting in a pit. We just couldn't see it as spectators. Now, Fish, okay, bunch of kills happened. What was that? 3 kills total, I think, on that bot side fight there. And it's actually pretty good news for you, Ottawa Grey, that they did manage to trade back here, because for a second, okay. Well, thank you, producer. Dragon's still sitting in the middle of nowhere there, apparently. Okay, so the important thing to note was the way that first fight started out, the fact that you had Set in the mid lane instead of Victor. So you didn't actually have that big team fight ultimate to try and match the Mumu Twitch there. Instead, you've got this Set who's great at single target, great at tanking, but not so important in these team fights. Ronkiji is about to step over a ping.
So Ronkiji, if they find him, is just dead to Showstopper. They are, I think, going to find him. Yeah, UR Light will find him. Spray Paint is going to be popped. The Hecarim will use the ult for the fear. Ronkiji is just dead. Now I'm trying to get in range for a kill. Cannot find it. So they do find the Twitch at the end. It potentially should be a dragon, as a Mumu's on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and I think Bingri's sort of play here is to look for that Herald, because you've lost all control of bot side, right? But CamCom is getting to free farm this mid lane here. Frosty's been moving so much that the Kassadin has caught back up and is becoming a threat. So you have that advantage on that top side while you kind of forfeited advantage bot side.
There is the charge. Dragon did go back home finally. I think it was a spectator bug as he called RMC. So they'll trade Dragon for Fantasy's life up in the top side of the map. I think Fantasy doesn't feel that way, but probably an even trade. And a great call by Bingri. As he pointed out RMC, he knew bot side of the map was gone. He simply makes the only play he really could, which is to get a kill on the top side.
Yeah, and kill is good. Herald is better. I would love to see them start this up. I mean, CamCom has priority in that mid lane. 2-level lead, by the way, over Mr. Frosty now. Okay, now it's back to 1. But a level and a half advantage. That's an interesting interaction. But level and a half lead. CamCom should be comfortable. And topside, Chicken Time is crushing that topside matchup right now. Is now caught up in terms of CS.
Alarak is dead. Unfortunately, the second time in a row, Xiaoem cannot get in range to even pick up an assist. So 0-2 on that Zeri. You are light. 4-0 on that Hecarim, but going probably more in the tanky build just based off the early items. So we'll see how much of an impact they can have. Fantasy is going to roam down here. There is a smite on this Amumu, but there's not a lot of mana. They will smite to at least pick up the Rift Herald. Chaos Storm should be enough damage. CamCam is coming in with the Rift Walk. Bingri is still alive. Will finally go down to Fantasy, though CamCam gets showstoppered away. Does Rift Walk forward. A flash.
Oh, no!
Then another Rift Walk, but he missed in the wrong direction. Finally picks up the kill. Gonna Rift Walk away. Mr. Frosty taking on It's Chicken Time, the top lane matchup he wanted to avoid early on. That is a kill. Rift Walk, but out of mana is this Cassidon. Devastating charge for You Are Light, plus the onslaught of shadows. That is another kill. Wild Growth is going to be used as well. Chicken Time will hop off that Scarl. Can Dark Utopia stay along the line enough? The polymorph is enough. Ronkiji, you don't have stealth. I don't think you're going to be able to hide from this very angry hordes. They are not scared of rats like elephants are, but unfortunately, they are scared of towers. Oh,
Bot side, though.
He
He died! Minions!
Oh, no!
Oh, that was so clutch there. And I want to point out that was a 1v1 in the bot lane between an AD carry and a support there. And unfortunately for CLM, without the mythic there, Alarak wins the 1v1 as a support here. And Fish, honestly, this game is kind of nuts. It's less about macro. It's just a bunch of skirmishes, a bunch of duels just popping up all around the map. And honestly, I don't think that favors you, Ottawa Grey, too much here. They have a team fighting composition and all the golds being funneled towards your light. That's fine. That's okay. But ideally, you need it on CLM. You need it on Fantasy. Whereas when I'm looking at where Boohoo's gold is funneled right now, it's on CamCam. It's on Chicken Time. It's on your solo lanes, which are becoming a huge problem for you, Ottawa Grey.
Frosty and CamCam gonna battle out again. Bingri is there with the Heralds. Mr. Frosty has to be careful. He does have the showstopper, and quickly he's gonna realize he's not alone in this lane. Bingri will show up and at least force him back. I will say the one good thing for most of Ottawa Grey is, despite the fact that their lanes aren't getting kills, as you pointed out, RMC, those lanes are winning in CS, right? Zhao M has a huge lead over Ronkiji on the bottom side of the map. Despite being in different lanes, Fantasy and CamCam are basically dead even. It's about a 4-minion CS lead once they clear their wave for this Cassidon. And there's a huge lead for Mr. Frosty over It's Chicken Time. So despite the fact they're not getting kills, they are picking up the CS. Speaking of kills, Fantasy in a 1v2, you're not surviving that. The tower will take Scarl as a sacrifice, but I think It's Chicken Time is okay with that. And Rift Herald should be first tower, but RMC, no plates off this Rift Herald. It got dropped a minute too late.
Yeah, I mean, with the way the early game has gone here, Fish, I think everybody forgot about what plates are and largely what objectives were as well. One dragon at 15 minutes here, and that got taken 4 minutes ago. So it's been a very, very slow first drink to come through in this particular game. But now they're finally focusing turrets. We're gonna see the first 2 turrets of the game potentially fall here. No, never mind. Xiao M can't actually get this bot side turret, and You Are Light, they can turn this if Ronkiji and Alarak step out of turret range here.
He will go stealth. Dark Utopia has to be careful. He is at about half health. Is CamCam very low? You Are Light maybe looking for a play in this mid lane, but Bingri is there as well, so both junglers might potentially run into each other as You Are Light quickly realizes they are on top of a ward. No Curse in the Sad Mummy for Bingri, so this Amumu not as useful, and I think CamCam recognizing that is just going to go for the simple back here, and it looks like everyone will reset as our Cloud Drake spawns, but that does mean we won't have to deal with a Cloud Soul for the second game in a row in this series.
True, and I do wonder if the teams will actually fight over this particular dragon here. If they do, I almost feel like it's one of those situations where it's like, okay, guys, we just want to stat check each other. We haven't seen a full 5v5 just yet, and both teams have really strong team fights. Most of the ultimates are up and available. They're just waiting for that Curse of the Sad Mummy for the side of Queen's Boohoo's here. And I wonder if you of Ottawa tracked that timer, because if they did, now's the time to fight. If they didn't, then they're going to give time for that Curse of the Sad Mummy to come back up, and then we really get to see a proper 5v5 stat check.
Depending how long this fight goes, the teleports for Ottawa Grey aren't all up, so they're forced to be in this dragon pit in the river. Both teleports are up for the Queen's Boohoo, though Chicken Time and CamCom are here. Dragon looks like it's going to get started. Bear Trap going to land on the UR line. He'll get pulled back in. Onslaught of Shadows and Devastating Charge going to go. Huge damage, but Curse of the Sad Mummy lands onto Xiao M. And Chicken Time is there, and unfortunately UR Light is the first one to go down. Zeri trying to cut over the wall. Scarl will go down. CamCom looking for revenge, though. Now he's going to pick the wrong target, however. He does end up getting traded 1-for-1. Fantasy alive and at full health, but does not have the Chaos Storm. It has everything else. Alarak gonna put up the shield, gonna be able to walk away. Fantasy just walked into his own death, bit off way more than he can chew. It's a triple kill for Ronkiji and an ace for the Queen's Boohoos.
Really good stealth from Ronkiji there. They just did not recognize that Twitch was going for that backline, and Queen's Boohoos, they find a critical win in that stat check here. And Fish, my big questions were how effective is UR Light gonna be without that Mythic, because she went that Manamune first here. Her power spike is delayed, and for Queen's Boohoo's, Ronkiji's power spike was delayed as well. This is not AP Twitch, this is AD Twitch, and the Kraken Slayer was not actually completed. So when you compare that to the Trinity Force here, it was a really big question of, okay, who's got the better spike? But in this particular case, Boohoo's just mechanically outplayed. It wasn't about the items, it was about how they played that fight, played it well. The dragon honestly isn't that important. It's more knowing that, hey, for the next 5-10 minutes, for the next objective here, we have a lead, and if we just group up, we should win equal numbers fights.
And it feels like for UR Light, you know, she originally went for the more standard Hecarim build. You see the Bomby Cinder, probably was looking to go more tank. Then you start 5-0 RMC, and the rest of your team, as you pointed out, struggling in the kills department. Xiao M only has 1 kill. Fantasy sitting at 3 and 5. It's like, okay, maybe I need to be the carry for my team. Let me switch over to the Manamune build. And as you said, that delays that mythic item, and it feels like UR Light, she's caught in this weird spot where she can't tell if she needs to be the carry for the team or the tank for the team, and the build really reflects that right now at 20 minutes without a mythic item. Xiao M gonna hop in onto Alarak, looking to burn down this Karma, but the shield so much bigger than it is on the Lux, and Alarak gets out for basically free, though there is a set over the wall. Slam Dunkaruski for Alarak. There's the punch down. Okay. The onslaught of shadows. Ronkishi just simply walked away, but they pick up 1, and that is huge for Ottawa Grey.
I mean, honestly, you're light. I'm not sure what you're expecting. Your entire team simply wasn't quite able to follow up there. And to be fair, I don't think there's going to be another big team fight that's going to need that onslaught of shadows anytime soon here. So you can expend it. The cooldowns fairly short here. And that play coming through from you, Ottawa Grey, that's what you need to do when you lose the stat check. If you can't win equal number fights, you bring more bodies to said fight. And Mr. Frosty with the great flank as well. Bot side. Mr. Frosty instantly, after making that amazing play mid, TP'd bot side to make sure CamCom can't take that turret right now. And for all that, he's 1-4-2, and he is like 1,000 gold behind CamCom right now. The matchup for the set versus Cassidy is still set favored right now. He's still doing fine in the trades, at least the 1v1s. 2v2s, different beast.
Vantage Toss number 1 is going to miss. Vantage Toss number 2 is going to miss. Haymaker's going to come out. Curse the Sad Mummy will be popped, and there's nothing Mr. Frost can do. I don't know if he realized he started his back not in a brush, which is kind of weird. I don't know if that was an ego check or just a simple mistake, and that's ended up what getting him caught. Is Xiao M, speaking of brushes, has no idea it's chicken time is there, and I think this is a fight this Kled can win. Is UR Light trying to solo Baron at 20 minutes?
No, he's called over the rest of the team, or she's called over the rest of the team here, and I think Xiao M kind of was the big distraction. Boohoos don't realize it's being taken because, first of all, it's 21 minutes, so it's very early for a take. And second of all, they had vision on multiple members. I think now they're like, oh, hey guys, we kind of need vision there. But guess what? Too late. Baron is gone.
That was a great, but I did not see the rest of the team. All I saw was you are light on the bottom of the screen. It's like, are you trying? I mean, I know you're fed, but I don't know if you're that fed. But she ended up pulling the rest of the team. As it did. I think you called it, RMC. Xiao M was trying to be a bait. I think it's chicken time. Had he engaged, of course, didn't probably know where the Hecarim was. Maybe could have won that 1v1 because Hecarim was at about 30% trying to take that Baron, because I think Fantasy and Dark Utopia were still roaming over. But that is a huge Baron take, because this game was starting to get away, I think, a little bit from Ottawa Gray, because you don't have Xiao M. I think at this point in the game, last in game 1, he was 7-4, 7-3. He's 1-2-4 this time. You really don't have anyone else besides You Are Light right now.
Yeah, and not to mention the skill and coming through from the side of Queen's Boohoo's here, right? CamCom on this cast, and like we said, is a huge, massive threat. And if you do go the AD Twitch later in the game, you can at least match the damage of Zeri a little bit better than that AP Twitch as well. And then Kled outskills the likes of even a Hecarim here, definitely outskills the set. So for Queen's Boohoo's, even gold is winning gold. So getting that Baron for you, Ottawa Gray, here is massive. Now the question is, what can they find with it? When you pick up a Baron buff, you don't pick it up to teamfight. You don't pick it up to secure Dragon. You're picking it up to secure turrets right now. And I want to see them go into lanes and actually push with this, not try and set up for this Dragon.
A2C has the teleport. There's no one on the top side of the map for Queen's Boohoo. They're all around our third dragon of the game. It will be a Mountain Soul, so a bit of tankiness as 3 members will take some decent poke from Xiao M. But you're totally right, RMC. Finally, Fantasy takes the longest route possible. He is definitely not a speed runner in his off time as he finally gets up to this top side of the map. And this Baron buff is already 2 minutes gone, and we don't have the Baron power play stats, but I don't think it's much right now.
No, well, we can basically calculate. They were dead even before the Baron take here. So that's what, 1,300 gold in their favor, plus that they've made since then. Frosty's alone.
No stopper going to be used on a chicken time. Vingri going to hop on. 2-man curse of the Sad Mummy on to Xiao M as Mr. Frosty picks up the first one. Rakiji forced to flash over the wall. Vingri going to go down here eventually, and its chicken time is very low. Xiao M going to find quick heal. Is going to keep him alive. However, CamCom on this Cassidon, absolutely insane. Will dodge the onslaught of Shadow. Just turn around. Turn onto the Kled. He's basically dead. I think they did spot. Yep. You Are Light is going to pick up the kill with the devastating charge. And that was just a completely split team fight. You pointed out, RMC, they just played a 1v1v1 to cross the map, and Ottawa Gray won most of those 1v1s.
Yeah, and huge props to Mr. Frosty, because that started out as a 1v2 on that bot side before Fantasy actually managed to TP and join Mr. Frosty there, and he held them long enough that You Are Light, Xiao M, Dark Utopia actually won that top side fight. And honestly, Xiao M needs to not be dashing over walls. Yes, one of the strong points of Zeri is her mobility, her ability to get over these walls in tight locations. And normally that's great for an AD carry, especially into a fairly immobile team. But you're up against a Cassidon. And the moment you leave your team right now, CamCom just gobbles down the Zeri like a snack here. You need Dark Utopia's CC and Peel to keep you alive. So Xiao M actually has to play the Zeri almost like the Jinx right now, where you front to back instead of trying to find crafty angles.
I am concerned for how Vingri played that, right? Though, because obviously at the end of the day, much like we talked about with the Lilia, the whole point of the jungler for the playstyle he's playing with that Amumu is to land your CC on the carry. But he ended up 1v3 against Xiao M, Dark Utopia, and You Are Light. He's never winning that trade, and I'm worried that he's going to keep just sending it in. Hey, I bandage tossed 3 of them, and the team's going to say, we're nowhere close, man. What are you doing? I think he's got to hold back. If you bandage toss Mr. Frosty and maybe Fantasy on the other side of that Dragon Pit, that's a one fight for Queen's Boohoo. Sometimes, just because it's the best play, it's not the right play, and I'm worried that Vingri's going to maybe just keep throwing himself at Xiao M. And Amumu, you're not full AP, you're not going to win that. As we do see, there is a fight in the mid lane here. Chicken Time's going to hop right onto Xiao M. There are 2 down already. As Dark Utopia and Xiao M just get caught out, I think that was the curse of the Sad Mummy that they needed. They each need to concede this turret if you're Ottawa Gray.
Yeah, and the big difference between those 2 curses of the Sad Mummies is how easily can the rest of Queen's Boohoo access the fight, like you mentioned there. And I think instead of letting the Amumu bandit shots be your initiate in those tight choke points, let its Chicken Times charge lead the way. Let that Kled engage and initiate, because then you can burn down the Scarl health. By the time Bingri gets there, Curse of the Sad Mummy, you restack Scarl immediately pretty much for chicken time, and you get another additional health bar, not to mention the rest of the team can actually follow up that way. I think that is the way Queen's Boohoo should be looking to play out these fights. And as for you, Ottawa Grey here, you gotta be careful on getting picked out, man. Like, Xiao M getting picked out immediately, and Fate C not even having the time to lay down a gravity field or the Chaos Storm is very, very telling. You need to play this front to back, and that means you have to have your tanks in front of you, ready to go. That means Dark Utopia, Xiao M, Fate C need to take a back seat right now to Frosty and URL.
And will have the cleanse up for the next fight. Again, had it in that first fight they won. Didn't have it when he got picked out. That also maybe a little bit of the difference there for the side of Ottawa Grey. He's been fantastic with those cleanses, but it has a longer cooldown than Curse of the Sad Mummy. We've got Baron in 10 seconds. That's probably our next fight, RMC, and it feels like this is kind of where the Baron dance will begin. But no teleports up for Mr. Frosty. Fantasies will come up right about now. There's a teleport up on its chicken time, so I'm curious if this Kled will look to split push or if he will just simply stay around the Baron pit for quick access with that charge, because he has a lot of freedom to move across the map. And as we hit these level 14, level 15s, Fantasy can't 1v1 its chicken time as easily as he could early on in the game.
Yeah, and because of that here, Fish, I think the answer to your question is it's probably better for Chicken Time to play away from the objective here. I'd like to see him go down to that bot side instead of Ronkichi, because if Ronkichi shows down bot, you have Ottawa Grey are just going to pull the trigger. They know that Ronkichi can't actually get to the rest of the team quick enough here. So it really is about that teleport timing. It really is about who can cross the map and who can make these plays. CamCom going in a little bit.
He's going to go in on UR Light, looking for a bandage toss, but some great body blocking by UR Light, not allowing that Amumu to get into the back line. So Mr. Frosty going to be forced to flash over the wall. That is a big trade. That is the only summoner still down, as Ronkichi's going to get his flash here in just a matter of moments. Mr. Frosty's not going to have those cheeky flash showstopper plays available. It looks like eventually Queen's Boohoo's going to opt for a reset here as their health bar's hurting a little bit more. But in the end, everyone will just simply see as some minions and they'll reset.
You of Ottawa Grey needs to be playing aggressively right now. Spray and Pray was just used by Ronkiji in that last fight there. And when that is down, Zeri outranges everyone on this battlefield here. Maybe Karma Q is the only thing that can actually reach you in these fights, but with so many bodies in front of you, it's not working. Instead, they kind of pull off the gas a little bit. They're waiting for the dragon to spawn, and 30 seconds time, Spray and Pray is going to be back up, Fish, and Queens also got the reset, so they'll be coming back full health, full mana.
This isn't season 1, Armsy. You do have, everyone has dragon timers now. It's not like, you forgot to hit the dragon button on your phone, because yeah, you're right. It felt like they were running over like dragon's up. No, 30 seconds still. Dragon's finally up. CamCom did back, does have the teleport though, but maybe you can burn dragon down while that teleport is channeling. There's not a lot of great ward options for CamCom. It's basically the minion wave down in bot lane is about the only place he can get to. It isn't Kassadin though. He is fairly quick. He's going to channel that teleport. The ward did get down. Dragon 2,000 health, dropping lower and lower. Dark Utopia goes down, and this time Fingry steals the dragon. A second member will go down. Mr. Frosty will pick up the lone kill for Ottawa Grey, but that was a disaster at the Dragon's Pit for Ottawa Grey, and now Queen's Boohoo can potentially look for the Baron as it's chicken time. Is going to run down URL. Onslaught of Shadows is going to come through, but the Scarl health is simply too much to handle. It's an ace for Queen's Boohoo.
And Fish, this might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Castlewind is level 16 and online, and we saw it in that fight. He just ran down Xiao M, and Bingri this time, you just can't fight a Mumu at a choke point like that near the pit. He got a beautiful 4-man Curse of the Sad Mummy, and suddenly Queen's Boohoo's, they're fully online. They get the dragon. Okay, that one's not that important, but they get Baron, and their team fighting looks so scary. Ronkiji was barely touched in that last fight.
And I'm curious, it is later in the game, so it's a bit easier to do stuff with Baron, but remember, when Ottawa Grey picked up Baron, they did nothing with it, Armsy. I don't even think they got a tower. They didn't even maybe get any damage on the tower. Queen's Boohoo has a lot more options to get something with this Baron power play. And as you said, this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. CamCom can easily solo pitch, and there's probably no one in the game who could 1v1 him. I think It's Chicken Time can go to the other lane, and you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who could 1v1 that Kled as well.
Yeah, in fact, we actually haven't seen Chicken Time really go for that split push, and I really, really want to see it because I agree with you. I'm looking at the items right now. He's a full item ahead of Mr. Frosty here, and Fantasy, yeah, he's pretty okay. He's about even with Fantasy, but Fantasy, you've got a lot of damage. You don't have the sustained damage it takes to kill a Kled through Scarl, potentially through 2 Scarls if you can't burst him down quick enough either. So technically no one should match Chicken Time, and with Baron buff as well, your push is going to be so efficient. If you send 2 people over to try and kill Kled, you just yell charge as you run back to your base, and the rest of your team just pushes down into 4v2.
One mid turret will fall here. That's the only about saving grace for Ottawa Grey, is that the mid lane had remained unsieged for most of the game. They really can't do anything to even stop this lone Baron buff cannon minion from slowly whittling it down. No one can reach it. One more shot, it will go down. You still have a minute 20 on Baron, and there's nothing Ottawa Grey can do here except walk backwards and watch their towers fall to shambles.
Yeah, they're trying here, but you're right. They just don't have the range right now, and it feels like your only other option is to just force an engage here. It might not actually be the worst option if they could get a flank, but it requires either Mr. Frosty or your Light to somehow get around them. And look at this vision that Queen's Boohoos have put up here. I love seeing it here. They're making sure that their sides have been warded, so it's almost impossible for Ottawa Grey here to find that flank with these members. They're not mobile enough to get there.
The one thing I will say is it took all the way until now for Chicken Time to roam up to the top side of the map. That was a 5-man mid-shove with Baron. And with 30 seconds left on the buff, all you got was a tier 1 tower. It felt like Queen's Boohoo was very scared of that engage you talked about, RMC, because I mean, that's not really that impressive. At a 30-minute Baron to get a tier 1 mid-turret? I feel like you could have gotten so much more across the map, but instead they just simply shoved in one lane. It's Chicken Time has finally walked up there, but Baron is going to fade here very soon. Both these teams have really done nothing with Baron.
It's gone. Yep. I fully agree with you. I'm a little bit baffled by the fact that we didn't see more turrets go down and for Chicken Time to not have pressured a little bit more. Now, this should have been happening 30, 60 seconds ago, right? Diving Mr. Frosty.
Frosty probably just dead here. Yes, he is. You are Light looking to save this one. Can jump onto CamCom, but with that rank 3 Rip Rock, it's on a 2-second cooldown. You'll be hard pressed to find it with the onslaught of Slados. Does land, and this is disaster potentially. Chicken Time trying to stay alive. Meanwhile, mid lane Ron Kiji has gone down, but Courage brings back a Scarl. Shaolin trying to kite as best he can. He cannot. Bingri will go down, however, so it is a 3-for-3 across the map. Yes, that favor Queen Boohoo because they get to keep pushing, but that was wild.
Yeah, not only do they get to keep pushing here, but they get to go for Dragon. UR Light will respawn well before Bingri here, and Fantasy's damage is pretty nuts. I'd like to highlight too, Xiao M just went 1v2 against its Chicken Time, and that's before the Ravenous Hydra or the Titanic Hydra is actually even completed here. You're just running the Tiamat. Once that item actually completes, I think Xiao M could actually match Chicken Time in a split push. As insane as that sounds here, that's probably the fact of the game.
Especially, and I mean, again, game 1 was about 42, 43 minutes. We're a while away from Soul. Depending on who picks up this next dragon, they will be on Soul Point. You put a Mountain Soul on Xiao M, he gets that extra shield. That extra shield health at the start of that fight might have made the difference in that 1v2. I will say, Chicken Time did a great job. Basically built up his courage in about 5 seconds to get back on Scarl. That was huge as well. The Scarl mechanic can be so frustrating to play against, but here we go. We get Dragon. Almost everything is up, but there's no flash and there's no cleanse on Xiao M. A Curse of the Sad Mummy from Bingri is game over for Ottawa Grey and probably means game 3. This engage has to be perfect, RFC.
Yeah, and it really shouldn't be this high stakes for a 3rd Dragon for either team. This is only Soul Point here, but the teams really want to fight this. They're both feeling confident. Dragon down to half health.
CamCom's playing a dangerous game in that brush. Dragon now dropping low. It's going to be picked up by Bingri. Here comes the engage though. CamCom going to blast code over the wall. Hecarim already down. Fantasy basically low at 1 HP. Forced to stopwatch. CamCom's going to get a rip walk off. He'll pick it up. A fantastic vantage toss onto Xiao M. Will stun him. It will be a triple kill and an ace. And that should be enough for Queen's Boohoo to break into the base. I don't think they can win off an RMC, but they can do a ton of damage.
Why are you not pushing, Queens? Who's You just won a massive team fight! Where is the push? They're waiting for Baron. Oh no, Fish. Getting Baron is nice, but we already saw that the last Baron push, they got one outer turret, and that was it. And my fear right now for Queen's Boohoos is, yes, CamCom is incredibly cracked right now. But if CamCom ever dies in any of these fights, we're getting to the point of the game, we're hitting the 40-minute mark, where one big team fight should potentially end the game. And when I say should end the game, what I mean is you get your kills, you push into your base, you do not get sidetracked by these major unusual objectives.
Yeah, for as far ahead as Queen's Boohoo is, unfortunately, the mid lane is open for Ottawa Grey. As he pointed out, if they win a team fight and the right members are alive, meaning basically either Zhao M or Fantasy, they can push and potentially win the game or even do enough damage to get super minions and put themselves in a winnable position. You're right. If that Baron wasn't up, Queen's Boohoo's probably in a better spot than they are now, because not only did they pick up Baron, they're just farming with the Baron. They haven't even looked at a tower yet, and there's already 30 seconds burned off this Baron. We need to ban Baron, to remove it for this game, because neither team has done anything with it.
Yeah, I was just actually thinking, just this morning I was casting a game where Baron literally cost the team that went after it the game, every single game in that series here. This one's not quite as bad, but it really does feel like the Baron is a little bit of a bait here, and you'd be better off just trying to hard push without it. That said, if every Baron is equal to one turret, they should at least get this mid-side turret. Chicken Time taking a lot of damage here.
Remember, this is a 5v4. Mr. Frosty is using the Queen's Boohoo's just tunnel vision with Baron. There are 5 members mid with Baron. They haven't even started backing yet. Mr. Frosty's gonna pick up a tier 2 for free. Finally, the teleport gets, or the back gets channeled by Chicken Time. They lost more turrets with Baron than they gained.
They're getting baited so hard right now, and you can't just ignore Mr. Frosty. Yeah, he doesn't have a hull breaker, but you don't need a hull breaker to take turrets. It just makes it faster here. And who did they send? They sent Chicken Time. Okay, that's fine. As long as CamCom's with the team, though, you can see that University of Ottawa Grey is very, very scared to engage. And rightfully so here. But with 1 minute left, Fish, look at the minion wave state, right? You don't have that wave to push in. You can only push mid. And without Chicken Time, they aren't willing to pull the trigger even when you Ottawa Grey does not have a turret behind them.
It's like a weird April's Fool thing, RFC, that when you have Baron, you have to play ARAM. Because that's what Queen's Boohoos have done. They haven't left the mid lane with Ben. They're going to try it again.
Okay, charge coming in here.
There's a turret in the way, though. The charge is going to go out. A great gravity field's going to turn the entire team. Teleport coming down. They walk into the Chaos Storm. 2 kills picked up for Fantasy. Fingree's going to be the next one to go down. Chicken Time waddling away. CamCom does manage to pick up 1 kill before going down as he gets slam dunked. But that is huge for the side of Ottawa Grey. I don't know if they can win, but they're not sidetracked. They are jamming it down the mid lane, RFC.
And Chicken Time can't run into Xiao Am and Fantasy here. There's too much damage, Fish. Could it be the revival? Like we said, at 40 minutes, any team fight could be the critical team fight. And we said as long as Xiao Am or Fantasy are alive, they can push. Well, guess what? Both of them are alive right here.
Chicken Time will lose the Baron buff as well, so his minions will not be as strong. There's 10 seconds on Alarak, 13 on Ron Kiji as the mid inhibitor goes down, but Ottawa Grey will simply play it safe. They will disengage. They're prepping for the 40-second Mountain Dragon that is spawning, which means everyone will still be alive. Oh, you get this pick here. Oh, can you get this pick here, Mr. Frosty? What?
Oh, the bear trap whip!
Where was Mr. Frosty going? Did he tunnel vision the Rift Scuttle?
No, I think the call was to just let Fantasy and Xiao M back here. They need to spend that gold that they picked up in that last fight. Black Cleaver completed, another Hearthbound Axe being picked up by Xiao M here, and Fantasy with that Void Staff completed with that Shadow Flame. That's probably a little bit overkill on the magic penetration there, but hey, you won the last fight under your turret. You can try and do it again. That Chaos Storm does so much damage here.
Oh, Showstopper's going to bring Chicken Time right into the side of Ottawa Grey. He's low. Onslaught of Shadows will go through, but the Dragon does go over to Queen's Boohoos, but will it matter?
Watch CamCom.
Ronkiji goes down. The damage is just being cleaned all around. Can CamCom get the pentakill? Yes, he can! And the Queen's Boohoos stay alive!
2 pentakills this series, Fish. The first one by Xiao M in game 1 to end it. The second by CamCom. Now, can CamCom end it with his pentakill here? Doesn't have a Lich Bait, so actually doesn't have the best pushing power. 20 seconds before You Are Light is basically back up here, and
look at their base though. Look at their base. They have super minions in their base. There's a teleport up on Fantasy as well. He could potentially just teleport up. Unfortunately, Alarak they lost the Nexus turret. CamCom is still pushing. There's another super minion wave coming. Alarak has to back. The Nexus turret is dropping below 25%. Finally, Alarak stops it. They lost that trade too. Queen's Boo have had nothing go right for them this entire game.
Fish, hold me. I'm terrified right now. What is this game even? Okay, so madness ensued, but it is critical to note CamCom did secure the Mountain Soul. So
Yes.
Queen's Boohoo's was already strong in the team fights. They are even stronger now. They did manage to secure bot side inhibitor, pardon me, which is important because it's the furthest lane from that Baron as well. So Ottawa Grey is going to struggle. They have to leave someone pushing bot, but like you said, Nexus turret down for Queen's Boohoo here, and they cannot go for Baron without worrying about getting backdoored.
It's chicken time. Oh, Scarl barely survives, does finally go down. CamCom is not in this fight, however, as Fantasy's gonna pick up 2. This Chaos Storm has just obliterated King's Boohoo. Here comes CamCom, bottom side of your screen, but he is only 25% life. He's slowly healing up. Xiao M and them have to be careful. Xiao M's gonna go over the wall. He picks up 1. This could simply be game, as CamCom has to survive Rift Walk over the wall. You just push. Ottawa Grey has 40 seconds in a 5v2 RMC to win this game.
But if there were ever any 2 members to potentially stop a 5-man team, it is Bingri here and CamCom. CamCom is hitting like a nuke right now with those Rift Walks. A 4-stack Rift Walk would absolutely annihilate any member of Ottawa Grey here. And Bingri doesn't have the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but it's coming back up. No minions in there yet. They are brute forcing this.
Here we go. Keep your eye on CamCom. Wild Growth is up as well. Showstopper away. CamCom's going to try and stop him, but he can't do anything. Ottawa Grey, despite the pentakill, has won the series. They have eliminated Queen's Boohoos from the playoffs, but if there's a way to go down, it is just like that, RMC. I don't know. Words cannot describe what we saw in that game. That was just pure insanity.
Fish, I am so amped after that particular series here. University of Ottawa Grey. This is why they are reigning champions. They just simply will not die. They got outscaled. They got outplayed. And somehow they just clung on for dear life. And eventually, they find that one fight. They managed to push in. They managed to end it. And as excited as I am for University of Ottawa Grey, I am incredibly heartbroken for Queen's Boohoos, because I don't understand how a team like this, who played this incredibly well, loses this game, much less gets knocked out of playoffs. They looked so good here, and CamCom in both these games was absolutely nuts. First on that Yone, and then on that Castle win here. Queen's Boohoos, I really hope we get to see them next season, that they do come back, because this is a team. If maybe they had a slow start, maybe that's the problem. But if they have this level of play, Fish, they make playoffs, no question, next split.
They have figured out, I mean, you pointed out, you look at the maps, you look at the rosters, it's changing, the roles are changing. They've figured things out. I think you're totally correct. Next season, I hope they're back. They do need to work on closing games out, though, and the map awareness is the one thing. With Baron, they had 2 Barons that should have won them the game, but they just 5-man jammed mid. It honestly felt like a bad April Fool's joke. Where it's like, yeah, you can't leave mid with Baron buff, by the way, haha. Because, I mean, again, the April Fool's joke stuff from Riot today has been hit or miss, especially in a competitive environment. But yeah, this team has figured it out. But as you said, huge credit to Ottawa Grey. And I will say, Xiao M was great. Fantasy was phenomenal. Those Chaos Storms were perfect. Everything CamCom did, he had the flashy plays. Fantasy had the better plays. Multiple Chaos Storms that saved the game, and then a double kill to win the game.
Yeah, and I want to highlight specifically You Are Light as well, because this is the first game we've seen her play, right? And we said before, Kyler won. Their regular starting jungler is usually one of the biggest carries on their team. You Are Light came in and while she didn't carry quite the same way, she got the necessary engages when it had to happen. Those last couple of fights there, a lot of them were kicked off by beautiful onslaughts of Shadow. So huge props to her here as well. But Fish, that's it for this series. And honestly, even though it's a 2-0, it felt much more like, you know, a 3-2 in a best of 5 style game series.
I wish we had a best of 5. I'm not gonna lie, because these teams felt so dead even despite being on opposite sides of the standing. You're right, RFC. That was a phenomenal game. Queens Boohoo played their hearts out again. I hope they come back next semester, but congratulations to Ottawa Gray. They pick up the win. Well, we do have one more game left. I do believe it is between Sac State and St. Ambrose. Seems like there might be a delay on that one, but make sure you stick around. We have potentially one more game, but again, I don't know how you stand up to that, RMC. It's been fantastic. You and I don't even know. We're going to have to get our hearts checked after that game. That was phenomenal, but stay tuned. One more game coming up after this, potentially Sac State, St. Ambrose. It's coming up next on the NECC.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling all night still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands.
feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher.
with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits and all the drive that I have. Well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall. And I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching along, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under a type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know.
can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. You push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. You push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. In the end, I want real love, real heights. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just that.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Sinking, will you love me?
click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
One touch from you, and I was hooked. And like an addict, I can't get enough. Can't be away, take me away. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get a handle on me, discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Just lock me in your chains. Just lock me in your Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. I've been bad. I need someone to give me demands. So take me away, have your way. You're in the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get a handle on me and discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Just lock me in your I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep
down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, and just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting tired, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it.
Hello, and welcome back, everyone. We are here with the final series of the evening. Thank you so much for tuning in. I understand it's been a very long day, and it's been a very enjoyable day with some banger matches. But of course, we have coming out here the final series of the evening to round out Week 8 of the League of Legends League, I should say. Of course, my name is Orbital. You haven't seen me for a while, but I am back. And of course, Cyro Sims, who has been on air since the beginning. Cyro Sims has been all over the place. It's been amazing. And of course, gotta ask you, how you doing?
I'm not gonna lie, my voice is feeling a little bit rough, but that's because we've had so many banger series tonight that I just can't help but get excited for it. And I know we've waited for this last series, and I am still just as excited for it as I was for the previous two series that I was casting. So I'm glad to be switching it up and doing color with you, because play-by-play is exhausting. But that said, I am looking forward to this match between St. Ambrose and California State University, Sacramento. So it looks to be an exciting matchup here.
Yep, it's going to be a good one. Of course, it is the gold team coming out here who are currently sitting at, I believe, a 4-3 record or a 5-2 record. We're not sure. We're still waiting on 2 more game scores. Of course, on the other side, St. Ambrose is currently sitting on a very powerful record of 6-1. We are waiting on one more, I believe, a match information sheet. I think that's all we're waiting on. But of course, they are currently vying for first place, only sitting with a loss behind. So if they do win this one, they give themselves a shoe in for first and second. For the side of Sac State Gold team, they are looking to bounce between 4th and 7th. And of course, since both these teams have made it into playoffs, it's all about seeding.
Yes, and seeding is always important, helping to determine who you'll go up against next. Because I know from my own experience, when you get the first place seed as a lower seeded team, it kind of sucks.
Really, really hurts, and no one wants to deal with that here today. So, of course, we are getting underway, and again, we did have some technical errors moving up forward, waiting for a couple of the players to get in, so that is what we have been waiting on. And, of course, now, hopefully getting underway, the teams are ready and prepped, and you can go ahead and see it at the bottom of your screen. We'll go ahead and have that ready for you. St. Ambrose on the blue side will be rounding things out, and on the red, it will be Sac State Gold. You can already see some bands coming out here. It is going to be that Anivia and the Vigar. So 2 mid lane bans thrown straight at NorCal's way.
Yes, and on the other side, we do see the Viego and the Ari bans as well. Both of those are fairly relevant in the meta, Ari more so because of her recent buffs. And then to round out the bans, we do see the Malphite for St. Ambrose and the Irelia for Sac State.
So a lot of decent bans going across, but keep in mind, again, St. Ambrose banning away a lot of these key champions to kind of disrupt the enemy jumps in, right? Denying your own level of, kind of all-in dive. And you can already see that, right? The Vigar, Malphite, and Anivia makes way for the Camille and the Volibear. That'll be picked up by Skooniverse and Prey. And then, of course, Shinigami is going to lock in that Victor as well. On the flip end, you see the Ribbon, the Poppy going into the jungle, which is going to be very fun. And then, of course, that all-encompassing Corki, which is, of course, a staple in the mid lane right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I haven't quite seen Corki in a little bit ever since the poke meta really fell off. I haven't seen too much Corki, but yeah, Corki's still a very, very strong champion. Maybe not at his peak, but still, a champion worth drafting for your team. Now, we do also see the Samira and the Zaya come out as well. Samira, definitely one of those snowbally champions that you really hate to see get ahead, especially if you're on the opposing team. So St. Ambrose will have to be wary of it. But that said, they do have the Nautilus or a little bit of lockdown CC to make sure that the Samira can't pop off too hard. And for Sac State, they do draft the Leona, bringing some sunlight to the Rift. As I know, at least for me, I'm still getting snow here on April 1st. It's not fun.
It's never going to be fun. I mean, snow coming in all over the place is always kind of rough. Of course, the U.S. is just crazy like that. We love it here. But of course, taking a look at the champions coming out here, it is very important to keep in mind that the players did not pick in this order. It was a little bit different in the pro draft beforehand, so let's kind of run down that. The supports were picked up first. It was a blind pick Nautilus pick for the side of St. Ambrose, and then the answer of the Leona in response, and then Samira was blind picked over, and the Zaya was picked up as a response. So we're starting to see a little bit of a shift. The priority coming out bot lane for Sac State Gold team is their priority. They wanted to make sure to have this Samira Leona locked in. And I think that might be very interesting, as of course it will be Sac State hoping to take that victory home.
Yeah, I can definitely see why, because as I mentioned, Samira is one of those snowballing champions. If you get her ahead, she can carry a game. But they also have so many tools on their team as well. They did save the Riven for last pick, which means that the Riven couldn't get counterpicked as well. So that is putting quite a bit of faith and resources into your top lane, which is always good to see. Now, we do see Keybladed being the username or the IGN there, and there are a lot of people with blades in their name that end up one-tricking a Riven in one form or another. There's Broken Blade, and now I just blank on the rest, of course. But Broken Blade being the more prominent name anyways. So we are getting a look at the runes right now as well. And we do see the Grasp of the Undying for the Camille versus the Conqueror on the Riven. More or less what I expected, though I'm actually a little bit surprised at the Grasp on the Camille. Not necessarily what I would have chosen, but that's okay. Now, Poppy, Predator, definitely something I've seen. It's definitely more of an aggressive option on the Poppy. Allows you to take the ganks a little bit quicker, be a little bit more preemptive on the map. But Volibear, press the attack. It's fairly standard. It's fairly dangerous as well. We definitely see Volibears take over the early game with that damage that the press of the attack can bring as well.
It's very, very scary to face off against, and that'll be really interesting to watch who can get control. Here in the mid lane, we do see that summon area. Of course, victors do like to take that. I am surprised it isn't the first strike, but against a Corki, you are almost never going to get that procced off, so you want to make sure to get as much damage down as you can, potential shielding as well. First strike off of Corki, I'm very interested to see how this lane matchup goes, because again, both of these mid laners are primarily scalers. You're going to wait till the mid to late game, you're going to hope to hit that mid to late game in good standing, and then pump out the damage there. Very, very hopeful for both these champions. It's just going to be who gets there first and who is able to lay it all out on the line. Of course, it's going to be on the side of St. Ambrose, though. The Xayah, surprisingly enough, we do see the summon area pick, and that is because we have started seeing Xayahs actually trend towards the lethality build. So a little bit different there, of course, for that Samira. It is going to be the Conqueror build coming out here. Very, very on hit, very, very direct.
Yeah, and one thing I want to take a look at, and something I need to deep dive more into myself, is that the Samira has the new rune as well. That's in the red tree. I forget what it's called, but either way, it replaces the Ravenous Hunter with the new gold generation rune as well. So I do want to keep track of that to see how it pays off for the Samira as well. But looking at the supports, we do see the Aftershock Nautilus and the Glacial Augment for the Leona. Now, if Leo can successfully proc the Glacial Augment, that does wondrous things for a team fight. And I'm actually surprised that the Nautilus didn't opt for it too, because it's a little bit safer, I feel, for the Nautilus to proc it with the Judge line, because there's still that little bit of buffer between him and his opponent when he goes in with it. Whereas the Leona, when she goes in with the Zenith Blade, she's fully committed to it and doesn't have those extra stats that would normally be there from the Aftershock.
And you can see that's where they kind of differ in the mentality setup, right? Aftershock coming in here is very much a defensive rune choice. You're saying, hey, we're not going to get those engages very often. We're going to have to stay back. Sometimes you'll see the Guardian run, but they have just opted for that in their own stance. On the Leona side, though, that is a very aggressive rune. Remember, Glacial Augment really doesn't give you anything unless you're the one aggressing. It slows down the opponent as well as cuts down the damage that the opponents will do to any of your allies. So that is very, very important that you are the one aggressing. You take advantage of that difference and you try and play off of it. So be very, very important to see how that works. Of course, with the rundown of the champions, I do got to ask you, Cyro, is there a specific lane matchup that you are very interested in watching? Is there a specific lane that you want to watch, whether it be top, mid, bot lane, or even jungle?
To be fair, I'm kind of leaning towards the mid lane matchup right now, just because I'm convinced that the arcane buff is real and that the players who tend to favor the arcane champions tend to do well overall, as those champions are naturally strong in the meta right now. And Victor being one of those arcane champions, I'm expecting a solid performance at a Shinigami there as well. So for me, late game is definitely going to be the Victor, but early game, I'm going to say it's got to be the junglers. How can they impact the map? How can they unlock their teammates? And where is the objective focus going to be for either of these teams?
Feels like it's going to be a toss-up either way. And again, with the early aggression that's coming out, I will be very, very interested to watch that path play out. With a Predator Poppy, you can always see those level 2 ganks. Same with the Volibear, though. Level 3 or so you want to try and fight. But with the Poppy, it could be very, very damaging. If the two meet in the jungle, that'll be really, really fun to watch. And who gets the initial burst of damage? That's what we're kind of keeping track of here. On the top side, though, a very defensive Camille build and a very aggressive Riven build. That's another spot that we want to kind of keep eyes on, because if that's left on an island, both have the ability to start steamrolling over their opponents. Eyes to you, Cyro. Which lane matchup do you kind of favor in this situation? Conqueror or the Grass and the Undying?
In terms of sustain and longevity, I kind of favor the Camille early, just because she'll be able to keep herself healthier. But once those extended trades start happening and the dives start coming through, then I almost want to favor the Riven. However, there's a summoner discrepancy there where the Camille also has the Ignite. And because of that, that could negate most of the healing coming out from Conqueror. And we all know those true damage procs on Camille are nothing to sneeze at. So overall, I'm favoring Camille just a little bit, being a hyper carry, and I think she has a little bit better itemization looking at the other team.
Yep. It's going to be such a big chance. And I think it is very, very true that we do have to kind of keep eyes on this Camille, really see how that Ignite works, how it's going to lay down, and if you can get a lead. So we are going to try and take a look there and maybe even keep eyes on the top lane of the Riven. Because again, I love a good Riven. I love a good Riven pop-off as well. We love seeing that Blade of the Exile come out and really destroy the rest of the team. Bot lane, of course, keeping eyes on the ADCs and really wondering what will happen there. And hopefully see a lot of engages. Again, these are two of the most enjoyable supports to come out here. Again, the Nautilus loves to engage, so does the Leona. It's all about who gets the appropriate aggression off first. Really, really interested to see it. So again, we'll be getting underway. We appreciate your patience here. We're just having a few technical delays on the back end. Should be into game shortly. But of course, if you're interested, go ahead and talk to yourselves or your friends and decide who you want to come out on top with these picks. Are you a fan of the Victor a little bit more? Or are you a fan of the Corki? Are you a fan of the Volibear or a fan of the Poppy? Lay down your own bets as we are underway with game number 1. Teams set up and ready to go as we do see the ever so lovely Rift here. We get a perfect bird's eye view as everyone is prepped in that football defensive line.
And interestingly enough, the first thing I notice is that the red team, they have that deep vision down onto the enemy red buff, which means that they'll know where Volibear starts regardless. Because how Ambrose has that vision on the enemy red buff, well, they'll know where Poppy starts. And that way they'll be able to at least track the junglers for the first few levels while the pathing is more or less rigid and stationary. There's not too many creative pathing that these two champions will do.
Really, really good to keep that in mind as well. And keeping the idea of the path, you can already see the pings going down here as Schooniverse has been spotted out by Ricardo. A great deep ward on that red buff by the side of Sac State has given them that information. Balloon in the bot side, though, throws out a little bit of a dredge line and says, hey, I want to go for it. I want to see what we can get. Top side, though, Keybladed getting a huge chunk taken out. That's a great little buffer. Level 2, though, Ish is not going to enjoy that. In the mid lane, we see a little bit of a dance as NorCal also eats a lot of damage back. Massive exchanges going the way of St. Ambrose.
Yeah, and there's so many little micro plays happening as well that I absolutely love to see. Right now, Ish being forced up a river and away from this XP is absolutely vital. And this was one of the micro decisions I was talking about. They forced Ish away from the XP, zoned the Leona off, so therefore the Leona's under level, taking a big chunk away there too, and overall just swings so much lane priority over to St. Ambrose. Whereas in top lane, Prey was able to dodge the tower when he went in on Keybladed there, furthering extending the advantage that he got off the trade. So it's these little micro things, because a step too far here or a misplay there could really keep the game in even state. But already, St. Ambrose is looking good, and NorCal, well, NorCal's been gone. Dead.
Easy kill, though, by Shinigami. Beautiful pickup there, and that will bolster into the rest of the fight. Here we go in the bot side. We see Ish getting tanked up, and that's just a simple kill. St. Ambrose showing off that fantastic 6-1 potential that they have been leaning in towards. Phenomenal play.
Yep. And now we do see that there's still 2 up here top. Poppy is there as well, but Prey is able to get out as the hook shot was more than enough because Ricardo was a little bit too far away to really get in there with the dash denial.
That's the hard thing about ganking a Camille, and you can see now with the mid lane freeze that Yagi has set up here, this is going to work so well in favor of St. Ambrose. They are taking everything on the map, leaving nothing to chance. The exchange of the scuttles has gone through, and honestly, Schooniverse has had a fantastic time, right? Being able to maintain their advantage. Of course, we do understand that the scoreboards at the bottom of the screen are bugged. We do apologize for that, and we'll try and keep you in tune with who is currently up and available. There we go. Now it's all set back. We do love to see a pretty scoreboard.
Yes, unfortunately, the bug there is not actually part of the April Fool's package that went out. I know we had some of that earlier on stream with scuttle crabs that were bigger than the dragon, and with 4k HP, they were truly a sight to be seen. And luckily didn't affect the competitive integrity of these matches. But overall, it's looking fairly good for the side of St. Ambrose. They have a 2-kill lead early as well, and with the Samira having Treasure Hunter, she wants to get those bounty stacks going early, because every kill you get is an additional 70 gold to claim a bounty stack. And having early gold infusions early will help you snowball into the mid and late game, because later on that gold doesn't mean as much. So hopefully this Samira can really get off the ground soon.
That is, of course, what you're hoping for. Really try and steamroll your way forward, but at this point, you are locked out of your CS. Every single lane is currently up in the CS factor. Chitoge in the bot side on this Xayah is keeping steady pace, has a great wave built up. The main chasm of CS, though, is in that mid lane. Yagi building up a fantastic 10 CS lead. Should be able to pick up the rest, bolster that to an even 15. And you can see NorCal already building into that Hex Drinker, saying, I have to get the defensive posturing first. That's all I can do here.
Yeah, and staying alive is probably one of the best things that you can do, because if you start giving away extra gold early, it makes your job so much harder to come back into this. And the Victor, already up 16 CS right now, is absolutely monstrous with that kill as well. But these two top laners love to trade, and with that adaptive shield, I forgot to mention that earlier, that is going to enable the Camille to trade a lot more aggressively. But also, having a Sheen to Ribbons and now Iron Spike definitely did wonders there for the early trades. But those trades should even up a little bit as the first dragon, an Infernal Drake, goes over to the side of St. Ambrose.
Is going to head their way as an easy smite comes down. That's an extra 3%. Dredgeline goes out to try and find Ricardo in the enemy jungle, but Yagi is going to dance as well. This is not the place that Ricardo wants to be in, as Ish is going to follow up. This could be a massive jungle fight that could benefit either side. That's a great glacial passive that's going to knock down so many people. Balloon is going to get chomped down, but that's a kill on the Corki on the back end. Heal goes up as Drop almost goes down. The nice little stasis field from Yagi is going to keep everyone low, but look at the ulti. Zaps of Bound, as that is going to be a kill. Kill straight back, but of course Yagi might be able to get alive. No, it's going to be the shield burst from Ish that takes it home, and it's a nice trade of kills. Turned a win for Sac State.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive there for Sac State. They still lose out on the Dragon, but picking up 3 kills does help them overall in terms of gold for the team. But really, I was worried about that turn from the Victor. We saw the Death Ray, the Chaos Storm come down, and then people started dropping and scattering. It was definitely something that we had to keep our eyes on. But also, Drop picked up 3 bounty stacks there, I believe, for the Treasure Hunter, which I believe is close to 200 gold there. Close.
That should give a huge bolster in terms of the itemization coming through, and you can already see it, right? Vamp Scepter and Noon Quiver and Boots in 2 pots are still all available. That is a powerful, powerful purchase. That's going to be matched only by the lethality coming out, the Serrated Dirk and Vamp Scepter and the Tear of the Goddess for Chitoge. That one is going to be a bit harder to swallow here. And if the Xayah and Nautilus do not recognize that damage difference, might be cause for a little bit of concern. Sac State Gold Team hope to cause a little bit of an upset here, or they pass into that final week of play. Again, for this squad, if they lose this series, it is going to put them down around 6th to 7th place. That is not a spot you want to be in.
Yeah, definitely not ideal there. But with both of their bot lane members hitting level 6 on the Xayah and Nautilus, I want to see a fight now, before Ish hits level 6, and ideally before Drop hits 6. You know, just quickly go throughout the ultimate, see what happens. But they decide to play it a little bit more cautiously there, and this means that Sac State should be able to come back with the levels and keep it even for the large part of it. But there is a growing CS lead for Chitoge on the Xayah right now.
As you said, the growing CS lead, that's something that they can play with. But on the top side, we see Prey deny a dive on Ricardo out of nowhere. We were just watching the passive bot lane. It's the dangerous top side, the dynamics being played out with these two top laners that we should be keeping eyes on. What a play.
Yeah, it also seems like Keybladed didn't fully commit to that either, holding on to the Rivet ultimate there as well. Perhaps that may have made the difference, but I don't think it would. Prey's up 2 levels now, up nearly 30 CS, and we have a dive coming through with the Volibear ultimate, and that is going to be the easy 2-kill pickup for St. Ambrose. And they are looking strong.
Never stopping, constant aggression everywhere. You know, that jungle fight that they had, even though they lost 3-1, it's not going to stop them, and they have continued to stride forward here. From that stance, they collected I think a total of 3 kills across the board. They've now collected for themselves a 3.5k lead. Mid lane is getting out of control as Shinigami is keeping a massive CS lead here and continuously using those 2 kills that they picked up early to put pressure down on NorCal. St. Ambrose playing all the early cards right as now Keyblade face checks into the wall and Prey gets a good chunk of damage down.
Yeah, I think Prey is just trying to set up an advantageous back, or maybe even a dive here. Shinigami rotates up, and I think they'll be able to execute this dive pretty cleanly. They cut off the wave here, the wave's in, and this should be a clean dive. The TP comes through, and that's it. Ribbon's dead. NorCal with the late TP there, but has package, goes in on Prey regardless, and this is going to be a team fight here. Prey goes down, and Shinigami, I think, is going to go down here as he gets locked down by... Oh no, the turn, and NorCal. He committed for that. I give him props for that, but he paid the price as he flashed over the wall into the Scouty versus Volibear, who locked him down and just ate him for dinner.
Something you can't be doing. You know that the opponent is already roaming up, and you allow yourself to get caught out. However, that was a great pinch with the package. Really, really well played. On NorCal's side, you do pick up the Camille. However, now Shinigami Yagi is now a powerhouse to work with. 3-1 and 2. Has a bounty on top of their heads. Currently is soaking up a massive CS lead as well. Almost 20 CS between the two mid laners. And because of that fight, we do see an opportunity for Ricardo to pick up that Cloud Drake. But Balloon Pants and Shitoge are going to try and run interference here. This could be very, very dangerous if they're not careful clearing out all the wards. Balloon Pants wants to go in, and it looks like the dragon's going to drop very quickly. Balloon Pants quickly gets out of dodge. And it seems that the Dragon Exchange has gone well, as it will be the Ocean Soul to roar to life.
Yes, all that sustain, all that power, and Volibear with the failed jump over the wall still gets the flash out of Ricardo there. The Poppy, a little bit more vulnerable now, but I think at the end of the day, the Poppy will be okay. We'll be able to buy time clearing the jungle until he has his flash back up. Now, we are getting a look at the gold values here. And unsurprisingly, it's on Xayah, it's on the Victor, and it's on the Camille, but also on the Volibear. It's about a team gap, I would say, at this point, as the gold lead has extended to 4K at 13 minutes. And this game is starting to run away from them, as Drop is just a single shot away from dropping himself.
That was a beautiful fight once again. That was without Shitoge's ultimate as well, so that was just raw damage that this bot lane was putting out. What a powerful play that they have made. And on this bot side, they have allowed themselves a few simple plates. Now on the top side as well, a solo kill for Prey. The entirety of St. Ambrose is starting to run wild on Sac State Gold team.
Yeah, starting to run wild, but they still have to do their due diligence and put the work in. Now they've already cracked the bottom tier tower, so I'm expecting both the Xayah and the Nautilus to rotate into mid lane. Put the Victor in a side lane where he's already plenty strong and can survive. But really, what it's looking like is that St. Ambrose could just run down mid by themselves right now and get a really, really quick victory.
They could definitely try, of course. With 14 minutes on the clock, we see the gold being exchanged up. Items have been purchased. That is all 5 members of St. Ambrose charging out of the base with their mythics completed. That is such a dangerous sight to see. Only Keybladed and Drop have been able to pick up their mythics due to the kills and assists that they have gotten over the course of the game. And that's so scary. Of course, for NorCal, you do have that Maw Malmortius completed. Then you're going to go for that Manamune. It's a standard build. You won't get your mythic until level 3. but it still hurts, right? Not having your mythic completed and realizing that Yagi has been able to keep pace fairly well.
Yeah, keeping pace is always a pretty beneficial thing to do. It means, you know, you stay abreast, you stay even, you keep pace, you stay on top of things as well. But staying even, keeping pace won't win you the game. And what we're seeing is that there are more players on the side of St. Ambrose getting individual leads. Sure, there's plenty of team play going into this as well. But when you look at the individual lanes, they all have leads regardless of who you look at first. And this Victor he's looking to start clapping people. The Death Ray is doing so much damage, popping the Life Shield bow on drop like it's nothing. And I think he can almost insta-clear a wave. He'll need 2 Death Rays to do it, but really, they have pace everywhere this game. Oh, is this a
Keeping
death push?
themselves up. This might be a death push. It might be that possibility. However, what we're looking at is the top side as Prey once again is hoping for that battle. The bot lane, though, this could be a single chance, but no, it is still going to be top. Prey gets a body block, but Ricardo is running the wrong way. NorCal getting chased down. This is a very dangerous scenario to be in. Now that's going to be a solo kill. Topside, we're going to see a fight. Tower is disabled, and St. Ambrose look for 2 more. Keybladed is able to flash away from the final tick of the feathers. That is a very clean 2 kills that was just taken by St. Ambrose, and they will be rewarded with 2 kills, a top lane tower, and free reign of the 3rd dragon.
Yeah, they have now broken all the outer turrets on the map, so they have map reign. They have the ability to go where they want. They have unlocked the map. As you said, they have free reign over the 3rd dragon. It is the Ocean Soul, as we brought up earlier, and being far ahead and then having the additional sustain on top of it just makes it that much harder for Sac State to get back into this as well. Now, we do see the vision set up here as well, and a lot of it is geared towards that top red side. But now that gold and vision needs to be shifted towards the dragon. But NorCal has the package and needs to get a great flank here, but he uses it on the Xayah, and he clapped her.
Such a powerful kill there, and that's one that you really do like to have right before Dragon comes up. And that's going to be a hookshot miss, and that might be the opportunity. Sac State Gold immediately pounce on this opportunity. They're able to take one back. Prey is going to fall, but not before a kill turns back around, and it's going to be Yagi that tries to play it strong. But look, the Stasis is going to do so much work. They are finally able to kill, and it looks like it's going to be a wash. Sac State Gold team find the opportunity of a lifetime and steal away an ace.
Yeah, they stole that ace out from under St. Ambrose there. And I feel like in almost next to no universes, bar this one, that shouldn't happen. Yes, NorCal got a great pick, which enabled the rest of the ace to come through. But NorCal was nearly insta-gibbed by Scooniverse. And I really think that St. Ambrose misplayed that. They tried to go too quickly with it. They weren't set up. A little bit split call as well. But overall, at the end of the day, they still have a 4.5k lead, though they are now down a dragon. So the sole win condition isn't much of a win condition right now because it's still 15 minutes off, give or take. It will still be a while before St. Ambrose could even think of that as a win con.
That is very, very true. But of course, this Herald is definitely a win con that we can play with. You can definitely see St. Ambrose looking for that one, and I love the fact that Sac State realized that that ace was a gimme, right? That should not have occurred, but it did. So you have to realize that and still play relatively safe whenever Balloon is currently in the vicinity. And it's appreciative, right? You got the gold, you got an appropriate amount back, and that is much more than we can say from earlier stances. So very, very impressive that they have that much self-control. Basically say, okay, we don't want to throw away the amount of gold that we just got. We still have a very fresh possibility here as Prey is going to realize that NorCal can still output a fantastic amount of damage. Again, 2 items deep. Really good poke being laid down.
Yes, a lot of poke. And what I'm a little bit concerned about was Keyblade getting hooked. And that Chaos Storm does chunk out a lot of damage with the Rift Tower being dropped. I don't think they'll be able to get this inhibitor tower, but they do get a fairly large chunk of it out of the way. And I believe that will stop it from regenning past the 1/3 mark as well, so they can easily clean up this tower on another push. But to loop back to what I wanted to say, was that when they got the ace, none of those kills went onto the Samira.
None of them did, but they did go to the Corki, and NorCal at this point is already online in the mid to late game, so can be considered a carry threat. You can see it there, 8k in the pocket, plenty to work with here, and again, those rockets will start chunking over and over again. It is something that you do have to keep track of, and we'll really have to keep eyes on. I'm very, very excited to see it. I'm very excited to see if they can maintain some sort of semblance of farm on NorCal. But of course, Keybladed on the top side as well has put themselves in a fine position. 118 farm, drastically behind Prey, who is 173, but still plenty with 3 kills in their pocket. So they should have their second item completed shortly and start being able to rotate out those stuns like crazy.
Yeah, landing the CC from Riven is one of her better, but still annoying traits, I find. And we do see Ish getting plenty of vision down as well. Overall, the vision wars seem to be fairly even, with Ish really doing a good job of sweeping wards, dropping their own wards in their stead as well. Now, we do see that the timer is starting to take over to the 21-minute mark, so the game won't be the fastest of the evening, but it's still on a pretty breakneck pace here, if I say so myself.
I think I could agree with that. They are chasing towards that mid to late game power spikes. Minute 30 left on that dragon timer, and that'll be the next big objective to play with. Bot side, though, still being danced on by Prey, using that Ignite, going down. Keybladed is going to go quite low. Final chunk is made as Prey gets that solo kill. Again, the wombo combos are good from Saxay, but in the singular fights, it's very, very dangerous with that kill on Keybladed. It is the call to go for this Baron. A ward was silenced out by the pink ward. That's going to be a little bit dangerous because the Victor is on the backside chasing everyone away. Baron down to about 5k. This is going to be a chance. Ricardo has got to find an opportunity. A flash, and Ish misses that Zenith Blade, and that will be the chase in. Balloon Pants is going to throw right back. Is the laser going to work? Yes, it does. Look at the raw damage going through. Ricardo barely survives, but at least drop all alone. The sweep, the slow, the damage, the kill. And St. Ambrose steal away a second. They take Baron. They follow through with a bit more. NorCal is getting chased out. One more laser could do it, but a dive on the tower seals their fate, as it's going to be Ricardo, the last one alive. St. Ambrose say, we are done with this game. We are done with whatever games are being played. No more ace for you, as we're going to storm the base.
Yes, they have a minion wave for as well, but there's 2 alive. Can they stop it? I don't think they can, though. The buff goes down. Ricardo. Ish is now the only one alive, and Ish, well, Ish made a wish, and it wasn't quite enough there, but now drop. It could be the final drop from the bucket, as this game is going to be over just under 23 minutes with St. Ambrose taking game 1 in this late night series.
Of course, it was a fantastic game to watch, and I have to say, Sac State Gold team looked good at some angles, but it was a little bit painful at the very end. After they got those kills, they could not find another opportunity, and that led to their loss. Of course, St. Ambrose playing the early to mid to late in a great fashion. Again, outside of that ace, they were perfectly fine, so it's very interesting to watch how much more they can do. St. Ambrose looking for the 2-0. Sac State Gold team looking for a game 3. We'll be right back with some more NECC action as we continue throughout this late night broadcast.
message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? truth. I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real highs. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine, losing your winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just night. Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life? This love could be deeper, just sinking. Will you love me? Click and scroll, I can't need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory.
And welcome back here. We are ready to go with our second game of the evening here in the final series of the Week 8 League of Legends NECC season. Very, very excited to see this one as St. Ambrose gave us a shell shock of a game number one. Sac State Gold team, though, were definitely no slouches as they were able to take some key fights off of that last game. However, St. Ambrose, from start to finish, still looked very coordinated. And into game two, on the red side this time around, they're going to look to complete the 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, completing the 2-0 sweep would be the real out there, because I do believe that they can do it. They were pretty far ahead in game one, and really the only reason why Sac State was in it as long as they were was because St. Ambrose made a couple mistakes around that dragon and gave away an ace. That definitely prolonged the match by a good couple of minutes, but either way, once St. Ambrose was in a position to end it, they did, and did so convincingly. Now, so far, the bans are the same, with the Viego, Ari, Nivea, and Vigar as well. So, overall, bans, nothing too drastic. But we actually do see a change up now as the Victor is banned by Sac State.
And that one's very, very necessary, I think. Again, it was Shinigami Yagi that played a fantastic Victor game. The lasers were on point. The stasis fields were perfect as well. Gravitum Storm, the Chaos Storm was phenomenal. Now for the side of Sac State Gold, though, they're going for a very heavy-handed top lane. Now keep in mind, again, there was a pro draft that ran before, so we have some insider knowledge. Prey had picked up that Gwen early in round one of picks, and of course the Ornn was the call of the, I guess, counter pick here. However, of course, as many people know, the Gwen's going to shred through that Ornn fairly quickly, so it's going to be a very dangerous matchup in the top lane.
And speaking of the Gwen, it's the true damage that really does the shredding. But ever since her nerfs, I haven't been seeing her too much. I know at one point she was running rampant, but that's definitely been scaled back as well. Still a very strong pick in the tanks, definitely has that shred. And we saw Prey do a wonderful job earlier when trying to take down Keyblade there. So I'm definitely expecting that to continue on as well. And the other picks so far, Jarvan, Syndra, Echo, and of Corki. Now, NorCal did do pretty great on the Corki, so I'm perfectly fine with seeing that run back pick for himself. But now we see the Echo come out as well. That Time Winder is so much fun to play against when he just snaps back to reality with full HP.
It's snapping back, but the reality of the situation is that it's going to be running in the jungle, right? It's not as farm heavy as a mid laner might be, and the J4 currently is one of the priority junglers for a lot of people. Once some of those junglers kind of fall out, if the Volibear's not there, maybe looking at a Lee Sin, but the J4 is a primary go-to for a lot of these players. And to have it on Scooniverse, who again in game 1 didn't really have to influence the lanes, now is kind of dedicated to doing that. We can see the composition that they built up. It is a protect the Gwen and protect the ADC composition here for the side of St. Ambrose. For Sac State Gold, though, you're looking for kind of the poke, disengage, and then full-on engage with the orange. So it's a little bit more disjointed for the Sac State Gold team, and it might be more for comfort that they're playing into game 2 here.
I would definitely say playing for comfort right now because their team comp feels a little bit disjointed, as you allude to there. The Morgana is a more engaged style support. It's good when you can get in, get the Chains of Corruption, the Soul Shackles onto many people, lock them down, followed by Dark Bindings and the Tormented Soil. But you have the Caitlyn, the Corki, super, super heavy poke champions. And then the top side, you have the Echo, who wants to dive in. You have the Ornn, who wants to go in as well. So there definitely seems to be some mismatch here with the win conditions, but it can still work out as well, providing you play it right. You play it slow. You play it methodical. You get that poke across before committing. But it does mean that there's more that you have to be aware of, more to keep track of. It means your win conditions are a little bit more finicky. Where on the side of St. Ambrose, their win conditions pretty straightforward. Protect the Jinx. Hopefully the Sinja can take care of herself and get enough AP damage across, bursting a target. But otherwise, the J4 dives in, the Nautilus dives in, and, Bob's your uncle. Jinx is fed.
That's the scary part. And of course, now taking a look at these top lane runes, we can see the Ornn running the grass and then dying. Not sure if that's really going to bring too much impact, as the Gwen is going to really enjoy those close range fights. Going to have to keep track of those Conqueror stacks as well. So the Gwen should have a little bit of a decent time. But if the Ornn can slip away, can fight that top side, we could definitely see that Demolisher really come into play, really start knocking down those towers. In the jungle here, you also see the same thing. Dark Harvest coming out for the side of the Echo. I haven't seen that too much. That is assuming that you can break through kind of this beefy front line that this squad has set up on the St. Ambrose side. So I am definitely curious how this Echo is going to play, as this is an all-in or nothing kind of jungle playstyle.
I can get behind that all or nothing because he did take the Treasure Hunter as well, looking for those early kills, has the Dark Harvest as well for that scaling, but it also makes him vulnerable. Normally, you might see something to help with ultimate cooldown or extra mobility. Nope, none of that here. Just straight up, get the kill, benefit from it, look for the next. Now onto the mid laners, we do see the first strike coming for the Corki. NorCal running the same runes, I'm assuming. So fairly standard as well. Now it is going to be Ari for the Syndra. Now ADCs both running Lethal Tempo and largely running the exact same set of runes, just a few change ups here and there, like Cut Down and Alacrity. And then one is Absolute Focus and Nimbus Cloak, I want to say, for that one.
Yes, those are going to be a combination of the two. Again, as you said, though, Absolute Focus is going to be very important because, again, that one only procs if you are currently at 80% or above an HP level, so we'll have to keep track of how the Caitlyn fares there. Of course, on the bot side, though, the Morgana is going to be running that Glacial Augment. That is very, very standard with that binding. You're going to really enjoy that one. But again, the Aftershock for the Nautilus, and we saw how well that worked in game number 1. Could see it work in game number 2. However, you do have to dodge those Dark Bindings, and you do have to worry about the Black Shield. The Morgana is a great answer to this engage composition that St. Ambrose has built up.
Yeah, being able to Black Shield a Nautilus hook is very, very crucial. So being able to save that for the right time could absolutely change how the fight could go. But there are a lot of engaged tools coming out of the side of St. Ambrose, and you only have one black shield at the end of the day. As I know the flag and drag into the Cataclysm, you can't really black shield a Cataclysm if you get locked down inside of it. You're kind of there for the duration unless you feel like flashing over. And the Morgana is particularly vulnerable to the Cataclysm because she doesn't have any gap closers, dashes, escapes. Where Caitlyn, if she can get close enough to the wall, can 90 caliber net over it. Corki can Valkyrie. Echo has the Z phase drive dash thingy-mabobber as well. Orin, he just breaks the Cataclysm. So it's Ricardo on the Morgana who's a little bit vulnerable to it. But also Scatter the Weak coming out from Sinja can definitely set up a pick as well. Because that Super Mega Death Rocket does still pack a punch, even though it was nerfed a few patches ago.
It's still going to do the same amount of damage whether you are 10% or 20%. It's always going to clip you in the wings there. So we'll really have to keep track and see if Sac State Gold Team are able to make a comeback again. For them, this is playing for quite a bit of placement value. Again, if they're able to win this series, they do put themselves at a 5-3 positioning. I do believe is a score difference for them, and that'll be very important moving into week number 9. That sets you up in the upper echelon bracket. That gives you a chance at 3rd and 4th. Really want to keep eyes on that. If you lose this one here, though, you do fall down to about 6th or 7th. That one's not fun to play with. For the side of St. Ambrose, you're pretty much a hard lock-in for that top spot. Potentially looking for that first place chase, but we'll definitely have to keep eyes on that. And taking a look again, it was for this series itself, the mid laners that brought the most impact for both the squads. The Corki firing away with the rockets, and Yagi, of course, bringing the damage with the lasers. Now the Corki's still in play, but Syndra, as you said, looking at the lane matchup, is this going to be an even fight, do you feel? Or do you feel now, without the Victor, the Corki might have a better time?
I'm a little bit mixed. I think Shinigami will have a little bit of an easier lane phase because he can cast and get his farm and CS numbers going while being able to dodge most of Corki's poke because he doesn't have to stand still to cast and whatnot. So from that aspect, I think Shinigami will have an easier time. But also doesn't have as much zone control as the Victor has. So there is a trade-off there, and I think NorCal will find more opportunities. But with that said, we are into Game 2 now between Sac State and St. Ambrose. And it seems both teams have similar ideas when it comes to running down a lane and looking for a cheeky invade.
I like it. Both teams saying, hey, we got to make something happen, and both teams on completely opposite sides of the map. Completely opposite sides of the map. No one's the wiser. And you can see the Orin horns being called out here. I love the fact that those are, that is the emote of choice. Very fun. We are going to see, of course, whether they can play it out. You can hear the pings going down. We do want to see those wards being dropped on both sides here. Complete clearance by the side as Sac State on the top side. And St. Ambrose dropping a fairly deep ward in enemy territory, which should help out. The question is anyone going to run into the middle of the lane? That'll be pretty damaging. Nope, no one's going to take the very dangerous pass. It's going to be a simple spread back out to their rightful lanes.
Yes, and I've been on the tail end of one of those too many times where you go for the invade, but as you leave, that's when you get caught out and things go to hell. But either way, it seems like both teams get the desired wards down, both from the red buff, so they know where each jungler is starting, even though Scoutyverse is the only one actually in vision. They know Ish will be late to lane. And just to make sure everyone is aware and caught the changes, Ish has rotated the top, Ricardo has rotated from jungle to support, and then No BM, No Life has come in as a substitute here into the jungle.
That is going to be a huge change as well. Going to be very important to keep track of, and really hope to see if that pans out for them. With that change up, the jungle tends to bring with it a very big understanding, but that's going to be a major hook. Level 2 immediately almost going to kill.
Whoa,
that's going to be a rocket
is.
to finish it off, and Shitoge takes first blood. Powerful start for St. Ambrose on the bot side.
Oh, that was an excellent trade there coming out of St. Ambrose, and getting an early kill on Jinx is so beneficial. It just opens up the lane phase for them, but you know, everybody else is eager Beavers to get in on the action as well, trading heavily in mid and top as well. Jarvan not actually being the one to do a cheeky level 3 gank, but is there to back up the Syndra, who had a kite down into river.
Is going to be that chance. However, a binding on the back end does catch the Nautilus, and I mean, you're going to be fine, I think. You're not too worried about what happens. The chase is still on, though. Looks like the pool just narrowly avoided Chitoge, so Chitoge is allowed to recall. Goes ahead and picks up an extra dagger and longsword. Phenomenal purchase power here, as Drop is not going to enjoy that.
Yeah, especially this early on. Drop has no reason to back right now. And even if he does, he would still be down an item component, and it just doesn't feel good. Well, that said, the Jarvan is looking towards bot lane now. And I know NorCal is low, but it will be... Oh, NorCal. He can dodge the balls right now, but still doing fine in CS. Scooniverse, I'm pretty sure, managed to get the tri-bush without being seen. Though, with the respect that Ricardo and Drop are giving the Jinx and Nautilus now, it's wise just to go do the scuttle, keep the jungle tempo going, and getting gold. And we missed the solo killer mid. NorCal, can't dodge the dark spheres forever, apparently.
No, you cannot, and that is going to be the kill. But on the bot side, we see another collapse of damage. This time, it's on Drop, as it was Scooniverse got the drop on that bot lane.
Oh my. I look away and people just drop. It's amazing. It's fun. It's entertaining. Because we're barely 4.5 minutes into the game, and there's a 2k goal lead for Ambrose, which could be minimized just a little bit here. As Prey, well, he trades 1-for-1 here, but that will be the kill going on to the Echo, who definitely is going to benefit from having that gold infusion early.
Yep. No Life being able to take the life of Prey in the top side, but keep in mind, again, these have been fights that have gone St. Ambrose's way. That is scary to think about. That is an opportunity for them to play with. And now we are going to see that pool not give away Balloon Pants location. You're going to go ahead and go in. That's going to be the Black Shield going down, but the damage still goes through. Remember, it doesn't block damage. That's going to be a powerful, powerful shot. Rocket lands, but it's not going to be enough. Now Drop is trying to turn it around with that lethal tempo. Is able to lay down so much damage. And Drop, still at full HP, is going to chase the entirety of them all the way out. The zap is going to come through, but Drop is getting turned on here. This is very dangerous. That's a beautiful binding to turn it around. What a play, but they can't follow up because they have no wards. It was too dangerous to follow through on it, so the bot lane of St. Ambrose is allowed to stay alive. However, Shinigami is going to get jumped on. Good Scout of the Week, going to keep themselves alive. Now dance back and forth to mitigate outgoing damage. What a play from Yagi.
Yeah, it was the Scouter of the Week and the Flash. Had no hesitation there to flash the parallel convergence coming out of the Echo. And because of that, stays safe. Doesn't die, doesn't get low.
Oh.
And just because of that, he's able to get the follow-up kill onto NorCal with the power unleashed. So I guess that answers our question now, where this lane phase is going to go into favor of Shinigami once more.
And the scary thing is, a Syndra that is ahead by that much is terrifying to deal with. Because again, you look around the map, there is no one tanky. Except for Ish, there is no tank. It is completely a single member that is currently standing in the way that the Syndra cannot pop. And at that time, scaling up higher and higher, whereas the Syndra did not have any damage items. Keep that in mind. Has now just picked up a Lost Chapter. That is the only damage item that we've seen. And that is horrifying to think that NorCal has fallen twice now to the prey of just the Syndra damage. That lane is no longer under NorCal's control. On the bot side, though, no BM, no life, wants to get a cheeky kill.
Yes, it's going to be questionable. But I think that wave is going to be slow pushing. It should slow push because I think there was only 3.5 minions and you need 4 alive to manage the freeze correctly. So it will eventually push out, but I think waiting much longer here is a little bit troll from No BM No Life because he's sacrificing so much of his jungle tempo. And you see, there it goes. The parallel convergence goes down, and now he just has to recall.
Gonna be a tough chance to have, but of course, with the Hextech Dragon up, you do want to try and get that one And with how Schooner has been playing, Schoonerverse, it does leave it open. So no BM, no life is going to pick up this Hextech Dragon, give themselves a little extra attack speed and ability haste. They'll be able to play into that very, very well. Sac State Gold Team will enjoy that extra ability to spell sling or attack an opponent down. Next dragon coming up is the Infernal, a powerful boost to damage outright that I definitely think St. Ambrose are going to try and play for.
If St. Ambrose doesn't try and play for it, I would be surprised. Now we do see Scootyverse invading the top lane as well. You know, steal a few camps here and there, punish the Echo for getting Dragon. Now Echo is just going to be able to clear his bot side. So I'm kind of surprised he didn't try for a greedy play onto the St. Ambrose blue buff as well. But now Shinigami's looking for another kill on NorCal. Power Unleash comes through, Scatter the Weak is there as well, but the Hex Drinker is there. And now no BM, no life is there. And the Syndra, the Syndra is going to stay alive just for a little bit. And does manage to, walk out because of Balloon Pants with the amazing Dredge Line CC combination there. That's support of the year right there. And then Scatter the Weak to finish it off. Why not? No Cal dropping for a third time without that Hex Drink protection.
And topside Ish is going to fall as well. So that is going to be a total of 3 kills handed over to St. Ambrose. We can see Chitoge on the bot side going to be sweeping that up. And that gives a handed lead here to St. Ambrose. You can see the gold lead expanding even further. 4.5k. It was spread between the entirety of the team. That lends itself again to their power, to their early game prowess. 1900 currently on Prey, who wants to recall 1300 on Chitoge. They are going to be looking to finish up their mythics very quickly. There it is. That is going to be a very, very quick Rift Maker being completed by Prey at only 9 minutes 45 seconds. That is crazy.
That is actually insane. That's hard to quantify how insane that is. Up 50 CS in the lane matchup as well. Has 2 kills. I don't even think that's many tower plates. That's 1 tower plate of gold too as well. And Prey could probably 1v2 here, maybe 1v3, but that would still be a little bit ambitious of a call. But Rick Harold should go over here.
Ooh.
Yeah,
they are going to get the clip. No BM, no life is going to be in a lot of danger, but the Q lands. And again, this is the second time that No BM, no life has died with the Chrono Break up. NorCal, without a single chance, is going to fall in the Cataclysm. Bot lane, we saw a trade of the supports and the ADCs. Drop fell to Chitoge, and Balloon Pants fell to Ricardo. But this is still so in control. 5.5k right now for the side of St. Ambrose.
And I believe once you start hitting that 500 gold deficit per minute, that's when the game is just completely out of your control. There's not much they can do. They're fighting for scraps at this point and still not getting anything. So as you saw, we do have a pause coming out in terms of the game. If we find out why that is, we will let you know. But until then, we get to talk about the game state and how St. Ambrose has just been manhandling this game is definitely one way to put it. There's so many ways to put it. They're ravaging it, stomping it, ruffle stomping, stampeding, avalanche. There's a lot.
There are plenty of ways to put it, but at the same time, Sac State Gold Team, they are fighting back to the best of their ability. Even though we know that St. Ambrose are rolling that early game, it is because of the fact that Sac State Gold Team did draft a little bit of a mid to late game scaling composition. That's what they were hoping for. Again, they're hoping for early gambles to pay off with the Echo and with the Caitlyn. You're hoping to get started early. The Ornn is not an early game champion. That Corki is not an early game champion. And you already knew you're walking into a very offensive squad, right? You knew that topside Prey was going to be hard pushing you pretty much the entire time. You knew that Shinigami Yagi was going to be a powerhouse in that mid lane, and you opted for those scenarios. So it's one of those things that Sac State Gold Team, I love the idea that came out from them. They were going to try and go for a little bit of a gamble. It didn't pan out this time, right? So St. Ambrose really capitalizing on that, and I want to see if Sac State are able to turn it around again. The opportunities are potentially there again. If you get to the late game, somehow the ornaments could come into play as well. You could start popping Shinigami Yagi, but again, this constant aggression going in on No BM, no life is going to reap huge dividends for the side of St. Ambrose.
Yeah, reaping huge dividends is absolutely crucial there. And we do actually see Shinigami with a blue buff now as well, feeling fairly confident, and with that mana sustain, can do some wondrous things. Now, the Hex Drinker is still on cooldown, so NorCal has to be careful, as that single Scout of the Week chunked him for probably 20% of his HP there. And now Drop is nearly getting bursted by Jinx, who Gale Forces forward. And that's definitely an aggressive play if I've ever seen one.
It's too scary, as again, we understand the scoreboard is once again glitched. We'll get that fixed real quickly, as Ricardo, No BM, No Life are going to try and run their way forward. A little bit of a black shield is going to go up, as the Dark Binding just whiffs a little bit. However, they do get the root with the Soul Shackles, but the turnaround is there. Depth Charge is used. Look at the entire collapse here. They are going so hard on this fight. Scout of the Week lands, immediately pops Ricardo. Ricardo is down. No BM, No Life dies with the third time Chrono Break is available. St. Ambrose are just too good right now, as they are powerhousing their way through this game too.
Did you see that damage coming out of Shinigami there? That Scout of the Week was monstrous and nearly popped Ricardo by itself. It was absolutely phenomenal and disgusting. Now the Pork Effect comes in. It's NorCal in a 1v3 situation. He's locked up and he is dropped.
Very good attempt, but again, NorCal has unfortunately had the short end of the stick. You are down 0-4 against the Syndra, and with the Syndra still up, you try and package down on the bot side. It was a play, it was a desperation play to be made, but you unfortunately do lose out. However, Dragon is available once again. Sac State have been playing on a little bit of a better tempo in regards to that. At this point, it's going to be potentially the last Dragon of the game that you will ever be able to receive. It is going to be picked up, though. 3K and already counting down. Sac State going to get a small consolation prize.
Oh, Shinigami could find something here. Gets vision, but just going to take the Raptors for now. And I'm actually surprised that NorCal didn't save the package for a potential Dragon fight. I'm actually a little bit surprised about that.
Could have been around the Dragon, but at this point, it's just too easy. No BM, No Life is finally able to get that ulti out, but you don't get out of the Cataclysm. NorCal able to package out, or Valkyrie out, but it's still the death. You take the Dragon, but you lose your own life on the back end. We do see a little bit of a chance. That is going to be the Morgana coming around. Ricardo able to speak and take the kill back. Retribution for the Morgana. Again, though, NorCal is down for a 6th time this game, and Shinigami Yagi is going to break open that first tower for the team.
Yeah, this
it's bot side.
Well, okay, to be fair, it is Jinx just wailing away on the tower. But either way, both mid and bot towers drop within seconds of one another. And quite frankly, this game has passed the mark of no return, I would say. We are seeing St. Ambrose with a 10k goal lead right now at 15 minutes. It's a little bit outrageous, as their gold generation and income has accelerated throughout the pace of the overall length of the game. It hasn't remained steady at 500 gold per minute advantage. It's increased. It's terrifying to watch.
As I would say, it's closer to about 750, right? You're looking at a 10k lead right now at 15 minutes, and that is a gold lead that I don't think St. Ambrose, even if they walked in one by one consecutively against the enemy team, I don't think that they would be able to give it up. It is just too large of a lead to be able to hand over 700 gold bounty on Shinigami Yagi, 450 on Prey, 450 on Shitoge, as all these members are absolutely wrecking shop. With Dragon coming up in 3 minutes, they're already just posturing to try and get another kill. Ricardo is going to have to flash over the wall, but Prey is immediately going to dance to follow. But it is going to be a little bit of a collapse. I don't know if the rest of the team can get there. Yes, they do. They help and save their teammate. Phenomenal, flawless team coverage, as Drop is going to eat a little bit of that play. Ricardo is now going to drop as Prey is on a killing spree. And St. Ambrose, off the back of Prey taking a little bit of a dicey fight, take 2 lives.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried for Prey being a little bit too aggressive there, but knew the limit, knew he had backup with his team being there as well. So overall, well played out of St. Ambrose once again. And now it's NorCal who has the Valkyrie out, but I don't think that will be enough, as the Jinx flashes after, has the rockets going, doesn't land the final zap, and so NorCal with the flash will be safe for the moment. But now it's Rift Herald that St. Ambrose turns their eyes to.
The scary thing is, I have to say, this Baron or this Herald could easily be the game, the make or break moment, right? They could easily push this into the base, and that could be the all-encompassing play. This is going to be a chance steal, but immediately that is denied away. Bot lane, we are going to see Yagi take another kill in that lane. The jungle is no longer safe for Sac State Gold team. And they're just dropping Herald. They're saying, screw it. We're not even worried about the mid or bot lane. We're just going to drop a top. We're going to destroy the entire top side. And we are going to dive Ish. Ish now getting collapsed on. It's too gruesome. We see the kill come through. It's a powerful, powerful fight to be had.
Yeah, they're guaranteed at least 2 towers here, I would say. I wouldn't be surprised if they escort the Rift Herald for at least a 3rd charge, because they do shred these towers pretty quickly right now. Yeah, 500 HP. They can get 1 more charge off, maybe even get the inhibitor tower with a great hook onto Ricardo, and also there goes No BM No Life.
No BM No Life was able to get the smite down just at the last second, but it doesn't matter because the base is going to be broken. Inhibitor down at 18 minutes is one of the most painful things that you can have. However, even though the inhibitor is down, we know what's going on. Shitoge is now going to get pinched against the wall. Great package. Very well timed and well used. Look at the knockouts. Everyone is going to burn down. Triple kill for NorCal as NorCal is popping off. Make it a quadra kill as NorCal from 0 to hero here with the package play causes a dent to St. Ambrose's wallets.
Yeah, that puts so much gold back into his pockets there, but at the end of the day, that's still a lost top inhibitor, tower, and inhib. And now Shinigami gets a kill off of a single combo there. He'd probably kill NorCal here as well. But even though he flashes the ruined tower stump, he still gets dropped. And now it's Sac State onto the Dragon.
What's crazy to think about is NorCal actually was able to get the Shadow Penta, right? That was a potential pentakill there, but the timer did run out, so NorCal unfortunately did not get the green light by the announcer. Oh, very, very sneaky here by Ish. Still though, 3 dragons, you're on soul point, and yet St. Ambrose are willing to give that up. They say, we don't even care, we're going to keep pushing your lanes. And that's because even though you have 3 dragons, you do have to worry about that top side. You do have an influx of gold. It's going to be very, very nice. However, it's such a scary side. Drop now has to flash away. Mid lane tower falls down. And you're just bleeding out here. Top lane is going to keep pressuring in. You will not be able to fight for this Baron that's coming up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I think with the path that St. Ambrose has chosen here is that they start up Baron on spawn. If they don't, I'll actually be surprised. They have Prey, they have Chikogi there, and they should just absolutely run through Baron with the amount of damage they have. These Singers at 2 completed items, they're almost all at 2 completed items. Jinx is, Gwen is, that's your damage. You're more than far enough ahead to do it. But no, they just go mid. No, okay,
well, they
now
were
the ping's
thinking
on
about
Baron.
pushing mid.
Now
Yeah,
the
they were
ping's
thinking
on
of
Baron.
pushing mid, but they're like, no, we can do Baron. This is a very easy Baron, and you can see the pings going down. They're like, yeah, we know we can do it. No one should have been here. And they just take the Baron and then push the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, they could go top, but I think they could just push mid, maybe send one person top. But, NorCal staying alive with that Hex Drinker. And you could tell that Shinigami thought he had that as he turned away, which probably gave the Corki enough space to walk away and live there.
Yeah, those 5 kills that were able to be picked up by NorCal did section off. I think it bumped 2 levels up is what we actually saw. NorCal, if they were only level 11, would have died there easily. But it was the pentakill, the unofficial pentakill, that was able to bring it back. So now we do get to see the escort of the minions. And again, the super minions already causing a lot of problems here. All 5 members are prepped and ready, and NorCal ready to go. This could be the final push here. Sac State Gold team can't step a little bit too close. Good stun onto the Ornn, but it's just the one that you actually do want to see stunned up. You want to see that Ornn soak up all the damage. With only one inhibitor, it's going to be a little bit difficult because you don't have anywhere else to focus. Sac State can put all of their attention towards this top side.
Yes, now the minion wave is starting to slowly push in towards them as well. But being wedged against that edge map wall there really does limit their options. They can't look to pressure side lane if they stay top, but moving to mid, even if it is just to siege the tower, is the better move here overall. It gives them more tempo, can siege the tower, and with a good hook, Balloon Pants forces out the Zanyas, or at least the stopwatch there. Mega Death Rocket won't find much there. Still a little bit early, but they should be able to find the tower with this next minion wave.
It is going to be the attempt at the tower. The Zapper goes on the wrong side, as it is going to be the teleport just to ensure the minions do survive. That's going to be an attempt, but down goes no BM. No life is no life. That's going to be a knockup. Balloon Pants is going to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Backline Prey is going to try and dance their way to a victory. However, it's going to be a little bit difficult to get over the wall. And for that fight, St. Ambrose get a little bit too cocky and lose 3 members.
Yeah, I think Scooney with the re-engage was a step too far there, because Prey was dealing with the backline, and I think Prey could have gotten out regardless. But either way, you know, lesson learned, they still... Oh, I thought they broke the mid inhibitor. They did not break the mid inhibitor. They do get the T2 bot as well, and this Syndra is sitting at 13-1-3. This is terrifying. That Power Unleashed probably does close to 1,000 damage right now.
I mean, it's easily over that if you think about the entire combo. This is going to be Yagi, who is spelling doom. 12k currently in the pocket. NorCal pretty close behind with 11.8. Only a 500 gold difference, so that is where NorCal currently sits. But the levels is what we want to watch for. Shinigami, if they can hit level 16, that is going to apply so much more pressure. And that's why they're giving so much extra farm here. Shinigami, Yagi, they're on the hunt. The rest of Sac State Gold team are ready to go as the Dragon. Remember, this is soul for them if they can find it out. Skooniverse is going to follow up on the backside. Shinigami over the wall. Huge scout of the week, but the damage is already done. The rest of Sac State are fading up towards the top side. That's going to be a kill trade back and forth. 3 for 2. However, the needlework is drawing no BM, no life into enemy territory. A scout of the week again is Shinigami Yagi is going to try and face off against Ish. And St. Ambrose have run the field. And it feels like they have won this battle. And I don't think it's going to stop anytime close. Another Q, another scout of the week as Ish is going to try and flash away to safety. They do get away, but the dredge line drops them right back. And the final W, the slam of the minions down as no BM, no life is going to have to run for their life as well.
Oh, yeah, no game, or no BM, no life. Still wants to try and make a miracle play happen here and get the dragon. But I think at this point, he's just giving over his life. Still has the ultimate available, though. Does go down due to the dredge line and the stopwatch out of Shinigami.
That'll be the dragon taken right back, and the chance very, very low. NorCal can't finish it off, and now it's a continuation of the battle from before. But keep in mind who's drawing the damage. Rocket from downtown won't finish off NorCal, and Shinigami Yagi is allowed to live. Sac State Gold team still saying, hey, you know what? You can play with fire as much as you want, but at some point, you're going to be burned.
And surprisingly, they have managed to stabilize the game. Now, when I say stabilize, I just mean that they have kept the gold lead at, as I say that, it gets a little bit up there. But it's been around that 10-11k mark now for the past 5-8 minutes, which is a good sign. Because it went very quickly from that, 5k to 10k mark. But now it's stabilized. So they're finding ways to stop the bleeding, though they are still behind overall, and they do have a very, very long way back into this game.
It's possibly going to take forever, and we'll have to keep eyes on that. Of course, Chichoge is ready to go. Baron is going to spawn in a minute, and that's what we want to watch for. Again, both these squads are prepped and ready to go. Remember the last time the Baron was taken by St. Ambrose, they really weren't able to get as much as they would like out of it, and hopefully this time they don't overextend themselves, right? That is not what we want to see happen.
Exactly. We don't want to see any overextensions, but we may not get that. Now NorCal still doing a wonderful job with the poke. Went from 0-6 to 8-7. So NorCal finally finding his beating on the Corki or plane wings or propeller parts. Is it a helicopter or a plane or both? It's both.
It's both. It's a Corki. We don't count whatever it is. So it's there. It's there.
It's there. It's part of the game. Okay, so we do have a 3-man Baron attempt going on, or a 2-man Baron attempt by St. Ambrose. Prey is drawing 2 members of Sac State to the bot lane. The Super Mega Death Rocket zones the enemy team. And yeah, we call that zoning ult. No one was close to dying. And I think the 2-man Baron may be ambitious here.
Could be ambitious, but I think they can still do it. Again, no one's really chancing it, so they are going to finish it off. Schooniverse and Shitoge clear out the Baron. All 5 members are going to hold that buff, and this could be the chance against St. Ambrose. They couldn't end it with 1, but they might be able to end it with the 2nd here. You can see everyone recalling, saying, hey, look, at this point, enough playing around. We have a 12.5k lead. We are going to finish it here. Split off into a potential 1-4. Pressure mid as well. And Prey is going to go to the top side. Very, very clean setup here for the side of St. Ambrose to try and close out this game.
Yeah, and I do think that St. Ambrose needs to close it out with this Baron. They haven't shown enough Dragon priority that in a minute 50, if Sac State can get that Dragon, they will. It's just not a win con for St. Ambrose. They need to focus on wave management, getting these 2 towers, sieging correctly, or getting that pick and winning the fight afterwards to end. I do think that they need to force something though.
Definitely going to try it. And again, a 1-4 setup here as that's just a Morgana squashed. Just pop where they stand. A QE is all Shinigami had to lay down again. That is a Rabadon's. That's a Shadow Flame. That's a Luda's Echo. That is every single major item in the books. And again, NorCal eating that damage down to about 40%. Prey takes the top lane inhibitor, and NorCal has to float back to base and try and stay alive. This is going to be the attempt. A nice Cataclysm draws in, dropping no BM, no life, and they're going to have to dance away to safety as well. NorCal coming in with the package. Can you make anything happen? You do zone everyone, and you get the kills. The damage is real, as again, the Corki makes such a massive play. However, you will lose your 2nd inhibitor. You got the kills. You staved off death. That is going to be a Zanya's played out as Shitoge uses that stopwatch to deny the ace in the hole.
Ooh. It is literally coming down to what NorCal can do to buy time for his team. The packages have basically been let me dive at the enemy and see what happens, but it's working out. They got the kill onto the Syndra there, who is now 18-2-4. And the Syndra still has a 550 gold bounty to her name. Like, this just feels absolutely insane right now with how far Syndra is.
However, this is going to be a 3-person dragon steal attempt. You can see the teleport in the backline. Shinigami, Yagi, and Prey are teleporting very deep into enemy territory. This is going to be a pinch of epic proportions. This is going to be so dangerous that they pinch on the lower side. Sac State say, we go for this. We blew up the Jinx. That is going to be 1, but look at the brutal battle on the other side. Scatter the Weak cuts across the entirety of Sac State. That's going to be the Unleashed Power, stealing away a 3rd. And just like that, it's a triple kill for Yagi. Adding on, it's a 21 bomb game as the Syndra shows off in style. NorCal looking to do a little bit of burst damage, but you can't make it happen. This is going to be a chase into base as Prey. Is Prey going to lose their life? NorCal wants to steal this away. If he can steal the soul, that'll be huge. Over the wall you go. It's almost stolen, and it is. NorCal is able to pick up the soul. Might not be enough as down goes Ish. You're looking to just close out. Shinigami Yami and Schooniverse are going to look to end the game. Again, you stole the soul, but at what cost? St. Ambrose looking for the finisher. Ricardo and NorCal are finally back. Schooniverse is going to fall, and NorCal is going to watch as the base is in shambles. No BM, no life is going to try and finish up, and a nice scout of the week into a snip. Sip is going to change the course of the fight. Prey is going to dance a little bit further back, and Shinigami, you can't fight anymore. NorCal is starting to chunk out hard. This Corki is 100% online.
Yeah, 100%. 4 items. It's a scary Corki. It's a scary Syndra as well. And I think more or less the two of them are evened up. And most surprisingly is that Sac State have drawn this out long enough to secure the Ocean Soul for themselves. And actually, yeah, the mid laners are basically on par on gold, which is a little surprising despite the 11 kill discrepancy between the two.
I don't think it's going to change anytime soon either. At this point, gold does not matter. Priority members are currently at their peaks, and you can see the ornaments coming through here. Ish has upgraded their own Frozen Gauntlet. It is now Everwinter, whatever you want to call it. Ludens is now buffed up as well. Gale Force is completed and buffed up. Multiple members as the Rhymeforged Grass. That is a fanciful name if I've ever seen one. But St. Ambrose still feel like they are completely underway. And it's going to be a powerful single battle that will turn the tides. If NorCal falls early, that is going to be Sac State done. If Shinigami Yagi falls without being able to burst out priority members, that is also going to be the change. As you can see, Shinigami Yagi said, hey, look, I haven't had it the entire game. I'm just going to get a Magi Soul Stealer. At this point, that's the only way to get a lot more AP. They're going to try and dance it. If they can get at least 2 kills, that immediately gives you a massive stack of AP, and you can run with it here. Sac State, one last defense before the inhibitors come back up.
Yeah, we do see Prey starting to set up this bot lane as well. Baron in 20 minutes. It will be the 3rd Baron of the game as well. And I think they are going to look for a fight as they start escorting the minions in as well. We do have 2 waves of supers crashing. The third bot inhibitor is going to be targeted here by the Jinx. It's going down quickly, but the Syndra is already chunked to half HP, and now the Ornhorn comes out, and this could be the game-ending fight.
They could definitely try, but they're going to turn around here. Scatter the weak, scatters everyone, and that's the catch that you want. NorCal, but look at the backline. The backline is burst out as well. No BM, no life. This is a front-to-back fight that it looks like Sac State are going to win. Are you freaking kidding me? Sac State blow up 2. It's the Syndra and the J4 that are dead, and NorCal is still alive. Again, look at the healing and regen that Sac State are having. This soul is doing so many wonders for them. And St. Ambrose have almost no heal cut on them. This is a full burst or nothing that you can't let happen. Oh no. Drop. That is such a scary spot to be in. You flash away and you still fall. NorCal ready to go on the back end, though, is going to drop Balloon Pants. But look at the raw damage. Resurrection coming through. They're going to try and package out, but can you get the zap? No, you can't, Shitoge. You got to run. You got to run away from the Echo. Shitoge is now dead. Are you kidding me? Sac State, they've been able to find the fight. They do not get the ace, but it might as well happen.
Yeah, now Prey looking for NorCal here. Trying to make something happens in the mist. Has the heal stain, but the parallel convergence keeps NorCal alive. And oh my, this game has turned into a real banger on us, hasn't it?
It's crazy. We are once again back at Sac State on the precipice of being able to turn this around. It is all on a nice edge, and it is because of these glorious buffs that they have been able to pick up for themselves. An Ocean Soul in their name has allowed them to stay alive in these fights way longer than they should. Schooniverse gonna go over the wall, misses it, but it's Syndra! Are you kidding me? A steal comes through, and Shinigami Yagi with 22 kills to their name has stolen Baron away.
It feels like both these mid laners are saying, I refuse to lose this match. I will drag my team's corpses across the finish line if I have to, but I will win this game. Oh my. Like, now it's Elder Dragon in a minute. That's on the table here. Oh.
And Elder is the one buff that St. Ambrose can use to mitigate this Ocean Soul. That will mean that, remember, under 33%, it is going to kill. You will be executed, and that is the only way they can negate this Ocean Soul. And it's going to be their best attempt at clearing house. We need a little bit more help. Packages up again. NorCal has kept those packages on point. It is consistently available to work with. It is a powerhouse of a play as now Prey goes over the wall. Is now going to find that pink ward that has sat there for at least 10 minutes alone. Chitoge now going to get a great root, and they found him. Oh, no BM, no life instead. Scatter the weak over the wall. It's a powerhouse play for St. Ambrose as they have found a play. It took one. That's all they needed. And they delete 4 off the map. Screw the Elder Dragon. Screw everything else. No one cares. As St. Ambrose say, we are done. We are finished. It is a GG for all involved. St. Ambrose, after a slobber knocker of a game 2, finally take the series 2-0.
Yeah, St. Ambrose doing a great job there in a 67 kill match. That is absolutely insane. We were averaging close to 2 kills a minute there for the entirety of it. And even then, towards the end of the game, there was still a fairly large goal lead for St. Ambrose. But my, oh my, I have to give credit where credit is due. NorCal, you proved that your quadra kill wasn't a fluke as you carried your team back into this game. You had the solo steal as well. Unfortunately, you were matched by Shinigami, who had the Baron steal, and I think it's safe to say was the MVP of that match with just how insanely fed they were able to get on the Syndra. And just like that, or not just like that, because that was a 37-minute match. That match was at least 10 minutes longer than I thought it would have gone, as they took an 18-minute top inhibitor. So, Sac State there did a fantastic job of holding on, trying to play the underdog and get back into it. But at the end of the day, St. Ambrose, they get the sweeping victory, but they did have to fight for it.
They really, really did. And of course, that will end tonight's broadcast. Congratulations, St. Ambrose, as of course, they take home the 2-0 victory and solidify themselves as a top seed here. They should, of course, go ahead and secure that first or second, depending on how the rest of the matches do play out. So very much congratulations to them. Sac State Gold Team, you're still in the playoffs, but you're going to have to play against some of the top dogs moving into that seeding. So we'll definitely have to keep track of them as well. For everyone tuning in that has stayed with us through this long broadcast, we thank you and we appreciate your entire viewership and support. My name is Orbital. With me has been Cyrus Stims on the broadcast here to close out the evening. Thank you to our entire production crew and have a fantastic night.
Started as a whisper, message from an